you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Hello everyone and welcome to the MillionPugs WoT7 13 day 3 final day of the tournament, and we will get to see who's going to take the victory on both EU and NA tournaments. Once again being joined by Toxic today. How are you doing?
I'm doing fabulous on this beautiful Sunday. I'm looking forward to the matches that we have at hand, because I think those are going to be quite some bangers today. We start off with Hit and Run versus Tango. And the match after that will be the winner of match 8 versus W. So both of those matches will be very interesting to watch. But before that, let's take a look at the drops that are available today. Because today you will actually be able to claim the mystery drops. So you have a chance to get one of the 3 tier 8 premium tanks, or a 2D style, or alternatively 1 day of premium.
Yeah, we have some interesting stuff after watching 4 hours total, and I think the stream is going to go for at least 6 hours because we have 5 matches, and 2 of them being the finals will be BO9. We can probably take also a look at the NA brackets, Toxic, because we will also cover some matches here. We'll cover the finals of the losers bracket between Escalate and Bears, and then the winner will get the chance to play against Smile in the grand finals.
Well, we'll see if they actually stand a chance. The match yesterday between Smile and Escalade was not really close, and Bears didn't have too great of a showing either. But maybe those teams went back to the drawing board and studied the games of Smile and will be able to deliver today.
Yep. We'll get to see that later today, but now this is probably the time to introduce the first match of the day between Hit and Run and Tango. And I think most of us are going to give much more credits to Hit and Run, but the community predictions only 58% for Hit and Run. That's pretty surprising.
I mean, it's probably due to the fact that Tango has a lot of known names in there. So a lot of people, especially given this is an international team, can kind of relate to one player. So you have the French people relating to Reaction, you have the Czech people relating to Crazy War, the Dutch people, the few that play the game, relating to Vervi, etc. So I guess that's where this comes from. I personally would give a bit more credit to Hit and Run, given their performances in the past tournaments, but we will see how that turns out.
I mean, yeah, we have that very solid Polish team there with Mentos, which is the only one from Ukraine. But overall, yeah, their first match on day 1 was pretty shocking against W, losing 4-0. And then they had a good performance in the losers bracket. And they definitely want to win against Tango now to get a chance once again to play against W and take their revenge. Maybe we'll get to see that just after that match. But to introduce more that match with the peak and bans between Tango and Hit and Run, now it's going to be time to hear what our casters have to say. Kian and Daki, please take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome to Day 3 of the MillionPugs WoT7 number 13. Day 3, also the final day. Today we are going to crown 2 champions. Is it going to be one of those teams in the match that is upcoming for you? Remains to be seen. Tango against Hit and Run. Tango, they have shown some good stuff before, but yesterday against Opur, it was sort of a roadblock that they ran into.
Yeah, it's kind of a roadblock for them. That wasn't really the greatest thing ever. But yesterday, though, Tango had a good performance against the team we would favor, Burger.
Yeah, Burger yesterday did get knocked out by Tango. And on the other hand, Hit and Run was also able to win their respective match to make it into the lower bracket semifinals, I think this one is. W is waiting in the lower bracket finals for the winner of either one of those. And yeah, Hit and Run sort of hit and miss the performance by them in the tournament so far. Their first match very, very. I don't want to say disappointing, but shocking that they lost it, that they dropped to the lower bracket. But since then, pretty good performances by them.
Yeah, and they of course want to bring it back home all the way to the finals. Again, we talked about this team and Opor as for them, this is a very important tournament to see where they stand in terms of preparation and form coming up to the China tournament.
Yeah, exactly. That one won't be easy either. I talked to some players yesterday, and they were actually saying that they had been training with Chinese teams and saying those Chinese teams were actually pretty good. So definitely something to look forward to. The thing we can look forward to now, though, is going to be the match in between Tango and Hit and Run. The pick and ban up here, it's going to be Prokhorovka taken out first by Tango, then Morovanka being banned. Steps, our first map here. And we did see, I think, W playing against Hit and Run on Steps. So I think Hit and Run probably figured out some things they want to do better. Himmelsdorf map number 2, unsurprising pick by Hit and Run, I would say. Ghost Town taken out. Sand River, possible map number 3. Mines and Cliff being banned. Tundra, the possible tiebreaker.
Yeah, if it gets that far, I don't know if this kind of match is one that will go to tiebreaker. I think if Hit and Run starts off strong, they may run away for it. For Tango, it's kind of a similar story as yesterday. They need a strong start in this match. They need to be able to grab Hit and Run by the throat immediately, because if they don't and let Hit and Run get into the match, then it's going to be rather difficult for them to keep the pace.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be rather difficult. But for that, obviously, Hit and Run, they need to start off strong. They need to show us what we have come to expect from them in past tournaments, what we didn't see in their first match. But maybe today is going to be the day. Other than that, as the analysts obviously outlined later today, we're also going to have NA matches. Only 2 of those 3 EU matches, but obviously 2 champions are going to be crowned, and the winners of those, as well as I believe the second places, are going to go in towards the Winter Invitational, which is going to happen in December. So stakes to fight for, not only getting into the final, securing cash prizes on EU, but also that Winter Invitational where you want to just show off what you're made of.
Yeah, I'll be there, Ken. You'll be there as well, I hope.
Hopefully, yes. Planning to be.
But yeah, for Tango, I don't know, bro. I want to see how far they can go. Sometimes when you see the underdog go there, at some point they run into a wall. And sadly, I feel like Hit and Run might be that wall.
Yeah, Hit and Run didn't really have good performances against W, but other than that, they've been pretty stellar so far in the tournament. So I am with you there. I think the caster predictions show that as well. Both of us with, I would say, cautious 4-2, Insane saying it's a 4-1. Toxic with a very aggressive 4-0.
Not the first time he's predicted that. So there is that. I don't know if that's fair to say, but we'll see.
All right. We do see the lineups here. Hit and Run coming into this one. Double 60 TP, 1 Mouse, double S-Kong, 1 Bat, and the Mino.
And the Mino versus Tango's quad S-Kong, double I7, and a 60 TP. Both these teams, a lot of hold-on potential here with those tanks that they're bringing.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of hold-down potential. First time, I believe, we see the Minotauro being picked. Or actually, second time, we see the Minotauro being picked on Steps. So we'll see how that one exactly works out here. Monster with the Bat with 2030 HP. So not the full spotting lineup or setup, I don't think. And on the other side, not a single medium by Tango, so relying fully on heavy tanks.
Relying fully on heavy tanks, indeed, and especially on that attack. That's an interesting one to go that heavy, I would say, Kihan. Not using any of those mediums at all. Monster will have to play a careful game over all the tanks, so in that bad shot, especially against those S-Gongs that are able to switch to intuition at any point and hit them for 540 to the face.
Yeah, exactly. Now we see the triple I7 here or double I7 S-Kong actually, by the team of Tango, just, scooping out the northwestern path. They are not going to see Piotr hurrying into the A2 sort of corner position where they would have to dig him out. Marcel, obviously, with the S-Kong, would be able to put in a shot or two if they try to do so, but so far, Tango with, I would say, a very slow opening, obviously influenced by the fact that they only have heavy tanks to work with. And now Conrad with that mouse, I'm going to be very interested where they are going to position him, because the mouse indicating that they want the enemy team to collapse upon that tank. And yeah, simply the fact that he has 3.5k HP is going to keep him longer in the game than any other kind of tank that gets overpushed. Never they're obviously able to capitalize on that with the Minotauro. A full clip, maybe even 2 would be possible if Conrad gets collapsed upon. But so far, that isn't really the case. Now, Piotr in a passive spotting bush with that 60 TP. So far, not seeing a whole lot, though. But Tango, it's 2 minutes into the game, and they haven't really done anything.
No, but I've just spread across the map, watched for any of the pushes that may come out from this hit-and-run team. They're just slowly encroaching the map from all angles. I mean, Piotr took a shot, Mr. Panda's not taking the outside. They're trying to put hit-and-run in this pincer where they can't really go anywhere or do anything at all.
Yeah, and Conrad and Panda now exchanging spots here. Monster is being rotated. He does have the low noise exhaust on the Batchat, meaning he is going to outspot any and everything on the map, simply because of the fact that, you know, heavy tanks cannot mount CVS to counteract the camo. And yeah, still though, pretty defensive opening by Tango on their offense, I would say. So Jacob in that S-Conk getting spotted out by Marcel here. Does put in a good shot to reduce the HP a bit just on the way there on the approach. But ooh, good shot by Piotr as well. But now the IS-7's springing into action on the western side.
Yeah, and they're just going to push up and over and push towards Piotr probably. I mean, sure, he's a 60 TP, but that is going to be an issue for him. Infinity taking 1, but returning on towards Piotr, who's now falling back, takes 1 more from Sir Jacob. A lot of damage taken actually on this 60 TP. Relatively free. Jacob might even get another one. He does, 479. Beautiful roll. Verwe's got to be careful though with those damage fuel tanks he had. But yeah, Piotr here in a lot of trouble on this defense.
Yeah, Piotr in a lot of trouble as we do see the IS-7s approaching. It would take 3 shots by those heavy tanks to take Piotr out of the picture. Lukin now getting proxy spotted. Piotr having a look at what is going to happen. He does take a swing at someone else. Didn't probably expect for the IS-7s to properly overpush, and actually there is no one seemingly able to capitalize on that, but Monster with the Batchat, with the backstab onto the S-Kong is going to remove 1 more. Unfortunately, his shot into that S-Kong does not commit, and that is actually a lot of damage done by the team of Hit and Run.
Yeah, it's crazy that Jacob took so much damage actually in this scenario. He fell rather quickly, and then in return you also saw S-Kong of Infinity take a lot of damage. So Hit and Run, some beautiful shooting there to help them in this match, and now they're pushing on towards Reaction. He's still covered by some guns at the very least. Marcel in return will also be falling though in his S-Kong. There's no really any escape for them. That will be kind of all even, a 5-on-5 here between these two teams, but Hit and Run, 3 minutes 30, has the time on their side, and now pressuring the 0 line against Crazy War with Conrad and Never. And Mr. Panda has actually left Crazy War, which means that he's probably going to get peeked by the Mino, by the mouse, and fall for this.
Yeah, and the fact remains that Monster in the Batchat is still a looming threat for all the tanks on the Tango team. He's very fast in that medium tank. He does have a lot of clip potential. He's probably fully loaded at this point in time. And we do see the 0 line S-Conk that is by Tango, respecting that fact, trying to drive away. Mr. Panda taking 1, but now Crazy War gets found. Does repair his fuel tanks, probably a wise decision, but that is a Minotauro and a Batchat, both of them moving towards his position. There is no one who can really help him, who can really save him. I would love for Never to simply drive over this little hill here to basically engage onto Crazy War. Now he's starting to do that. First shot not connecting, however, but I think Hit and Run, they're probably going to save this by time.
Yeah, and for Tango, it's a big issue that they didn't cover Crazy War at all. He just gets picked up by Monster. Good rotation, though, from Hit and Run, bringing that Bad into the fray, getting him into a position, and I don't think that Mr. Panda really should have left his teammate of Crazy War without that info, without that spot, to just let Crazy War kind of die for free. And Lukin, I think, is going to even die against Kubash here if Kubash fancies himself a peak. 716. I've seen Kubash roll this every single day of the week and twice on Sundays. And guess what day it is today? Sunday indeed. Kubash shuts down Lukin to bring another IS-7 out of this game. And Tango, I think they had a good idea of how to approach this round, but the execution a bit lackluster.
Yeah, the execution indeed falling apart in the later minutes of this game here, as Hit and Run do show us a very, very solid defense. Monster is probably going to pad his stats a little more, as those APCR shells, no problems penetrating the S-Kong whatsoever. Mr. Panda down towards a 2-shot. 1 minute 30 remaining, and that very, very healthy mouse still of Conrad driving towards Vervi now to eliminate the healthiest tank on the Tango lineup remaining. Actually make that the only tank for Tango that is still remaining here. Never with the Minotauro also there. Minairos coming in to help finish it off, and it's going to be 1 for Hit and Run and 0 for Tango.
Yeah, and I think that's Tango's game to lose, really, after the initial damage they did against Piotr. The biggest question is what happened to Jacob and what happened to Infinity? Because both of those S-Kongs, one of them was a one-shot, the other one died for display, not something you'd expect. And I don't know, Crazy Warrior would have to run earlier, stay alive there after Panda leaves the spot.
Yeah, Crazy War should have definitely run earlier, and Panda, I don't know if it was a communication issue, but he just left him out in the cold, basically. And that is, like, it isn't really Crazy War's fault in that S-Kong that he gets left alone, but, like, there should be better communication as to when he actually runs. Reaction there, not really having a good game. But all in all, exactly, Sir Jacob, Infinity, what happened to those S-Kongs is the looming question here, because they, like, it was supposed to be the IS-7s taking the damage, driving on towards Piotr in his 60 TP, who actually did get out 3 shots. But yeah, also the fact that Piotr took so much damage was pretty crazy to me, actually. Because he should be in, like, a very, very safe position. Like, yeah, one blind shot connecting, okay, bad luck, but like, there was one S-Kong from the middle putting in like 2 or 3 shots in towards him. That shouldn't happen.
But Minero's definitely compensated for it, though. At his 5k damage. I think he maybe farmed Jacob a little bit in the middle. That S-Kong there is not really kind of tall, so he may have been sticking out. But that still leaves a question, what happened to Infinity, man? He was full HP and then, like, he wasn't.
Yeah, exactly.
I think they had a good idea, though. It looked good on paper.
It looked good on paper, but then it started falling apart. Now those sides are going to be switched. It's going to be Hit and Run, who have to attack on Steps. Not the easiest feat, I wouldn't say. I think Steps is kind of defense favored, especially since the changes in the north, where you can just tuck in tanks tightly, and if you overpush there as attacker, you are going to bleed a lot, so the execution needs to be picture perfect or it's going to fall apart, and that is exactly what we saw. North execution falling apart, even though the IS-7s didn't really take a lot of damage, but the S-Kongs did. So then the DPM was simply missing from the lineup of Tango. And, you know, even Sir Jacob there going very low, and then he got lucky because Monster's shots just didn't go where he aimed them.
Yeah, he could have died for that as well. But for Hit and Run, good start for them. They're in that defense where they were a lot of trouble for a while, but they did make good rotations. Monster with that bad shot. Clutch plays as well, goes to A3, does some damage, rotates to the other side, finds Crazy War. That's exactly what you want from that French medium with its 5 shells, right? Find an opponent that's isolated, pick him off, continue doing so for the rest of the game.
Now though, round number 2, and basically Hit and Run need to confirm what they showed us last round, which was very, very solid gameplay. That's exactly what we like to see from them, and for the side of Tango, it's going to be an uphill battle now, because, you know, that's exactly what you don't want. A team like Hit and Run to get the first round to look very comfortable, because essentially during day 1, when Hit and Run lost their first match against W, they looked uncomfortable, they looked disorganized. They didn't do so this round, or in the past round that we just saw. So that needs to be an alarming side for the team of Tango that is still fairly new. That being said, though, Tango coming into their defense and doing so with quadruple S-Kong, actually double VZ and 1 CS.
And 1 CS versus Tango's 4 S-Kongs, double VZ, and 1 CS as well. So Tango a bit more mobile, I guess, because of these double VZs and CS.
Yeah, then again, IS-7, especially if they mount Purple Turbo, can be a very, very mobile tank. Especially on a flat map like Steps. We'll have to see what exactly they choose to do. Double IS-7 could mean anything, though. Could mean northwestern pressure, could also mean direct 2-cap pressure. Kubash there with a pretty unusual pathing, I would say, for the CS, goes directly towards the middle, doesn't opt to go for the left-hand part, and the IS-7s of Piotr and Konrad also with a very, very unusual pathing, I would say.
Unusual pathing indeed, but he does get into that position, and they're just aiming to see if they could find somebody. A monster here in the CS will not find looking like he did Barkus. You remember, but
ooh, he did spot Lukin and big shot coming out. Basically, a repeat of what we saw in one of the earlier games.
It's 2 shots, no?
Or was it 2 shots? They happened so fast.
I mean,
I thought it might have been 1.
2,250 minus 1,484 key hand. 766.
Yeah. So it might be a 60 TP shell, might be...
Yeah, it should be a 60 P shell.
CS.
Yeah, 60 P probably. It looks like it was, because H4. Thought it was 2 at the same time, with some low rolls, but it was probably the 60 P from H4.
Probably getting pinged out of render. So good stuff by the team of Hit and Run. And Monster once again playing that position very, very aggressively. We'll have to see if this time Hit and Run are actually able to convert it into a round, or whether it's going to fall apart again. Kubash here trying to spot the cross, trying to spot the northwestern part of the map. Not fully with the spotting setup, though. Does have rammer. And Monster now starting to get chased off the angle by Crazy War in his S-Kong. No one really able to support him, but Mr. Panda in that S-Kong is actually going to come as a pretty nasty surprise towards the tanks of Hit and Run, who are now starting the March of the Elephants towards the 2-cap. Mr. Panda starting to reveal himself. That's going to be a nasty thorn in the side of the tanks of Hit and Run.
Yeah, but I don't think Hit and Run cares anymore. They're just driving up and over Crazy War. They're accepting that Mr. Panda is there to delete that initial S-Kong from the game. Never, still in no man's land, taking shot after shot after shot. He will survive for the moment, though. Can he do one more shot against Reaction? Yes, he can do that. They're still ignoring Mr. Panda altogether. Now they seem to be sending 1 or 2 guys for him. That's Kubash and Monster coming in. Reaction is the next one on the chopping block here. Hit and Run doing a good job at focusing out these guns at the very least. And right now, Tango is starting to group up on the 8-9-0 line themselves to potentially repush. But I think Hit and Run, Kihan, even with Mr. Panda farming for the life of him, is well and truly ahead.
Yeah, and the problem now being that Mr. Panda is going to get collapsed upon as well. He even has an Amarak, and Piotr is going to crush Mr. Panda out of it as the repush comes in by Tango, but I believe it might be too little, and it might be too late, because yes, the double VZ was committed in, but Sir Jacob, as soon as he did his 2 shots, it's going to be even in HP, but he's going to be reloading then. And now Verby getting focused out, getting shot down. Monster also falling, but now Infinity, the next one on the chopping block here, is going to fall, and Sir Jacob, half his reload's done, but there's only going to be 1k alpha in his clip as Infinity does fall to the ground here, surely. And now Sir Jacob, left to his own devices, is not going to have a say in this matter. It's going to be Hit and Run 2 and Tango 0.
I mean, we can see everything, right? But I think the S-Kong up front, I think it was Crazy War. When you see this push, I think you have to bail out of the position towards where Reaction was, right? Force them to cross as long of a distance as possible to find anything. Now they were able to pick up a gun while they were getting farmed, so evening it out, and then they were able to continue on towards Reaction, which again then was isolated. I think if Crazy War runs coming to at least behind the rock, which he can make for free, then they just simply shut down this push in about 3.5 seconds. Guys.
Yeah, and I think interestingly enough, I think that, you know, if you take a look at how Hit and Run played their defense, I think they were setting up exactly against something like this. Having the mouse instead of the S-Kong there, who simply has more HP, and then you have the Minotauro to farm together with probably the S-Kong that they had committed into the corner. So I think Hit and Run sort of set up against exactly this push, even though, you know, Tango ended up pushing the north. but they recognize the threat potential that something like this poses. And also I want to highlight how focused Hit and Run was about getting guns into the game, out of the game for the side of Tango. It was very interesting to see that they're like, oh, well, there is an S-Conk there in the corner. Let him be for now. It's going to be DPM, but like if we lose our focus on towards getting the S-Conk that we're collapsing upon out of the game, then we're probably going to lose that game too. So it was very, very nice to see how they were prioritizing their targets. So good stuff by Hit and Run. And Tango, for them being 2-0 down after steps, it's a scary prospect already. Like your own map pick, losing that 2-0, that should be normally a 1-1 map, now going into Hit and Run's pick, which is Himmelsdorf. Kind of worrying.
It is kind of worrying, especially because Hit and Run kind of rolled over them in the last round on a pushing level and an individual level there. To get these S-Conks working, you need time. Crazy Wire didn't have time. Maybe it was a call that he's supposed to stay there. I think we could agree that it's the right decision to stay. Running would have been much better. The round off of it. Never would actually have to drive through no man's land for like 500 meters to reach anything. Now going on to Himmelsdorf, which is one of those brawly maps at some point. I mean, you have your initial strategy, but at some point the push comes. And Hit and Run has just shown that when they do start pushing, maybe Tango doesn't have necessary reactions to deal with it.
I mean, they have a reaction, but sometimes that's not enough, having a French superstar player on their lineup. We'll have to see if they're able to come back here, because honestly, so far, Hit and Run looking kind of unstoppable in this match. Tango, they need to get something going. They need to get their act together here. They need to maybe even get a lucky pickup or two. That kind of tends to get the train rolling. But the way this has been going, I'm not sure Hit and Run will offer those opportunities, will offer those possibilities. And it kind of comes back to the fact that Hit and Run as a team, as soon as you let them get into the driver's seat of a round, it's very rare that, you know, they will let go of the steering wheel.
Yeah, and that's what we said earlier, that it's a bit of an issue for the boys of Tango if they don't have a strong start. They're now looking at a Hit and Run team on the move and in a good spot as well. I think that makes it a lot worse to play against.
Yeah, now Himmelsdorf, basically the map which on the houses has the addresses of most of those in-mill/hit and run players here. They know the map by heart. Obviously the Tango players do as well, but Himmelsdorf kind of a difficult map to play because of all the angles, and now Hit and Run trying to put themselves onto match point, doing so with double 60 TP, 1E100, double AS4 and double E5.
Double E5 versus double 705A, a BZ, a 50B and triple 60 TP. Extremely heavy from Tango.
Extremely heavy, then again, kind of fast as well with that BZ75. We'll see if he tries to go straight through the courtyard, as we have seen before. And Infinity actually starting to boost towards the 5 line. We'll see if he starts turning around. Triple 60 TP getting sent towards the rails for the side of Tango. And for Hit and Run, we see Monster and Piotr going towards the 8 line with their IS4 and E100 respectively. Everyone else driving over the hill.
Everyone else driving over the hill while these 60 TPs are plowing down 1-2. Crazy Wire looking and Mr. Panda with Reaction and Infinity actually taking the middle initially. Reaction there even dodging a shot from that IS4. Gonna be very happy that he manages to avoid some damage from Piotr. And now these 60 TPs just crossing through though. They will get spotted by Piotr, letting some shells fly on the move. Nothing connecting so far. Now the double 705A also pressuring up the 8 line, and it's a little worrying here for Hit and Run if Tango would decide to pull the trigger, right? If they decide to go for it, they're like, okay, they're on the hill, go kill them. Then there would be some serious trouble for Hit and Run because they would lose these 2 guns rather quickly. And Piotr is already having a bad time at it. Loses about half his HP. Monster now taking some as well. And the rest of his team still going. And now they're spotted driving down the 8 line towards the cap, actually. by Variant. That's 705A. He sees every single one of them. So now they need to kill the IS-4, they need to kill the 100, but they also need to go back and defend.
Yeah, exactly. Piotr now having a really bad time in that IS-4, getting focused out. The last shot not connecting as of yet. Maybe he'll be able to give one more to Crazy War. As he does, Monster is going to be left to his own devices. Will probably start dealing as much as he can as Triple Cap does get started by hit and run. It's do or die on the cap as we see the tanks by Tango now hurrying back towards that 2-cap, towards those A6 positions. Reaction there with the 50B starting to drive in. Will have enough HP, will have enough shots in his clip to start decapping. We can see him hesitating here as Sir Jacob doesn't get body blocked by Conrad. It's all starting to fall apart here for Hit and Run, who are also back in the HP department. They don't seem to care about the E100 in the south as well. It's 6 versus 5 tanks here at the cap with Sir Jacob getting picked up. All of a sudden, the focus fire by Hit and Run starting to come in, but the HP not really there anymore.
Yeah, Hit and Run now realizing they gotta do something. They gotta get out of this surround. They decide to push into the 5 line to pick up Infinity, to pick up Lucan, to pick up Jacob. Jacob, the first one to fall. Never now will have to shut down that BZ, but not before Infinity lands one more shot. Conrad or Mineros has to pick up the pieces now from Never not connecting. It's gonna be Never after all, still with that 400 Alpha not to connect. That's horrible, Never. Not really used to him bouncing 2 shots in a row. Very already coming in from behind though, and for Hit and Run, they're about 500 HP away, and Monster's actually dominating Crazy War here. That is a beautiful performance from Monster, sadly. Don't think it's going to help his team too much, as Conrad is down towards the one-shot Never, trying to protect him. Now, though, Monster killing Crazy War, Mr. Panda with all of the HP available for his team. Monster will come back into the 8 line to cover, so they want to get these kills quickly. They got to be careful here, man. It is within realms of possible to be thrown.
Yeah, exactly. The shot by Mr. Panda now connecting here into Never, reducing him down to 1200. Conrad with another big hit into Panda, and Never is actually going to pick up. Vervi reaction starting to peak from the left, does put in one shot. Mr. Panda bouncing his shot here onto Never. Another one by Never connecting into Panda. Now Conrad coming into this one, probably wanting to put in one more. 789, pretty good. Another one by Never here, but this is going to open up the possibility here for Reaction, who realizes though that actually Monster from the sidelines with the E100 is covering Never. This is actually throwable for the side of Tango. Down towards 2 tanks, down towards 2 one-shots. Are we seeing the beginning of the end for Tango in this match is the question.
I'm not really seeing anything right now though.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to switch to a different backup feed soon, as, yeah, it's actually very throwable for either side.
So what has
here.
happened? Monster has died somehow, I guess, to Reaction. So now Never is in a 1v2. He goes D-spotted though. He has Lucan and Reaction to face off against. Spots out
He does
Lucan.
get the spot here. Nice timing for Never. As he drives around, he does spot Reaction as well. So he has the information on both of the enemy tanks. His cupola being on the left side of the turret, being a big problem here, though. He has to pick up Reaction first, but Reaction obviously hiding in here. With the 91 HP that he's on, that actually means he has the faster reload from the skill available. Lucan and Reaction both pre-aiming here, though.
I wonder how Monster died though. I think that's the bigger question in this kind of matchup for me. Lucan slowly trying to get closer. Never tries to find an isolation. He wants to go D-spotted so he can come from a different angle. He needs to find one of these 2 without the other one being in position to really deal with it. I don't know if he can do that right now.
It's going to be very, very close for him. Obviously needs to avoid the proxy spot. Going in for the kill. Now Lucan pre-aiming. He sees that he's... Oof, Lucan there though with the pickup. I think he shot HE
Yeah,
with that
I think
60
so.
TP.
I think so actually.
Yep. So good stuff by Lucan, and Tango ending up not throwing the round.
No, and I think the kill on Monster there on the 8 line, I don't know who it was. We'll see in the battle results who killed him anyway. I think it was Reaction probably. That was a disaster though for Tango. I mean, they may have won the round, but endgame scenario?
Also, we have to question who was the 60 TP that was losing his 1v1 against Monster, because that was kind of iffy, to say the least. As let's see who actually killed Monster. It was Reaction with that 50B. All right, so that question at least got answered. But the 60 TP losing his 1v1 against Monster, like if they send 160 TP into the 1v1 against the E100, they must be sure that he kills him. But for some reason that didn't happen. And let's check how much. Yeah, Monster there, 2,250 bounce damage. So not the best of times.
Yeah, no, that was not great for Crazy Warrior. Being left in a 1v1. Gotta remember that the 60 TP has very low-ish heat pen. Not really high at all. I think it's like 317 or something along that level. So an E100 flat turret is like 310, I think. Taken. So once Monster turns his turret ever so slightly, can't really pen. The lower plate of the E100, if Monster angles well, is also really hard to pen because it just shows half his side basically. Timer. It's not really a comfortable 1v1 for a 60. You can understand.
Yeah. At that point in time, it actually becomes a gamble. Like, does the 60 TP load AP or HE? Because as soon as you load AP, then all of a sudden you will be able to penetrate the side of the tank if Monster decides to show that one. It is a game of poker in between those two tanks then. And Monster just, you know, with the better bluffs here. In the end, for him, unfortunately, not helping out his team, but the tactic that Tango had here was essentially a hard counter. And for a hard counter to come this close is not a good sign.
Well, the endgame scenario was a disaster. Pen ratios were a disaster. Personal positions were a disaster. You know, people dying when they shouldn't. You know, Very dying, for example, when he shouldn't. Not waiting for their healthy tank, the 60 TP, to take the shots so they can just kill and secure. Over eagerness, but really well played by Hit and Run in the end, though.
Very well played by them. Not really, you know, getting the round on the board, though, but this should be the final wake-up call for the team of Tango, that they cannot afford those kind of player mistakes that we just saw. That was just, on an individual level, not up to the task, as hard as that might sound. Disaster avoided, though. They did not lose the round. At one point, I was quite convinced they were going to, especially considering how the endgame scenario went. But now we are going to see round number 4 here in between Hit and Run and Tango. Tango, they do, after this first round in the match that they won, they do want to put a second one on the board to equalize the scoreline. Meanwhile, obviously, Hit and Run, they want to put themselves onto match point, which they almost did last round. It should never have been this close. Like, this was... It would have been one of the biggest throws of history in World of Tanks.
Ooh. And it's really scary. And I think Hit and Run's tactic was so bad for what they were playing against. But let's see if this time around they can do better. Double 60p, Monster in the 100, the IS-4, the IS-7, the mouse, and the E5.
And on the other side, for Tango, we have double 60 TP, 50B, IS-7, mouse, 705A, and E5. 705A, I believe, has kind of lowish pen as well, just like the 60 TP, so is probably going to struggle against tanks like the IS-4, like the mouse, if it angles properly, like the E5, even like sometimes the Cupola can be trollish against such low heat pen, and the E100 obviously, as we highlighted last round, as we do see Tango opening, sending Reaction and Luke in over the A line, sending triple heavy tank in towards 8 line, and yeah, 0 line, so over the hill for Mr. Panda and Crazy War in the E5.
Crazy War in the E5 indeed, and let's see what Tango can do here, just splitting up in the beginning from Hit and Run is also just with the I7 in position. They can run 2, controlling courtyard. Kind of a standard split from both these teams.
Indeed. Question now being, what is Hit and Run going to do with the information that they have on towards the 50B? Because Reaction cannot really cross back here with the 50B without taking damage. So that is actually a tank that's kind of isolated for Tango. It's their playmaker tank. It is the 50B, as we see Vervi taking a swing. Doesn't connect though. And Mr. Panda in the 8 line getting found by Konrad. Kubash taking a shot into his Cupola. Good shooting by Jacob, I believe. Or Panda.
Good shooting indeed. They're just controlling that. They have the tanks on the hill. I don't really see an opening for Tango right now, though, with their current positions.
Not really, no. As Crazy War on the hill does get spotted out as well in that E5. Monster starting to commit into the courtyard that is with the E100. He's going to be behind the IS-7 as he does take a big hit here, and Reaction does make it out just in the nick of time, taking one shot by the IS-7 on the cross, but Panda now being the focus. Kubash though taking a lot of damage for that peak in that 60 TP.
A lot of damage in that 60 TP. Now though, Lukin and Jacob actually coming to reinforce. They want to go on towards Monster, who does not have a huge amount of cover, but Jacob, the cover is enough to hit him for 1.8 immediately. And now Lukin actually not connecting against that E100 either. Monster providing to be a menace here, as now Never coming around. Might one-tap Reaction. Oh, he survives for just a second more, as Mineros puts the nail, and Darkov and Vervi now surrounded as well. The push from the hill coming in with Infinity and Crazy War misses. Panda already down towards a one-shot. Monster still alive, and in the meantime, hit and run, cleaning up this G-line. Vervi will surely get found. Infinity not really connecting too much either. Finds one on towards Piotr now, but they're pushing into a mouse, which is exactly what hit and run wants. As Mr. Panda falls, the rest of the Tango team not too long for this World Eater.
Exactly, as Monster kills Lukin once again, the E100 prevailing against the 60 TP, and now Piotr does get focused out in his IS-7, but Conrad there, 3.5k HP to his name still. If he gets lucky, he's gonna one-shot Infinity here. Crazy War to pick up Monster in that E100, who was very low, but the HP, they do tell the tale of the game, as Marcel probably gonna pick up Vervi very, very soon. 6.7k against 758. This time Hit and Run are not gonna let the round slip from their fingers. They're gonna go to match point, and for Tango, it's going to be a mountain to climb, a mountain the size of the Mount Everest.
It's gonna be a slow dance. It's gonna be a waltz for them if they want to come back in this one. All in all, good stuff though from Hit and Run. They really found a lot of freebies, Reaction. Like, sure, Monster and Kubash took a lot of damage, but once this repush happened, I think it was really recovered rather well for Hit and Run. And those two tanks over the hill, they took a long time to get into this.
Yeah, indeed, and that's always the problem. If you have tanks committed to the lower side and you don't get the tanks from the hill into action immediately, then if the other team is able to just, you know, collapse onto the tanks, then you're in big trouble. And that is just what we saw. Also, the 50B getting in committed that deeply. Hit and Run just seemed to know exactly what Tango was trying to do. They pounced on it. They took the correct engagements. And so Tango not really standing a chance here. This time, it wasn't really the individual player stuff that went wrong. It was just that Hit and Run completely read Tango like an open book, responded perfectly, and took the round easily.
Yeah, I think Hit and Run did a really good job there, tactical-wise. They really had everything. Courtyard 1-2, slowly creeping up on the 1-2 lines, finding the 50B, finding the 705A. Not really any reaction from Tango. Overall, good run from Hit and Run, which are indeed on match point, and honestly, looking to close it on Sand River.
Yeah, Tango gonna start on the defense on Sand River, that being the map picked by Hit and Run, but that deep into the pick and ban. You can assume that both teams should be fine with playing the map. Having seen the first 4 rounds, I'm not sure Tango is very fine at all currently in this matchup here. For them, it is basically play round after round after round and hope you win round after round, because otherwise you're gonna be out. And Hit and Run are going to be playing the lower bracket final against W, who they, interestingly enough, already lost against once in this tournament. It's going to be a rematch if that happens, and right now, everything is pointing in that direction.
Yeah, everything is indeed pointing in that direction. Tango may have indeed found that wall that we talked about earlier, Kihant, which is looking to be Hit and Run. It always kind of happens that way, right? At some point, you hit a wall. And yeah, well, this is so far the wall, I'm not mistaken.
Exactly. Sand River, we haven't seen a whole lot of it yet, though. yesterday, was it even played a single time? I can't even recall. I think so. But Sand River being one of those maps where the meta recently has shifted away from this, just pushing 2-cap and see what happens by the attacking teams. Now there is also a lot of teams just playing south and trying to play control, trying to play the long game. So for the defender, it actually kind of gets difficult nowadays as to which cap they focus their attention onto, because Sand River is a very, very large map.
You have on rotation.
Yep, exactly. You have one rotation as the attacker, but as the defender, if there is an immediate all-in onto one of the caps, then you better be set up.
And if they're going to be set up is a big question here. It is a kind of a high skill map still, though, Sand River. Like, the individual plays matter a lot, but the overall tactical view also is very, very important. And Hit and Run has had some really good Sand River strats, mainly on defense, though, when they did the repush on the June every single time, and it worked every single time, no matter what anybody tried to do against it.
Hit and Run, though, 4 IS7s, 1277, double CS63. And yeah, Tango double Mino, 1 CS, 1 S-Conk, double 277, 160 TP. So Hit and Run actually very mobile, especially since they have those double CSs that could be boosting the IS7s if they choose to do so. We'll have to see what exactly they are choosing to do. I believe we've seen this kind of strategy by Hit and Run before, sending 277 double CS towards the south, sending quadruple IS7 towards the middle, who do get spotted immediately, though, by Lucan.
Do immediately get spotted out by Lucan coming across, but for Tango, they have the perfect setup for this Gihan. They have these double Minotauros that have been pushed up by the 277, the S-Skunk as well. Everything to hold this northern side. But it's a too prone attack, though, from Hit and Run. It's not a cap number 2 play, Gihan. Look at these tanks in the sound, the double CS, the 277, even with Grousers zooming, turning almost faster than a medium.
Exactly, the 277 there, Heavium. I think we are in medium territory here. We do see how fast that 277 gets into position. This is catastrophic almost, you could say, for the side of Tango here. Lucan completely getting caught out, getting caught with his pants down even in that CS63. The Minotauro now hurrying, trying to go into position against that CS, against that 277. Kubash taking some damage for this, though. But the IS7s from that sideline, you can tell exactly what Hit and Run's game plan is. The IS7s just suppress the Minotauro. He can't even go close towards the cap, and this means that Tango now, they need to push on towards the IS7s.
Yeah, but they don't even have the number available right now. I mean, look, you have Reaction, Infinity, Crazy War, and Verbi. That's a 4v4. Minero's already establishing a more of a bit of a crossfire. Marcel and Piotr realize that this is not really a fight they have to be too worried about. The Mino will be the biggest annoyance, though, but even him, they could potentially kill. I think they will start rolling backwards now, though, because of the threat of the Mino. But this is not really a push that Tango can make, IMO. It's just a stalemate. Look at the rotations in the meantime.
Sir Jacob, meanwhile, on the other side, losing the trades with the Minotauro, and we can already see the rotation coming in from the 277 and the CS of Kubash and Never. They're just going to cover their IS7s, and at one point in time, even if they want, they can just send someone on towards the 1-cap and then just once again let the angles work for themselves. Hit and Run on their attack of Sand River have so far put a chokehold on towards Tango. They're not putting cap pressure, but it is a looming threat at the moment, and like the CS, it could even completely rotate around and then put crossfire onto Verbi here. This is picture perfect gameplay tactical wise by Hit and Run so far.
I don't know, when I'm looking at the minimap, Mr. Panda's position doesn't seem to be super great either. He's not behind that rock, he's a bit more forward, and he's taking shots for that as well. Not sure. Look, more damage taken. I mean, you can see it on the minimap. He's kind of out in the open. Kihan, he's down towards 11 HP. I mean, there's the hold-on position at 8. He kind of missed that, and now Verbi getting countered by Kulash. Takes one from the side there, but Mr. Panda, man, not sure what that was in that S-Skunk, but the price has been paid. 11 HP, and HE will do the job. He was, I really don't know what to say.
Yeah, he's now trying to look towards that CS63 that obviously has... Yeah, that is the angles from the IS-7s basically working against him. Now Infinity coming to the same position, thinking he has to do something. Monster obviously sees that and now starts running. He doesn't want to play that 1v2. That is now a 1v1. The Minotauro taken out of the picture by a sniper from somewhere else on the map. Kubash now looking for that 1v1. We can see the HE not connecting here on towards the S-Conk, but obviously the CS will try again soon as Vervi in the Minotauro, the next one to fall. This HE, though, does the job. Mr. Panda out of the game, and Tango probably out of the tournament soon.
Probably out of the tournament soon indeed, because this is just looking rather bad for the boys of Tango. I'd say this is a tactical masterpiece from Hit and Run, really just predicting every and all positions that Tango wanted to play, forcing them into this complete and utter round chokehold where even if Mr. Panda doesn't make the misplay, I don't think it matters. They would just slowly creep up the A line again, crossfire, the Mino, Crazy Warren, no, not Crazy Warren. Jacob and the Mino would also not be really useful on 9-0 line because of the angles of the I-7. I think this was over after the first 45 seconds of the game.
Yeah, Hit and Run now with a hard counter towards what Tango were doing. And I think a lot of teams are probably taking notes right now as towards this tactic. Because the way that Tango approached this match, it was never, ever going to win against what Hit and Run was doing. So, absolutely, you called it a tactical masterpiece. I agree with that assessment. It just looked clean, it looked good, it looked solid. There were no misplays being done by Hit and Run. The rotations were absolutely on point. And, yeah, deserved scoreline 4-1. So insane just knowing it. But honestly, it could have been 4-0. It could have been Toxic being the one to be correct.
Yeah, but that would have been not just. They always had that. Was it the first time?
I mean, yeah. Let's have a look, though, at the battle results screen, and we do see Sir Jacob just not having an impact, just the angles working against him, unable to do anything really. And Mr. Panda, yeah, he did a bad peak, losing a lot of HP during that, but in the end, just the conviction with which the team of Hit and Run executed at the start of the game, just taking every single position right from the get-go. That was scary to see. W are probably going to be watching this because they are the next ones to fight Hit and Run here. W are going to be watching this, be like, oh no, that's not the Hit and Run we played against in match number, I believe it was even match number 1 or 2 of the tournament. So it's going to be a rematch in the lower bracket finals, but Hit and Run, that was a statement, I would say. Now, though, I think it's time for the statements of our analysts to tell us even more in-depth about what we just saw. Toxic Insane, take it away, guys.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And yes, Toxic, Hit and Run is gonna get the chance to take their revenge against W because they took the victory in what a fashion, 4-1 against Tango, that we have to say goodbye to.
And the rounds looked really, really convincing. If they, from both sides, though, to be honest, it could have been 4-0. I could have gotten my prediction correct, but Hit and Run didn't quite want to make it so easy for me. However, talking of stuff that isn't really easy, their next opponent is W. They faced them before this tournament and lost 4-0, so that's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, W is that team that can beat everyone, I would say, but at the same time that can lose against some underdogs. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they prepared for hit and run, because they are a team that does prepare a lot. Didn't really work out against All Poor in the winners bracket finals, but they will get another shot to stay alive in the tournament against hit and run and get the chance to play against All Poor in the grand finals. That being said, Toxic, we should probably take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened between hit and run and Tango. A very good performance from hit and run, starting on step. They were on the defense and Tango was on the attack, and it looked good for the side of Tango, but we can see that hit and run, they found the weakness afterwards, and it was pretty much that S-Kong isolated in the zero line.
Yeah, the opening really not bad from Tango. They had a very fair chance of winning this. It's the details that tell the bigger story though, and one of the details was leaving the S-Kong at F0, as you just mentioned. Being able to be overpushed by hit and run there, kinda losing the game for them. If you just rotated back a bit towards like the K line, K7 to K0, all of these positions would have been fine, to be honest. This would have painted a different story and maybe even would have shifted the entire match into a different direction, because, you know, once you get that momentum, it's kind of hard to stop it, and they just gave it up pretty easily here to hit and run.
Yeah, there's also the 60p C6, C7 that was very committed, and hit and run, they accepted to lose Piotr at A3, the 60p to take down that 1 in return, afterwards pushing down the 9-0 and forcing Tango into pushing over the north, but they had great positions to counter that one, so they will be left with 4 tanks alive at the end of that defense. Good stuff by the Polish team.
Yeah, I mean, Jay just showed that even in very hard to read situations, they are able to find that little weakness that is provided by most teams and are able to capitalize upon it. And this push looks very scary, not gonna lie. You have Mr. Panda in this side in an S-Kong who's just constantly farming and farming and farming. Never doesn't really like that fact, I would say. And though it's a hard commit to play, I feel like it's the correct one to make for them.
I mean, Tango was very splitted. They had around 4 tanks over the base 2, but they had 3 tanks completely out of the fight, and you can see that Jacob is making the mistake to be very slow on the rotation, and you can see that hit and run is just moving as a train, and they're gonna take down the tanks from Tango one by one. First of all, Crazy War in the S-Kong, and then next up Reaction, forcing Tango into a desperate repush. Meanwhile, Sir Jacob is still not there yet.
I feel like a crucial difference in this game was that Never actually managed to get one more shot onto Reaction, making a one-shot for Marcel, which otherwise would have meant that he can take a shot from both Marcel and also Conrad in the IS-7, which would have meant he got like 3 to 4 more shots out, which would have told another story. But, I mean, this is how it happened, and Tango has to deal with it, and they weren't really able to do that due to the slow rotations, especially from Sir Jacob in this instance. And great stuff, hit and run again, finding a weakness and capitalizing upon it.
I mean, it's good to start 2-0 on step, because it's a very 1-1-ish map. Next up on Himmels, they were going for a very aggressive defense. I mean, Tango was going for a very aggressive defense, and it was pretty good because they managed to cut off guard Piotr in the IS-4. They were also on time to get the decap. So I have to say that on that one, Tango was far in front, but hit and run managed to make it close at the end.
Yeah, hit and run really not with the greatest opening here, kind of getting caught off guard in some situations here. You have the E100 fighting 1v1 versus the 60TP towards the H8 position, which also he does lose, so that's a good plus for hit and run, because having that tank in the later game means you will be able to provide crossfire. Sadly for hit and run, you have a lot of bounces in this push here, which was really awkward to watch. Never bounced on the BZ, I think 2 or 3 times. Which is also, that stuff at this level, that's the differences between the teams winning or losing a game.
Very made a mistake though to go all the way around over A8 instead of going straight into the fight. He's a 705A, he's a slow and he's tanky, he's there to take the hits. And you know, those small mistakes at the end of the day, maybe just costing Tango. They were very lucky that Reaction managed to get the kill on Monster, and Luckin traded well against Neva, because you will see that Mr. Panda is gonna drop, and it was basically a 3v 3v2 situation in favor, 2v2, sorry, in favor of hit and run position-wise, but Tango was still on the defense.
A great positioning, though, you have to say, from the E100 of hit and run. Getting actually that shot onto Mr. Panda, killing him. In the end, it didn't quite make the difference. Lucan able to pick up the shot here with an HE round, actually, and spelling disaster for hit and run, dropping that round to Tango, and actually going on to probably 1-1 on Himmelsdorf, as they will be the defender.
Well, hit and run with a good aggression all around, 60 TPIs for E5, catching the 50B of reaction, and you could see that Tango was definitely not expecting that. Position-wise, they got completely surrounded. Verve is going to be the next one, and you could see the 60P and the E5 from Tango. They were way too slow to actually join that fight from the north.
Yeah, as we just saw, they're not the greatest reaction. Both in the ways of a tactic, also in the terms of performance from an individual player in this match, which, I mean, you have a 4000 HP advantage, all of the tanks are really just in a brawl, you have a gun advantage, HP advantage, your positions are arguably even better, so for Tango this run was pretty much over, and they can, to be honest, already focus on the next match. Because Hit and Run now has 3 match points on their hands, which is very hard situation to come back from.
What's interesting also to mention is that you have the feeling that Hit and Run is just playing better as a team. They split less. They want to have those 7 tanks committed together to actually take those balls, because they're really good in terms of coordination, communication. That was the case in that Himmels. They had 7 tanks actually committed into that fight. Meanwhile, Tango had 2 tanks coming down from the hill. But next up on Sand River, the last round in that match, there is a great opening from the side of Hit and Run, actually managing to completely surprise Tango with this initial 277 push by the CS, lucky in dropping low, Minotauro joining but being slow also in that position, and you will see that afterwards Hit and Run, they're gonna slow down, they're gonna freeze, and they're gonna take the full map control. They're gonna also punish all of those mistakes from Tango, just like what Mr. Panda did in his positioning with the S-Conk.
Yeah, I love this match from the start of Hit and Run. This was really textbook. They studied what Tango does in Sand River rounds. Usually they instantly countered. It was like 50 seconds and they had already like 3/4 of the map controlled. They managed to take advantage of every single misplay that Tango makes. Really great stuff. This is what we are here to see, and I love for Hit and Run to be able to show off this after, you know, having such a hard debut in this tournament, dropping 0-4, still coming back and showing, okay, this is the team that we actually are, and this is the team that we want to be, and we are able to, you know, just stomp teams that are supposed to be really good.
I think that it's good that W managed to trigger their ego a bit in the winners bracket with that upset with them losing 4-0. Because the team we have seen yesterday and today in the losers bracket has been performing on the level we expect them to be, and well, W is probably gonna have a hard time against them afterwards, but I think that they probably prepared some specific tactics for them.
I hope so, because I even said this yesterday already. This is the match that I was looking forward to probably the most, probably even more than the grand final, because supposedly Hit and Run is the better team, and supposedly we thought that in the match number 4.
Yep.
But they got stumped 0-4, your ego is badly hurt by this team, and you have to somehow come back and now prove that this is just a one-off, and you are actually able to deliver on the performance that people expect from you.
Yeah, well, that's the next match of the day, the finals of the losers bracket. That's also going to be a BO7. It's going to be W against Hit and Run, and we might have the community predictions and the team lineup to see exactly what our teams composed about. But Hit and Run being that strong Polish team with Mantus from Ukraine, but he's been playing with them for a while, and then you have W, which is a mix of all of those very talented players that want to prove themselves and actually get some victories in those tournaments.
I feel like for W this is even more important than for Hit and Run probably. Not in the way of this tournament specifically, but in the long run, because winning here versus Hit and Run would actually establish you as, you know, a team that is actually on the same level as Hit and Run and as Opur, and that's a statement to make, to be able to actually crack that barrier and get up there with the top 1 teams.
Yeah, there is W is Frugo, one of the most invested in Creative FC lately. Ali, White Rock, Anas, Dutch Bard, Barkis. I mean, all of those players, Lip, Itox, Uzek, all those players are pretty solid, pretty competitive. So that's a very interesting match coming up. And also, what's interesting to mention is the community prediction, 55% for W.
I mean, it's understandable. You know, they did win 4-0. Nobody can really take that from them. So I see where the people predicting are coming from. I feel like it's going to be a really close match as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see either of the teams win here. Before actually going into that match, though, I think we have an announcement to make, don't we?
Yeah, we have an announcement because in 1 month we're going to be covering the next 15v15 tournaments. The Clan Showdown on November 11th, 12th, back for some 15v15 action. What do you think about that? We had some great showing in the last one with actually W having a lineup in 15v15 Inville, of course. I mean, all poor hit and run, those players tend to play together in 15v15.
Yeah, I feel like also in Clan Showdown, though, the top team's kind of shaken up a bit. We have seen some other teams win recently, and if this trend continues, I would love to see, you know, more diversity towards the top 1 teams than we probably had for the last couple years. We had a lot of Polish dominance, and actually coming back to like different teams winning it is really great to see and makes the matches all the more exciting to watch.
Yeah, definitely. We also will get the chance to see Aura, the German team, back, because they sadly didn't manage to make it in that WoT7 tournament. That being said, we can also probably take a look again at the NA brackets, because that will have the finals of the losers bracket from EU. But after that, we also have some NA matches to cover, Toxic. The first one being the finals of the losers bracket, Escalate against Bears. And I have to say that both of those teams yesterday didn't have the greatest performance.
They definitely didn't. However, you know, looking at the matches that we have seen in previous tournaments from these teams, I do expect Bears to come out ahead just ever so slightly in that match, because for European teams, and Escalate being a team with a lot of European players, it's hard to adapt to the meta. NA is a bit slower. On average, the games are like 10 to 15% slower. So it's not quite what you want to be playing as a European team. So I feel like Bears might just have the edge there.
Okay, I'll get to see that later, but just before that, this is the finals of the losers bracket of EU. W against Hit and Run. Is W capable of taking the victory to get a chance to play against Oppo in the grand finals? Is Hit and Run gonna take his revenge and get to the grand finals against their Polish friends? We'll get to see that shortly, but just before that, we have to hear what our casters have to say to introduce the next match of the day, the Pick and Bans. You're inside, we want to hear it. Guys, please take it away.
All right, well, hello and welcome back here with beautiful Ducky and I believe you should be able to hear me now, but I think the stream heard me for the entire time. We are indeed here at the lower bracket finals for the MillionPugs WoT7 and number 13. It's going to be a rematch of what we saw in the upper bracket. It's going to be a W against Hit and Run, which we saw last match.
No, I think W is a better team than Tango anyways, and we already saw them really handed to Hit and Run once again.
Exactly, that wasn't a pretty sight if you're a Hit and Run fanboy. Now though, Hit and Run have picked up the pace because the past match also wasn't a pretty sight if you were a Tango fanboy. W coming into this match under their captain, under Frugo, and they do have the player skill to back it up. Ali, Dutchbird, Lup, Uzek, Itox, Barkis, Whitey, and Hannes to complete the lineup. Although, have we seen Hannes here in the playoffs?
No, he hasn't played at all. I think he's benched.
I mean, if you bench someone from the W team, best it be Hannes, because he's going to be the loudest one cheering from that bench. But yeah, on the other hand, obviously, we do have the team of Hit and Run coming in under Monster, and I don't think any of the players here need an introduction. It's just, you know, firm handshakes and good players all around on the team of Hit and Run. The live pick ban has been completed, and we are left with the following maps: Mines and Morovanka being taken out, Himmels and Proko being played. Himmels, very, very curious pick, I believe, by W, after they just saw what Hit and Run did to Tango there. Prokorovka also.
Did 2-0 Hit and Run on it,
though. Yeah, they did 2-0 Hit and Run on it. We'll have to see if they are able to repeat that feat, because I don't think it's an easy one. W, seeing what Hit and Run though did on Sand River, opting out of that map. Cliff, map number 3 here, in between Hit and Run and W. Then Steps and Ghost Town being taken out. Tundra, possible tiebreaker. Will we get to it? I am not sure. I personally don't think so, after what we just saw.
Between these two, I think we'll get to Cliff.
We'll get to Cliff, but not to Tundra, I don't think.
No, I think one of the two will win in regular.
Yeah. Personally, I think we saw a different Hit and Run today and yesterday than we did see on day 1, where they lost in a really bad fashion against W. And it's kind of the story of the game. Like, once again, I think during the past tournaments, we sort of doubted W against Hit and Run. And I think all the casters' predictions went Hit and Run's way, but then it was W taking it, only losing against Opur, I believe. But yeah, I'm still gonna go with Hit and Run victory here, because yeah, they did lose in the upper bracket, but in the lower bracket they've just shown a different face.
A different face indeed, but gotta take into account they also played against a less experienced team than W. W is no stranger to this part of the tournament. They are probably a better tactical team than Tango as well. So as good as Hit and Run was, they had opportunities to lose rounds. They have lost the Himmels. They should have lost the Steps as well. Tactic for tactic. There should have been at least 2 rounds for Tango there. So I'd say there's definitely room for W to be performing in this one. It really, again, depends on the start of the match. If Hit and Run can pick up another 2-0, then the ball gets rolling, and you know that such a team is hard to stop when it does. However, if W gets the ball rolling early, we saw Hit and Run already lose to them 4-0, so...
Yeah, exactly. And I think what we saw in that match was essentially Hit and Run just completely crumbling at the end. It didn't even look like they wanted to be there anymore. Today, I think they'll be trying to pick this one up to get into the finals, to pick up the cash prize, to pick up the spot in the Winter Invitational, all of that kind of stuff, and obviously to get more training. I think that is what most of it is about for that team of Hit and Run here. Just more training, more exposure, more tournament experience, even though they are super experienced, but can never have enough. There is such a thing as overtraining, but I don't think when it comes to experience.
Will we probably perform? Biggest question. I believe in them. I think we're a bit too much on the Hit and Run train here. Not really giving credit to W, who had a good showing throughout the tournament so far, and yesterday against Opor had opportunities to take more rounds. Some small failures there costing them a longer progression in that match. Morovanka comes to mind, where miscommunication led to them not being able to decap. So I think we should be looking at a close match.
So let's see, caster predictions, and 3 of us being very impressed by what Hit and Run just showed us in the match before. Both Toxic and I going with a 4-2, and saying going with a 4-3, so saying it'll go to tiebreaker. But all of us saying Hit and Run will take it, whereas you are saying W are a different kind of beast than Tango, definitely. And they are going to secure it in regular time. 4-2, your prediction. We're going to see. I think if one of the teams starts running away with it, they won't stop. Other than that, I actually feel like they're pretty evenly matched.
Pretty evenly matched indeed, but prediction-wise, Gian, you don't say that. You say 4-2 for Hit and Run. Evenly matched would be tiebreaker.
I feel like maybe, you know, the first 2 maps are going to be even, and then one team is going to do the 2-0 on map number 3. I don't know. Somehow, I didn't take a look at the script, so I don't know what's going to happen, but I feel like that is a very, very likely outcome. Yeah. We are waiting currently for the first round to get started here, though. Hit and Run, they were able to warm up, I would say, against Tango, if you can call it that. And the team of W, they're kind of starting cold into this one. Personally, I feel like, getting a quick 4-1 and then directly going into your next match is probably even preferable.
Yeah, of course. You want to win it as quickly as possible, reveal as little of your hidden strats as you want to, and move on. But I don't think that's going to be the case between.
We'll have to wait and see here. Tango is obviously not going to be holding back anything, and I think even for Hit and Run, they do want to make it into those finals to secure their spot in the December tournament. And yeah, for both of those teams here, the stakes are actually kind of high, considering what is on the table as the rewards for winning this game. It is quite an important one, and yeah, I think the lineups that we should be seeing shortly are going to reveal more of that. The thing is, W now saw the strats that Hit and Run used against Tango in those Himmelsdorf rounds, and now the mind games begin. Does Hit and Run pick the same tanks, and do they do the same thing again, or do they pick the same tanks and do something different with them, or do they pick other tanks and do something entirely unseen yet? This deep into an event like this, usually teams start running low on new strats and they tend to default back to what worked. But yeah, all of that being said and done, lower bracket finals of the WoT7 Hit and Run coming into this one with double 60 TP monster once again in that E100, 1 IS4, 1 IS7, 1 mouse, 1 E5.
25 versus W, singular E5, 1277, triple mouse, and IS7 and a 60p. So a lot of mouses available here for W.
A lot of mouses, a lot of HP available for W. Both teams with 7 heavy tanks, so no CS shenanigans, no BZs either. And we'll have to wait and see what the teams actually do, how they approach this one. Hit and Run sending Conrad towards the 2-cap to be spotting the hill approach. Everyone else getting diverted towards the rails, towards the 1, 2, 3 lines. And for W, it's actually going to be the same thing, sending everyone over the K line towards the 1, 2.
Sending everybody over the K line towards the 1, 2, so it's going to be a big clash there. So Ali and Frugo do make it past the I7 unspotted. Barkis will not, but now Ali Frugo being spotted out by that E100 of Monster. Just sees them zoom past him, and it's going to be a big brawl here on the K-line. But you got to remember, these mouses are going to take a long time to get into the fight. A good shot there from Conrad on the crossing delivers a beautiful shot onto the side of one of those. Frugo and Ali now realizing they're in a little bit of trouble. They don't really want to get caught out. Good shot from Lip, good retaliation from Monster. Even trades there. Kubash not connecting on towards Ali actually, on Frugo actually, so Frugo they're getting the better, and so far W making some really good trades.
Yeah, good trades by the team of W, but everyone now getting pulled towards the fray by either team. And right now, W with the 3k HP advantage, those triple mouses really coming in clutch here. Conrad not really in the game yet. And as soon as Uzek and Itox start arriving here on the K-line, I think the push will get called as Conrad and Piotr, both of them still out of the game. W doing a really good job of trying to make Piotr a non-factor in that IS7 as they do the engage, but Bark is taking tremendous amounts of punishment.
Yeah, Piotr now coming from behind wants to get involved into this fight as W is just taking everything and anything to get to pushing. Ali even gonna ram Mineros to make him a one-shot, then sure, yeah, Barkis will fall, but it's gonna be a trade. Mineros is gonna die in return for this. He's being sandwiched in between. Ali still has to shut it down as Uzek takes a truckload of damage in that mouse. Now the focus shifting on towards Never in that 60 TP. A good shot from Marcel to pick up Uzek. Right rock with the small ram, makes him a one-shot. Lip falling on the offside because he stayed a little bit too long with Frugo getting over-focused on Monster, which ended up being a mistake. Kubash is a one-shot though for this, and Ali looking for the finish, and a beautiful shot from him will pick him up. A 3v3 with an HP lead for the side of W though.
3v3, and now Hit and Run trying to pull off the engage once again onto towards those very, very high HP tanks by W. Monster, though, getting picked up. 3 versus 2 situation. Itox has to curry to get back into this fight, but I think the HP advantage is going to carry W over this one as Piotr takes one to the back by White Rock here. Itox trying to come into this game. White Rock starting to move in between Piotr and Ali, actually, as he tries to shield his teammate here, and Itox now coming from the back lines is probably going to secure it here. The ram kill even by Ali as the enemy i7 gets pushed on towards him, and now only Conrad left. W is storming into this matchup here. It's going to be 1-0 against Hit and Run.
Yeah, the flames there from Conrad, indicating that he's on fire, just not in the way that he would want to be. And W there, they have no fear, man. They drive 1-2 and they make that repush. And honestly, I think if Lip and Frugo don't get baited by Monster, because Monster dropped to like about 1000 HP, they were like, maybe we can kill Monster. They actually didn't kill him. They got crossfired back and they lost those 2 relatively free after. They may have done some initial damage, but if they took all of the guns just on 1-2, this would have been even less close than it was already. It wasn't really close.
Yeah, it wasn't really close, and I think the mouse just showing why it does get picked here. Not only because of the amount of damage that White Rock did here, but the mouse just passively contributes so much HP that the enemy team has to go through that it's simply impossible to win engagements like this. Like W started off with such an advantage in terms of numbers and HP in that fight that the opposing team wasn't really able to do a whole lot. Also, the fact that essentially the IS-7 and the tank that was supposed to get collapsed upon by W, that those two were out of the fight, with Conrad just not being in there when he was needed. W just doing a good job, seeing that, hey, we can take this Southwestern engagement. What is Hit and Run gonna do? Well, not a whole lot. Like, yes, it's going to be a shootout, it's going to be bloody, it's going to be messy, but if we focus fire well, which they did, then we're going to win that engagement.
Good stuff from W. Exactly what they needed in this match as well. Stop that hit and run momentum coming out of the last one. Immediately putting it in their faces like, hey, what's up, boys? We're here to play. 1-0 for W. Moving on to the second round of Himmelsdorf. I think teams in general prefer playing defense a little bit on Himmels nowadays. Just because there's a lot of good control strats out there now that really make it hard on the attacker. And W, yeah, man, they're just happy. You know, they're just chilling. They come into the first match, first round.
And they sort of made it look easy. Like, yeah, it was not, it was not close in the sense of that they were always going to win if there weren't any skill issues manifesting themselves when it came to penetrating enemy tanks. But everyone just did what they were supposed to: focus fire, penetrating all their shots, bringing the HP into the fight. It was just good stuff all around by W. Already manifesting themselves as currently being a lot better than the team of Tango that we just saw lose against Hit and Run. Yeah, and this team cohesion that we didn't see by Tango, firmly there for the team of W, and now Hit and Run. For them, it's starting to become apparent that this is indeed a different kind of beast.
Indeed, a different kind of beast for them. And they're going to have to play really, really well here to bring it to this W team. I think, like I said, we should really not give so little credit to them. They are a top 3 team, in my opinion, now that has a lot of potential to win a WoT7.
Opor obviously going to have a say in that matter as well. That being said, though, Hit and Run coming into round number 2, trying to put the first point on the board. It's going to be 60 TP times 2 for them. E100, double Ice 4, double E5.
5 indeed, to finish it up versus the double E5 from W as well, the double mouse, the I7, the IS4, and the 60 TP.
All right, so all in all, once again, 14 heavy tanks being picked by the two teams here. We'll have to wait how exactly the defender is going to split here, as we do see Uzek and Itox in the mouse and the 60 TP respectively getting sent towards that 2-cap. That doesn't really see a lot of attention in terms of numbers recently by the defending teams that we do see, and everyone else going towards 1, 2, 3 line, the IS-7 being split off in towards G. That is Ali. And for a hit and run, once again, 5 tanks over the hill, IS-4 and E100 in towards the 8 line. We did see this strat already. We did see it fail already.
Yeah, we saw it earlier from getting beaten by Tango, but even that was close. But W not that aggressive as Tango. Yeah, and they are a bit slower.
Yeah, Itox now peeking in towards the 8 line. I do believe Piotr was spotted already, and they do exchange spots. So everything that W sees currently is sort of the same thing that they saw already. Good shot by Piotr into Itox here. Once again, I think Cupola of the 60 TP not holding up. And already the tanks by hit and run starting to cascade down the hill, but the W tanks actually not really in position to capitalize upon this. Yuzek there with a good shot in towards the IS-4, but this should spell to Itox that he certainly needs to bail.
Yeah, Itox will bail, but he will take one more from Piotr before he gets out. So 2 shots from Piotr for free against that 60p. Itox will make it around the corner. He'll make it into the courtyard as well. But there is an E100 waiting for him though, so that's going to be a little annoying for him there. See, takes one more, now dropped to about half HP. A good shot from Monster, waited for it, and got the connection. And now Hit and Run has their setup though. They have what they wanted, which is that cap pressure. Good shot there against Never from Yuzek again, shooting. They will have to reset at some point.
They will indeed have to reset, but the angles are currently covered. If Yuzek drives in, there is going to be the humongous problem of him just getting collapsed upon, focused out, and killed. Bark is there also starting to drive towards the courtyard.
Wait,
there are
resets, reset
though.
Maneros?
I think he did with an HG.
No,
not
he just
entirely
bent
sure.
Mouse big enough from the window to shoot Kubash as well, or was it just Maneros?
We'll have to see, as Yuzek is actually coming in here, taking a shot of damage by Yuzek in that mouse, and Loop actually getting pulled close here. Meanwhile, though, the hit and run train starting to roll through the 8 line, but Itox there with a good connection into Conrad. Barkis and Frugo scattering to the winds here, trying to provide crossfire on towards the tanks. Hit and run now actually trailing 5k in HP. This tactic here really starting to fall apart for them.
Yeah, that reset from White Rock in the mouse from that G6 window really made so much pressure be relieved from the side of W, and they were able to just find those pickings. Like, sure, Hit and Run starts to repush the south, but they leave the singular Kubash behind. He gets pushed upon. Now Hit and Run is trying to find the overmatch as Bark is down towards the one shot, but in return, W not letting go of the pressure either. Like, sure, White Rock is getting pushed upon, and Barkis is having to face in a 1v1 who he's actually going to win, because I think Marcel bounced, but in return, look at W just running over Piotr like a wave of yellow tanks, just finishing off one after the other. Monster is actually the first one to fall, but it's not going to last much longer for Piotr in this one either, as Lip from the side with 95 does what it does best, making those DPM shots, killing off one-shots. Moneros now in a whole world of loneliness as the rest of his team is dying, and W, unbelievably enough, they have not done it once, they have done it twice, that they 2-0 hit and run on Himmelsdorf. And even with the setup that Hit and Run had, which was the one that they were going for, W with all of the answers to this story.
Yeah, exactly. W with a beautiful round number 2 here. 5 tanks still alive, 6.5k HP still in the game for them, and it is going to be 2 for W, 0 for Hit and Run that do not manage to find a way into this match currently. And I do agree, those reset shots on towards the cap, they were just the thing that basically made Hit and Run having to do something, but they didn't find the answers. They didn't find the enemy tanks to collapse upon, which is once again where W was doing a beautiful job of positioning individually, but also tactical wise. So good stuff by them. And this is also reflected in the post-battle results screen, where we see that, you know, the damage spread actually for the team of W, not really huge. And for the side of Hit and Run, we do see that, you know, some tanks just struggle to have an impact.
Yeah, Kubash being left by himself on that cap, while the lowest damage dealer on the W team is Ali with 2k, which is already a pretty high number for the least amount of damage on the team. So all around, good spread from W, just really, really good. But the reset from Mytrock there took away all the pressure, put Hit and Run in a position where they had to repush, and not working out, man.
yeah, it's not working out for them currently. Himmelsdorf 2-0 the way of W. I personally did not really see that coming in that fashion, at least. And now we are, I mean, that was W's pick. So they said, like, hey, we really have Himmelsdorf figured out, and you got to give it to them. Look good. Hit and run. Now it's their map pick, and I mean, they do need to get something going here.
But hopefully, best of 7, one more round for W, match point, man. And we talked about it before. I think as much as W can, as much as Hit and Run can steamroll off of, you know, winning 2 rounds in the beginning, get that momentum flowing, as much as I think that they may run into a bit of an issue with the fact that they lost these 2 in terms of the general mood and atmosphere that maybe.
Yeah, and the fact also, like, is still lingering in the room in between both of those teams that, you know, they met before, and, well, Hit and Run kind of had a very bad time during that meeting. It was one of those uncomfortable ones, I think, where only one person speaks and the other ones all have to listen. And yeah, Hit and Run getting relegated to the lower bracket. Maybe W can do it twice here to relegate them completely out of the tournament.
We had
would be...
a listen in with Hit and Run. So they're moved by the amount of keywords.
Oh yeah,
per minute.
Are you saying the KPM would be very high in the in the Hit and Run team currently?
The KPMs would be pretty high.
Yeah, on the other hand, I mean, gotta give it to W. They're just playing solid, good World of Tanks right now. Strats wise, and also on an individual level, every single tank showing up. That is also crucial, you know, if you have a round where the lowest damage dealer is at 2k, that means every single player is playing well, is playing good on positioning, is playing good on you know, crosshair placement, if you want to call it that. Hit and Run, it's up to them now to, you know, step it up a notch, to show us what they're actually made of. Because I think so far, the decisions on a tactical level have been lackluster.
I agree. And it's not good for them that it is going in this way.
Maybe Prokhorovka can be, you know, a ray of hope for the team of Hit and Run, though, simply because it's a completely different kind of map compared towards Himmelsdorf. It's very open, and we've seen time and time again players from Hit and Run just, you know, being very well versed in how to use a spotting system there, how to react. They almost seem to have like a 6th or a 7th sense even when to do what. Maybe the medium tanks here going to be the playmakers for the team of Hit and Run, and indeed double CS coming in for that team here that's trying to find the first round in this matchup. Then 1E5 and quadruple IS7.
And quadruple IS7 against W's triple IS7, an S-Kunk, an E5, and double CS63. So both these lineups pretty evenly matched. I mean, just the difference between the IS7 and the S-Kunk.
And yeah, you're basically trading a bit of defensive hull down potential, I would say, in the case of the IS7, in favor of a better gun with higher DPM, but you sacrifice a lot of turret armor for it. For W, we see a very aggressive opening towards the middle, sending triple IS7, CS, and S-Kong towards middle. Only Barkis left behind together with Ali here. And for the side of Hit and Run, we see Monster in that CS trying to get initial information. Currently getting the S-Kong, but also taking a shot here immediately from the CS of Barkis, I think.
Yeah, the Barkis gets a good shot there. Gets even a second shot as well. Whiterock now already starting to clear 1-2. Barkis hasn't seen the CSI-7. Now he has, though. That should tell Whiterock to push down 1-2 as quickly as possible. Never on the move, even. Gives a big one to Barkis, who takes one more, I think, from the middle of the map. And Hit and Run doing kind of what they did on Sand River against Tango, just putting that quick surround on the guns of W, who are now trying to fall back to more defensive positions. But the biggest issue for them is they still have to clear 1-2 if they want to make this work.
they do have to clear 1-2, and now Minairos driving up towards H1 here. Actually, in that E5 is starting to deliver fire on towards Ali in that S-Kong. Even White Rock getting spotted in that CS, and we can see hit and run just once again, like Sand River, putting a chokehold. Ali there trying to drive over in his E5. Takes another one from the middle, from the over-peaking IS-7s. This is actually not what they wanted here. Ali now starting to try to focus out Kubosh, but in the meantime, hit and run over-peaking the middle completely, losing a lot of HP for that though, but Ali down towards one shot. Instead, it's going to be Kubosh the first one to fall.
Yeah, they want to try and pick up this A6 pressure, and Ali is trying to even go for the face hug against Never. I don't know if he's going to reach it on time. No, Piotr actually from the middle picks it up. Never is then able to give his shot to Barkis, who's not going to win this 1v1 unless he has a little bit of support coming in, and it's Piotr from the middle that's currently holding this game for hit and run. Another shot coming out from Piotr on towards the back of Barkis. White Rock now coming as another CS to push this position of Never. He does get the roll. 402 needs one more to shut down this IS-7, but not before he takes a lot of damage in return for this as well. He actually bounces. That is horrendous here for White Rock. He needed to pen that as quickly as possible. Not other bounce from White Rock. He does nothing in this scenario as Mineros gets the ignite on Itox on the runaway, and hit and run on Prokhorovka. One seems to be doing it all as their very quick aggression catching W off guard.
Yeah, catching W off guard, and those missed shots there on the IS-7 just breaking the back of the team of W here in this first round of Prokhorovka. Hit and run finally showing up in this match, showing what they're made of. Signature controlled aggression coming out from those in-mill players here that do demonstrate immediately that once they're in the driver's seat of a round, they will not stop. They will not give you anything to work with. Hit and run with a good round number 3 finally showing up.
Finally showing up in a spectacular fashion as well, and I think W had an opportunity there to potentially win it if White Rock was a bit eager to come back to help Ali and Barkis to clean up that lead. Could have then continued over the rails themselves. Then I could see it work, but now Ali Barkis falling and then White Rock coming in by himself, doesn't get the pen. Monster comes in at the right timing, shuts it down. I think that was the end of the round.
Yeah, exactly. And now I think we can take a short look at the battle results screen. And we do see that Itox didn't have the best of rounds here in his IS-7. The damage spread also not as good as we saw before in that round here. 5-4-2 in the IS-7. Obviously, he's probably not gonna run stabs on Prokhorovka even. So the gun is kind of yucky. But yeah, 838. Something went horribly wrong also for White Rock in that CS. And yes, they did get that initial damage on Monster, but basically the team of Hit and Run doing a good job of basically sort of, spreading that initial damage onto tanks that were not getting committed into the brawl after.
But they're really doing a good job. Especially with that IS-7.
Exactly. So good stuff by the team of Hit and Run finally on their own map pick. That is, I think, important to mention that Himmelsdorf, it was actually W selecting it, even though you could kind of consider it to be one of the signature maps of Hit and Run. Maybe not any longer. Maybe the end of an era there. But at least on their own map pick of Prokhorovka showing up. Now they've got to do it all, though. They have to repeat this to even make it even.
Yeah, and if they can't do that, they're still looking at match point. This was a very good opening from them. Very, very strong opening from them. It really put W in this round. And I think W even then could have broken of it. But they would have made all the right moves. It's really hard to make all the right moves when they pick in this early. And you don't really see a way forward.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, now the maps, or the sides rather, will get switched. Meaning that now it will be actually W attacking, and we all know that on Prokhorovka, the defense side, if you try to hard camp it, against good teams, and I think we are watching two very, very good teams battling it out currently, it doesn't really work, which leads me to believe that W, they are going to try to play some, sorry, not W, that Hit and Run are going to play some sort of very aggressive defense. With those, it's always a gamble, though, because problem there can be that you just run into an enemy that is very well set up to receive.
Very well set up to receive, and to be honest, Hit and Run is now defending, but we have seen them play pretty aggressive on that as well.
Yeah, map video now playing, indicating we will not have to wait much longer until the round actually does get started. So far, I mean, if we think back the first 2 rounds here, W just completely demolishing, wiping the floor with the team of Hit and Run. Now, though, round number 3 actually showcasing weaknesses. And I think the problem here for Hit and Run was that there were actually ways into this game. There were actually ways how to punish, but they sort of negated them themselves.
Yeah. All in all, though, I'm pretty proud of W, nonetheless, of what they've shown so far. Let's see what they can show on their attack. They're bringing an SCRV, SCS, an E5, an S-Conk, and triple IS-7.
And for Hit and Run, meanwhile, it's going to be the double IS-7, double S-Conk, and triple CS. So a very fast lineup here coming out from Hit and Run with the IS-7s. There is always the possibility to boost those into some kind of position. That is something that W will have to respect moving forward. Are they going to do it, though? Remains the question. It looks like it. It looks like Never and Conrad are going to be boosted by Kubash and Monster respectively, and we might see a quick double-pronged or dual-pronged attack through 5-6 and 1-2 line, but what is really left there by the team of W? Not a lot. They are very focused on towards the 8-9-0 line, which might come to hurt them because the IS-7 and the SCRV, both of those don't really have a lot to spot for them even.
They don't have a lot to spot for them indeed, but they're really quick down 1-2, and honestly, Kihan, with just an IS-7 and an SCRV and no spot, I think this is Hit and Run having just a beautiful counter to what the boys from W want to do. I mean, they are going to reach this SCRV, and I don't know, this is looking like a disaster.
This is indeed looking like a disaster for the team of W. Maybe Ali can still evacuate. I don't think he'll be able to, as Never the first one to get focused out, to get focused down. But obviously Kubash is now going to drive towards that SUV. Ali does get spotted. This is just very, very good from start to finish. Kubash just saying, Ali, get out of my game. Get out of my lobby. Never, yes, he's going to fall. But this is just beautiful by Hit and Run, who get the first kill, who will get the second. Never there. Does get picked up by Luke. Loop, but it's a disaster for W.
Yeah, they have to push even through the mid-on towards these S-Conks. That's the only way for W back into this game. They have to take everything they have, push onto Marcel. They're doing that right now. Frugo leading the charge. They still have the issue that Piotr is just farming from the back lines. And look at Mineros already immediately doing a very good move, which is to re-establish that hold-on position. And it's just W getting outplayed at this moment in time. Wonderful stuff from the boys from Hit and Run. They're just plowing down 1-2. There was nothing to stop him, man, because W wanted to go over the hill very quickly, which means they had no CS info whatsoever on 1-2, and not enough tanks to hold it either way.
Yeah, the opening by Hit and Run just completely, destroying what W was trying to do. Frugo there in his IS-7, the next one to fall. And Hit and Run, it was kind of a blind all-in strategy, but sometimes, and we do see it here, those just work. I think tactic for tactic, Hit and Run never loses this round. Good stuff by them. It's even surprising that, W are able to get a complete tank out in the 1-2 line with Never there. So good shooting by them, but it's not going to remedy the fact that opening-wise, it was just never going to help them. Hit and Run, after going down 2-0 on Himmelsdorf, are sweeping back into this match. It's going to be 2-0 on Prokhorovka, making it 2-2, all even.
Yeah, 2 times here in a row, they do a very quick and aggressive move, and it just catches W off guard. On Prokhorovka round 1, it was also a quick aggressive move over the 6-0 line. This time it was 1-2 line. W not prepared for it whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, Hit and Run after Himmelsdorf not really second-guessing themselves. Because even if you think about that first round on Himmelsdorf, where they were driving into into the 1-2 line as defenders. They were trying to be very, very aggressive as the defenders moving forward, and they're just keeping that up. And whereas it didn't work on Himmelsdorf here, it just worked out completely.
Yeah, Skunk's having a good time. Just tactical superiority from Hit and Run in these 2 rounds. Not much else to say about it. Like, it's just lost from the beginning from W. They were trying to make an aggressive opening as well, but one through the 0 line, which takes longer. They were going straight. You know, if they were going straight, they would have been able to swing onto the S-Kunks in the mid immediately. But like this, they were always 2 steps behind.
Yeah, 2, even 3 steps, maybe even the whole staircase. That being said, at the end of Prokhorovka and Himmelsdorf, it is 2-2. And now we are moving into what might be the last map here, Cliff. And historically, Hit and Run have shown that they are a very, very good Cliff team. For W, on the other hand, I think they had some issues yesterday. Where, for example, Frugo did get caught out in his BZ in the middle there a bit. I think that was against Opur, but on the other hand, you could say that issues like that are easily fixable. So we'll have to see, because I think W, they sort of took yesterday's match against Opur, where honestly they got kind of schooled, as an opportunity to learn from it. And to not make mistakes like this in the future. We'll see if they were able to fix those. And after having seen Himmelsdorf go 2-0 and Proko go 2-0, I'm not sure what to expect anymore moving into Cliff.
Don't know. 1-1 tiebreaker?
I wouldn't mind, actually. I wouldn't mind. Because so far, the rounds that the teams won were very decisive all around, but I think it was mostly down to the tactics being played. We didn't see any absolute crazy standout performances. Any single player just whipping out the wheelbarrow, just carrying their team completely. No, it was mostly tactic over tactic, which is what. Sort of, I think Hit and Run wants more than the team of W, because, they really strive with those aggressive openings, trying to create a controlled environment of chaos, I would say, just because they think they have the better team cohesion. And W, they want to take it a bit slower, let the angles work, let their prepared tactics kick in. Cliff, a very fast map where immediately you have to take the angles. So possibly even favoring Hit and Run a bit here?
Yeah, I would say so. I think the initial aggressive tactics are very important, but so are the reactions. And so far, we've seen 2 very aggressive tactics from Hit and Run just work wonderfully, which could be a trend to continue into Cliff.
I think we even did see some rounds in between W and Hit and Run. I'm not sure on day 1 if we saw Cliff in between those, both of those, but we did certainly see Cliff in between a team that Hit and Run knows very well, Opur. So they will have studied what happened there, both of those teams. I guess hopefully soon that the lineups will tell us more about what's going to happen. The question obviously being how many BZs is each team gonna bring on Cliff. This package of Alpha and Mobility. Just one that is almost unbeatable right now as an offering, as Hit and Run gonna come into Cliff in this what is now a best of 3. 150B, then triple BZ, double I7, and a CS.
And the CS to run that off against W's 50B, 4 BZs, and double CS. So Hit and Run has done extra heavy versus W's extra medium, right?
Exactly, so a bit of mobility traded in for a bit of extra survivability with those IS-7s here that can obviously get boosted, but there's only 1 CS of Monster to do that, as we do see the split of W coming into effect, sending 1 CS and double BZ towards the lower side with the 50B to back it up. On the other hand, double BZ and CS driving towards the middle, and Ali and Monster are probably going to exchange spots here. Both of them continue driving. Ali getting sent towards the stone here. Nothing connecting. Actually, one shot does. And now Ali has the problem that he's actually facing off against Marcel. But that one's down to 1100.
That one's down towards 1100, but it's still a CS versus an IS-7. That IS-7 is kind of annoying to pen, and Marcel trying to push out Ali, but I think Ali's playing a very good game of World of Tanks right now. And even the repush around the corner coming out on towards his guys, and Ali's pen ratio so far so good. Piotr there taking the brunt of the force. Barkis with the clip out as well. Ali in the meantime not connecting on towards Marcel, and actually Piotr with the last shot of his life gets one on towards Ali, which is going to mean that Marcel gets to live. A non-connection on towards the back of Piotr, who's now living for that ever so long more amount of time. Now White Rock coming from the top as well, and so far Hit and Run is bringing it home because of that superior pen ratio they have, because of the bounces that are coming out from the boys from W, who are again had a good situation, but they're falling to pieces just ever so slightly. Yet again a 4v5 now for the side of Hit and Run, and Marcel being alive is so annoying.
Marcel being alive is going to be the camel, the straw that breaks the camel's back, actually, as Bark is being sent there in the 50B to kill him. Not even gonna roll Marcel. Insult to injury as he gets shut up, shot down, sent to the garage. It's only White Rock and Loop remaining in this matchup here. That Hit and Run just on an individual level here wins 2 one-shots on their side remaining. Yes, one of them was unfortunate rolls, but the pen rates bringing it home here for Hit and Run, and also the team cohesion, the team oversight. Basically, Marcel there on the lower side, probably screaming towards Piotr, hey, man, he just bounced, I need one more shot from you. Piotr delivered, and Marcel just there to bring it home. Ali, it's so annoying.
It's a CS against an IS-7 though.
Yeah, it's CS against an IS-7. Ali unable to penetrate the shots that he needed there. And even if he does, not entirely sure if they win it.
They do. They actually win it with Ali alive. No. They actually win it for sure. I'm pretty sure they would win it because there was a lot of stuff there, like a BZ bounce in the back of Piotr, Ali not surviving. He would do like 5 more shots in this game. It would be a difference maker, honestly.
Yeah, no, the other penetration ratios, Bark is there on the lower side, 7.75, 5.43. I mean, nothing too egregious, but that singular bounce by Ali on towards the IS-7 of Marcel really, really costing them. And I mean, the pen rates here on the side of Hit and Run, not perfect by a margin, but 50B, 12, 11, 10, that's better than 7.75. And yeah, Conrad there with the number of the devil just showing up 3.7k, 2 kills to his name. And you're going to be kicking yourselves if you're W in this scenario.
I mean, I would be kicking myself. They had everything going there for them for the longest time throughout that match. And yeah, I like the initial play of sending the CS there, but it didn't end up working at the end. But it's also just like the I-7 is really annoying to pen frontally if he's facing you. You need to get around the side. It's all not that easy, to be honest.
Yeah, and also you have to wonder, what if one of the W tanks that are facing off against Piotr just prevent him from shooting Ali? What happens then? Then Ali wins his one-on-one. And all of a sudden, the crossfire that you mentioned starts kicking.
Yeah, it'd be really annoying. And Barkis would have a better time as well. It could have been a lot different. Yeah.
Now, though, essentially what we're seeing right now is Hit and Run after going down 0-2 or 2-0, however you want to look at it. 3 rounds in a row. On match point, they just need one more to close it out. W, under pressure.
Under a lot of pressure. They went from being up 2-0 to now facing match point. That is a rather quick change of things that they probably did not expect.
And also probably didn't want to have come in their way this quickly or at all. And yeah, round number 6 here in between both of those teams might even spell the end for the team of W that entered this match with flying colors, actually, looking extremely, extremely alive, awake, aware on Himmelsdorf, and now Prokhorovka. I mean, it was a train wreck. And Cliff 1 was unfortunate.
Yeah, Cliff 1 was indeed unfortunate, but at the end of the day, Hit and Run played it really well. They did not, so that is also to take into account. I mean, Hit and Run didn't make any mistakes in that game.
Exactly. And World of Tanks, you know, if you don't make as many mistakes as your opponent, you're most likely going to win. Hit and Run trying to close it out in regular time, doing so with a 50B, triple BZ, double 277, and 1 CS.
Against W's 50B, triple BZ, IS7, and double CS63. W has it all to do here, man. Like, this would be a shame if they went down like this 4 consecutive rounds. At least bring it to tiebreaker.
We'll have to see if that is actually the case, as we're probably going to get the reveal soon on what the initial setups are going to be. And for Hit and Run, that's going to be 6 tanks towards the lower side, sending only Monster in that CS towards the upper. And for W, it's going to be only 2 tanks towards the lower, but they could send double CS over immediately. They have 1 IS7 on the lower with Loop. They have the 50B to back it up. Barkis getting sent over. No spots exchanged as of yet. Finally, the IS-7 does reveal itself. Good shot into Piotr, but that is a lot of tanks on the lower side. Barkis there taking the crossfire position immediately, but Ali needs to be very careful in that 50B not to take so much more damage. Does get tracked once, and the commit starting to come in by Hit and Run that are trying to come close with the BZs from the top side.
Yeah, but they have Mineros in their own kind of crossfire in that 50B from the back side, and already an HP advantage being generated here for the boys of Hit and Run, up a few thousand, but Monster currently out of the fight. Lip, they're trying to readjust, trying to get into a safe position. Mineros is having a bit of a better time than Ali did, because he does make it further away, which is going to be more annoying for them to deal with. The Ignite from Conrad Bark is fallen, and the dreams from W is starting to fall as well, ever so slightly. Mineros yet still alive as well. White Rock down towards the one shot behind that rock. Mineros is off of reload. Lip does find Marcel, but now comes the 50B of Mineros, picks up White Rock, and 4 tanks left standing from W, who look to lose 4 consecutive rounds against Hit and Run in this lower bracket. Another fire on Itox to add insult to injury. And yeah, Ali there probably overstayed a little bit. He was backing off, and then he stopped Ihan, but he should have kept going backwards, because Mineros, on the other hand, he got at least 2 clips.
Yeah, Mineros getting 2 clips here, securing the victory for Hit and Run. That did hesitate slightly upon seeing that singular IS-7, but upon seeing the 50B, they were like, alright guys, it's time to go on that 1-2 line. It's time to secure our spot in the grand finals of the MillionPugs WoT7 here, and it's also our time to secure our spot in the December tournament. Hit and Run, after going down 2-0, 4 consecutive rounds, you say, gigantic performance. It's going to be Polish festivities in the finals.
Yes, it will be Polish festivities. W, they're falling to pieces on both the cliffs. Could have said that they should have won one of them, but they had more to win in the first one than this one. Here again, Hit and Run, just a really good setup. The CS being annoying from the middle. The 50B of Mineros actually surviving. Ali dying long before that. I think in this case he did have to actually back off, as in turn around and back off to force them to go for Lip so he can do maximum amount of damage. But it's not just that. I mean, Barkis only gets to do 1 shot in this game, for example.
Yeah, exactly. And Barkis dying super early is also crucial. The problem there being that as soon as you have one of those medium tanks taken out of the game, immediately, that is a lot of your DPM gone. And you could see with those high alpha tanks, with those BZs, and also with those slow reloading tanks of the IS-7 there on the lower side, the team of W just had issues finishing off one-shots, taking guns out of the game. Whereas for the team of Hit and Run, they were just getting those kill shots in. with tanks that didn't have too much alpha. Like, yeah, the 50B, I mean, a bit low on damage, but the thing is, he only has like 400 alpha that he has to waste on one-shots. They only have 2 kills on the BZs that have high alpha, and the rest of the kills is actually on towards Piotr, who has 3. So yeah, in my opinion, Hit and Run just doing a very, very good job. Getting a bit lucky on cliff number 1, but in the end, it is going to be my prediction that is actually correct here. Hit and Run completely dominating rounds number 3 through 6. So congratulations for making it to the finals. But first of all, Ducky, I think it's time to hear what our analysts have to say. Toxic, insane. Let's hear it.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And W, they had a great start. They were 2-0 up after a good performance on Himmels, but then Hit and Run coming back in what a fashion. 4-0, a streak for them to take the victory over W that we have to say goodbye to. And it's going to be a Polish derby in the grand finals, Toxic.
I mean, this match was not quite what I expected. I expected more what Kian said before the match, actually, like 1-1 in the first jump, and then one team picks up the momentum and runs away with it. But having 3 maps and all 3 of them actually going 2-0 for one of the teams is very rare. It's sad for W to be on the losing end here. You know, they won, if you include match day number 1, 6 consecutive rounds versus Hit and Run. But it wasn't quite enough yet. However, very strong showing from them in this tournament. It was great to watch them play, and we'll be definitely seeing more of them in the future.
I feel like W had the momentum, and they definitely lost it on that first Prokhorovka round, because they were in front, if you remember, on that round. And if they would have won that, it would have been 3-0. Match point. Losing it actually got Hit and Run back on track, and definitely after that was a perfect streak. But we should probably have a look at the replays, Toxic, as we were starting on Immels. And Hit and Run, they had most of their tanks ready for this engagement over the 1-2 lines, but W, with some great focus fire and great team play, actually managing to make it.
This is a really good statement to make at the start of a match from W. Because a win is a win, yes, but a shootout win always just demonstrates that on a player basis you are, first of all, not afraid to play versus the enemy, and second of all, you're not just not afraid, you are capable of winning these shootouts. So great stuff from W to actually play this out and actually even choosing this strat for a first match, because I feel like it could have helped them in the long run. You already mentioned the first shook up on Prokhorovka was kind of what ruined this match for them. But the start was really, really solid.
Yeah, I mean, they went for that engagement. 7 tanks over the 1-2 lines. A lot of mice to actually have those HPs engage. And then on their defense, interesting position from White Rock. Very tall tank, the mouse actually getting a shot on Mineros. And you could see that Hit and Run a bit panicked after that. And they over-rotated, leaving Kubac alone. So Yusek and Lip could actually take him down. Perfect management from W. You could see at that point they were 3k, 4k HP up and forcing the Polish team into a rotation that they didn't really want to.
This looked like W was honestly just controlling the entire match. It felt like they had already shooken up Hit and Run enough for them to just kind of play their game, and Hit and Run has to go along with it, which is really what you want to have in a best of 7 series. It's just that they just weren't able to capitalize upon this momentum, and that's really, really sad, because it was mostly coming to the next match, those shots onto the IS-7 that really destroyed it. I think it was White Rock who had a stellar performance before. He bounced like 3 or 4 shots here and never in this dip. That's really what like killed their momentum, and also in the end cost them the entire match.
So yeah, on that round, it was looking okay for the side of W, and it could have gone their way, but you have to admit that those positions from hit and run were really good, like Mineros with this E5 actually constantly having some shots in the back, and Piotr that helped a lot on that 6-line engagement. You could see Balkis, Harley, there's Piotr in the back lines actually getting the shots done. So you had the feeling that W, they were in front HP-wise, but position-wise, the Polish team was doing great, and all of those few misses cost a lot to W, because at the end of the day, that's hit and run that got back on track on Prokhorovka.
Yeah, this boosts a lot of the confidence of hit and run again. And for W, it's like, well, we were ahead so much, and this match was looking pretty good. Then all of a sudden we lose. This can be really a deal breaker for the teams. I mean, hit and run instantly just, put their finger into the wound and said, okay, now we made them doubt themselves and we'll just push them and see what happens. And I mean, what happened is W got absolutely overrun by the force of hit and run. Ali going out in Jackafa fashion there, and really no chance to rotate in time for W.
Counter opening from the side of hit and run there. 2 tanks from W over the 1-2 lines, rest of their team mainly towards the hill. So that's bad judgment from the side of W, bad opening against what the Polish team did bring. They were expecting maybe some hill push, and that was a 1-2 line push instead. So that's the perfect tactic on the defense for the side of hit and run to get back to a 2-2 score line. And well, then on Cliff, I felt like they definitely had the momentum now.
Yeah, it's. I think I even said it backstage to you that now that hit and run has the momentum, I feel like it's gonna be really hard for W to come back. They did have the chance here if you keep a close eye on Marcel versus Ali.
Yeah,
this is actually what probably decided the match. If Ali killed Marcel here, W would have been able to secure the crossfire and probably win the shootout in the end. But great stuff from Marcel. He pushes him out so that Piotr can actually give Ali a shot, which sealed the deal here and allowed hit and run to actually have the advantageous positions in the shootout and in the end win it.
Yeah, not the easiest for Harley to get the connection on that I7 face Aging, and you will see right now he missed 2 in a row, allowing Marcel to stay alive, and you could see the forces from hit and run coming up from the top. Marcel staying alive the entire time, and at the end of the day the HPs were looking close, but Monster in his positions on the corner here doing a lot of damage with his CS, securing the victory for hit and run. That is getting just straight up match points against W, even though they were 2-0 down.
And at this point for W, I think it's just that the players get so nervous. You see Ali here making a slight mistake, being too far forward, allows them to be catched by the hit and run forces who, as you see, they decide to turn around and then just go for that 1-2 push, since that's basically 2 free tanks to catch. And that's really what allows hit and run to, take the series in the end. Very sad to see W go out. I would have loved to see them in the grand finals, making a top 2 appearance and grabbing some of that cash money that is available in these tournaments, but just not quite there yet.
It was not just Ali, it was also Lip that was very close in the front with his IS-7, and honestly if that 50B and IS-7 were a bit more in the back and managed to get their damage done without the possibility for hit and run to push on them, W would not have the need to push down. They could have controlled the donuts, win the upper side against that CS alone, and it could have gone their way. So I have to say that even hit and run, even if hit and run won those 2 Cliff rounds with the slight changes, W could have taken the round before. We have mentioned if Ali would win that 1v1, that could have been a major difference, and that could have gone in their way at the very least to get to the tiebreaker, if not winning 4-2. But well, that's going to be hit and run moving into the grand finals against Opur. And now I think we're going to go back to NA, because we have the finals of the losers bracket to cover. Escalate against Bears. What do you think about that one?
I mean, I said it earlier today. I feel like the main issue for Escalate is being a core European team, is adapting to the meta that is quite different on NA. I pointed it out earlier, the NA matches tend to be 10 to 15% longer, so the playstyle is quite a bit different, and I feel like Bears just has the edge here over Escalate and will be able to take that best of 7 series.
as you talk about the team lineups, we can probably have a look at the community predictions and the players in each of them. Because you said that in Escalate, we have a lot of EU players like Attila, Silence, Hobbery, all of those guys. They have been evolving in some EU teams. In return, Bears is a very well-established teams from NA. So both of those teams with strong players, and the community going for Bears almost 60%. That's not surprising, I guess.
It's definitely not surprising. I would even probably go as far as giving Bears a couple more percentages here. If I had to put numbers on it, I would say like 65-35 maybe. So we will probably not have a 4-0 stomp from either of the teams. But I do see Bears come out ahead in this one.
Is it going to be Bears? It's going to be Escalate. We're going to find out soon. But just before that, we'll get the insight from our casters. Kian and Daki, we want to hear what you have to say about that one. Please take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back with both Daki and I. We are going to cover the first match of NA today. There is going to be one more. It's going to be the finals after the European ones, of course. But yeah, it's going to be Bears against Escalate. It's going to be interesting gameplay, I hope, moving forward. The Bears coming in under their captain Chase here. Muscles, Brain, Wallhacks, Drops, Octo, December, Major, Kenway, and Melly to round it off. What's your take on this?
Well, we saw them yesterday have hit or miss performances, to be honest. I'm not sure what caused the issues for them. But they did end up winning at the end of the day. But it wasn't the cleanest performance, was it?
Nah, it wasn't. And for the team of Escalate, we have Tigr as their captain, Attila, Silent, Dusan, Stuart, Citizen, Aubrey, Dua Lipa, Enjoyer, and Mr. Hood to round it off. By them as well. Yesterday performances that were interesting, to say the least.
Interesting to say the least. They could have done quite a bit better, IMO. I don't know why they struggled so much, but at the end of the day, they got to this point and anything could happen. Prokhorovka is the first map, and then Steps and Himmels. No Ghost Town again being banned. We've seen it once.
Yeah, teams on either server agreeing that Ghost Town is not a map they want to play. Maybe we'll get to see it later today, though, as after this match, this is the last best of 7 we're going to see. After that, it's going to be a best of 9s for the rest of the day. Possibly some teams gatekeeping strats even for the finals here. Prokhorovka and Steps, though, those might be two very slow maps.
It might be two very slow maps, but it could also be really quick. We saw Hit and Run already play Prokhorovka in a very, very, very quick fashion earlier. So that is something to look forward to.
Yeah, then again, Prokhorovka and Toxic said it, the NA server more likely. Not a server normally that likes to go for like super aggressive all-in strats on maps like Prokhorovka. Although yesterday on Tundra, we did see some all-ins right from the get-go. So I am kind of curious as to what our friends from across the pond are going to show to us today. The Bears here, long-standing and very, very proven team. I mean, Escalate as well. Very, very well known in the NA competitive community. Although quite some... Legionnaires, quite some support there from the EU server in the Escalate team.
Quite a few EU reinforcements, but are it the best EU reinforcements, Kian?
I don't want to answer that question before we have seen the match play out, because, if I say something, I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble.
Why do you prefer not to speak? Speak your mind, Kian.
Sometimes, if you don't have anything good to say, you don't say anything at all.
That's not very nice again.
But yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, maybe we see awesome performances by the players that obviously have to play with worse ping That is, I think, an issue we have to mention. Like, yeah, it's not unplayable. It's far from it. It's like going to be 110, 120, something like that. But it can be sometimes a competitive advantage, one that the EU players are giving willingly by participating there in the NA tournament. The Bears, very, very NA-centered team, though. Maybe, possibly, being a plus for them moving into this match.
It's also not Octo calling, by the way, for the Bears. It's Chase. That could explain a few things.
Yeah, I mean, Chase being the team captain as well, possibly why he opened the team this time by being the caller.
Yeah, Octo said that he's like, the first time in 3 years. He's warming up, learning a little bit. So that could explain some of the moves that we have seen, to be honest. Because a less experienced FC can happen to be in those issues. But between these two, it's of course a very important match, Kian. Not just for the finals, but also for future tournaments.
Exactly. The winner of this one is going towards the finals, which means they are qualifying for December. So stakes are pretty high in between the Bears and Escalate, and all of us saying it's going to be the Bears, not the smiling face once again today. Insane saying tiebreaker, all of us other people saying it's going to be 4-2.
It's going to be 4-2. I mean, we're all across on the Bears train. I think that also makes sense. They have just been the better team so far, I would say. As well, over Escalade, the more experienced team. They also play on better ping, All of that makes a difference, right?
Especially on a map like Prokhorovka, those long-range shots where you really have to take your aim, take your time, and lead the shots in towards the targets. It can be a difference maker. And I think the lineups are going to be revealed to us soonish. I think the round is about to be started. But yeah, we'll have to wait. We'll have to see how exactly the two teams approach this one. I think there is a little more that has to be said apart from, there is a team actually waiting in the finals, and that is called Smile. And so far in the North American bracket, they have proven to be a more than a competent foe for any team that they met.
Let's see, though, the first Prokhorovka, the kind of style that we're going to get between these two. They're missing their star player, of course, Anakin. Dua Lipa Enjoyer, not available. With him in the team, any team would have to be very careful.
Exactly. As I think we had some tech issues, but those should be sorted out now. So any second, the round will be started, and then the questions regarding the lineups should be answered. Prokhorovka, we've just seen it being played by Hit and Run. Because let's be honest, the opposing team W didn't really show up. So it was mostly Hit and Run playing Prokhorovka, playing it very, very aggressively. I don't think we'll be seeing this kind of aggression by either of those teams, because it takes actually a lot of team cohesion to pull it off. That being said, though, lineups-wise, the Bears trying to roar into this match. Triple I7 185, Double CS 63, and the SRV.
And the SRV to round it up versus Escalate's SRV. A bad Triple I7 and double 60 TP on Prokhorovka.
Double 60 TP indeed. As we roll into this one. And the Bears are defending, sending one CS and one I7 towards the middle. December in the I7 going to be chilling in that two-line position probably. Everyone else getting sent towards the east, and a lot more passive openings that we're seeing by either team.
Yeah, no quick plays here from either of these two. So far, on both the attack and the defense, just slow and steady wins the race, just splitting up across the map and making sure that all the angles are covered.
Exactly. Muscles there with the spotting run, not really getting a lot of information. or maybe the lack of information that he got, prompting him to drive somewhere else. Very notable, the setup that he actually has. It's not spotting focused, it's actually fighting focused. HP, Remmer, and I believe the third one was the stabilizer. Octobear, on the other hand, did get spotted out by Anakin. That's spotting in the bat chat from the lower side. I don't think Octobear can really engage Anakin, and that's an interesting position for the bat chat to take. I wonder which angles exactly he has from there, and now Octobear getting shot by Anakin, revealing himself stored with the ISM, with the possibility to punish once more onto the CS. Would reveal his position for doing that, though. Opts not to do.
Opts not to do this move, and Escalade is now starting to push down zero line. Okay, they have the STRV covering, they're sending Stored and Attila down. Citizen already taking some damage. Good connection there from Not Melee. 476 onto the side of that IS-7. So far, initial damage being taken, but there's the STRV, there's that powerful Swedish tank destroyer from the back, highly accurate, able to just give a few shots.
Yeah, and now Muscles here on that 1-2 line starting to drive forward. They realize that the pressure is on in the east and they need to generate some map control in the west here with that CS, opting to not even clear 1-2 deeply, just directly driving towards the ditch, starting to aim over towards that 60 TP, possibly even able to get shots in. And I like actually that the Bears are not trying this repush through the water that fails time and time again. Anakin, though, getting spotted out in that bat shot, taking one by Kenway. And they are going to start destroying his houses. Anakin probably sent there to be able to punish any kind of repush into the water. But that one's not happening. So he's actually paying dearly in HP currently.
Dearly in HP is what he is paying for in that bad shot, down towards 1.2, but still alive though. The biggest issue is for Escalade, they need to somehow find this IS-7 kill, right, on Not Melee. Not sure how they're going to achieve that right now, because the middle at E6 can shoot the IS-7 climbing. So right now, not the greatest positions for Escalade.
Not the greatest positions, and Muscles has actually passively taken now a lot of the map. December in the IS-7 is also getting sent here, and I think Escalade currently are realizing that they need to reshuffle a bit. The Batchat does get spotted out, and I think Aubrey just took a swing at Muscles, didn't connect though, and here Muscles with all the information they could ever want. A lot of the tanks by Escalade are in the southern position here. Anakin now starting to peek here though onto Muscles. Good connection, someone else. I think that was Silent there. The second one by Anakin not connecting either, and Muscles does make it over. 3 shots, not a connection by Anakin.
No, that Batcha not really getting too much out. Silent even repushing to take some map control back, but I think Muscles will be able to escape and then provide crossfire though.
He should be able to. HP currently neck and neck. Bears with the slight advantage, but not a whole lot, as Attila and Melee are facing off with those IS-7s. The Bears, though, currently in very, very good positions, having one cap firmly under control, but the 60 TP actually by Escalade just completely pushing over the open. Anakin re-pushing K-Line as well. Muscles kind of caught here.
Yeah, Muscles might actually get caught here. Silent with a big connection as well. 789 coming out from Silent on towards that.
Oh, the Batchat spotted though. That's huge.
Yeah, but can he get despotted, Kihan? That's the bigger question. Anakin now trying to put shots on towards Muscles, not connecting. Still spotted, actually. Silent picks it up, but Anakin definitely falling for this.
Anakin falling for this, and now all of a sudden Silent here, very far, very deep again in the western part of the map. Second ditch here, Aubrey obviously able to lay down fire from top of the hill here. Is it going to be enough though is the question. HP currently slightly in favor of Escalade, but that 60 TP is very deeply committed, as Kenway has pushed up here in his E5. Maybe the SRV will be able, out of render shots though, not connecting by Aubrey.
Not connecting by Aubrey indeed. But I don't know. This move, they found Muscles, but that's also all they really got. Like 1 CS for this. I mean, yeah, Wally took a lot of damage in that IS-7, but
yeah. December down towards a one-shot for the team of Bears. That is one of the possible angles of elimination for for Escalate, but the fact is that December is currently not in a position where he can really get collapsed upon. I mean, Silent also dead in his 60 TP. That is 2 prime assets removed from the team of Escalate that have also lost their medium, and now in comes the overpick over the middle, but Dusan not connecting onto Wally, and Citizen taking a shot by the SRV through the rails here, trying to stay up, but taking another one. I'm not sure I agree with his decision to stay up there.
Bro. I mean, it looks that way. The gun's pointing in the same direction. It's not really moving. The tank stops.
That might be a disconnect.
Yeah, that might just be a disconnect, and that is a disaster though for Escalate, because they could still do something in this round if it wasn't for that Dusan falling. Now they are finding not Melly. Citizen falls. HP wasn't that far away, Kian.
HP wasn't that far away, but to be honest, like the time here, I don't think that Escalate would have been able to like find the almost full HP CS, find the almost full HP or basically full HP SJRV. I don't think they make this in time. I mean, Kenway now driving in, he knows it's one already, the IS-7 there. Going into the facehug, and we highlighted it already, the E5 is a very, very annoying tank to play facehug again. I mean, yeah, you even see December trying to aim for the CS, does get eliminated completely though, and Aubrey in the SJRV trying to do what the tank actually initially was supposed to be, an MBT. It's not going to remedy the situation here. This is going to be a 1-0 for the Bears.
1-0 for the Bears indeed. They are able to make it work for them, and they hold on with their defensive posture. Looked a bit iffy there from Muscles. Maybe if Anakin connected more shells key hand on him, could have been something, but yeah, they lost both Anakin and Silent for that. Maybe Lowlands exhaust would have been enough to cross the K line.
Possibly, possibly. That was definitely disastrous to lose the Batchat in those positions. I mean, yeah, he did get one more shot onto the IS-7, but it's never worth to die there, especially since you're the only tank, the only medium tank for your team that's really still able to do something. Like, you need to keep that Batchat in the game, and as soon as I think he falls, and also like Silent and the 60 TP gets eliminated, I think that ends the game sort of right there. Like, even without the disconnect, I don't think that Escalate really had the abilities anymore to come back into the game.
No, the time left was a bigger issue actually overall. Chase there doing top damage in his SCRV. Good stuff by him. Yeah, they never really were able to kill that IS-7 of not Melee, right? And that was the biggest issue. Then they tried to repush Muscles, but the Batchat hit ratio, pen ratio, just not there for this.
Yeah, and the thing is that we see a lot of those Batchat players actually opting for the heat, even on those open maps where, you know, APCR might be, after all, the better choice. But the thing is, as soon as you start dipping into the clip, you can't really intuition to the other kinds of ammunition anymore, which, yeah, makes it very annoying to use. Then again, the Batchat being the prime asset that it is, it can essentially outspot CSs depending on the loadout that it runs. But as soon as you drop that stabilizer, I mean, we all know the gun is, I mean, not unusable, but
not the greatest.
Annoying. Yeah,
definitely not the greatest gun on the Batchat. I mean, it can be annoying. Close range, though, these players are going to be able to make it work. But once you get into that territory of sniping with the bat, it's not really quite as fun.
No, especially once you have the heat. It flies for an eternity, and then it, being the Batchat gun, it likes to hit where you don't aim.
It's unique.
It is a diva. It has been, but I think that
the Batchat pays for the whole circle. It's gonna hit the whole circle. All right.
Anyway, though, Bears 1, Escalate 0. So the favorites in this match here actually are getting the first W on the board. But obviously sides are now going to be switched. It's going to be Escalate defending here. And I mean, on the EU server, we've seen time and time again that the defending teams feel forced to do, or actually think that the aggressive opening is the better one. That wasn't really a super aggressive opening on the defense by the Bears.
No. Neither of these teams have been like, okay, let's be really aggressive here. They come into this match just feeling it out. Of course, the attacker has to make the move, which they did. But the Bears had the setup to deal with this. And they're going to be just very happy moving on. Pick up their defense. Now they have a chance to make it 2-0, get themselves ahead in this match. And potentially, I could see them do it, bring it home on this next attacking round.
I mean, best of 7. Early days still. So I don't think Escalate is going to be too worried as of yet. Yes, they had a bit of an unfortunate round, but no, they didn't look like they were getting completely stomped or anything like that. Round number 2 upcoming. Do you see Escalate doing an aggressive opening here?
Honestly, I think they're more likely the team that could do something aggressive on their defense than the Bears.
I mean, it remains to be seen. The lineups by either team are probably going to be revealing a lot of what's going to be happening. And we do see the Bears coming in with triple IS7, 1 S-Conk, double CS, and the Hori making its appearance.
The Hori making its appearance on Prokhorovka, a bit interesting, versus the CS, the S-Conk, the 277, and the double IS7, and the double 60 TP for Escalade again. They're big fans of the 60 TP.
60 TP obviously offering a pretty convincing package of high alpha and trollish armor. The mobility not really there, and the gun handling, well, let's not speak about that one. But here the CS boosting the 277 for Escalade towards the eastern part of the map. The IS7 sort of a bit behind. And for the side of Bears, we see 1 IS7 getting sent towards middle, 1 CS getting sent towards the left, and on the right side we see Muscles with a spotting run for wall hacks and chase in the IS7 and the Hori respectively.
In the meantime, though, Escalade a bit more of an aggressive opening, you could say. They are pressuring that 0 line almost immediately by the looks of things. The Hori does rock that nice 360 pen, though.
The Hori indeed rocking that 360 pen, and we can see the 60 TP getting spotted, but instead the Hori here opting to look towards shots onto the IS7. Does find the connection there. Good job by Chase. Obviously, now the position sort of revealed, but stored with that IS7, not looking to stop here, driving very, very deeply, and this is forcing Muscles into basically a K-line cross that might be very, very costly. The Hori not connecting on towards Aubrey. Muscles there with another connection, but I think he might be stuck.
Yeah, I don't think Muscles is making it out of this one, to be honest, Kihan. By the looks of things, he, this time around, will not be escaping, and the Hori taking a lot as well to the face. Chase, 758, Muscles, 77, and this aggressive opening for Escalade is paying dividend.
Yeah, the repush on the 1-2 line are starting to come into effect, but December in the middle there also got overpeaked. Very, very low HP. Escalate 17,000 remaining still. I would like for Attila to maybe even, evacuate out of the ditch, but then again, at this point in time, it probably stopped mattering. A minute or so even, starting with the counter push on towards the S-Conk of Kenway, who seems to be Amoracked and not able to repair it, as Aubrey here fancying himself a bit of the HP of Wallex as stored, able to pick up the Hori and Escalade. Yes, the round number 1 didn't really work out, but number 2, holy moly. They are schooling Bears here on their defense.
Yeah, this aggressive opening is just, it was really, really good over the hill. Catching the CS off guard, and then immediately after also finding the Hori, a lot of damage on him, and it's just beautiful from them. It's just an aggressive opening, kind of like Hit and Run did, and it just works. It just works when you do find your opponent in the positions they were in. And for Bears, man, they never even had an opportunity to set up in this round because they literally just got rolled.
Just got rolled here as Octobear bites the dust. And it is 4 tanks remaining here. Actually, it's getting closer than I thought it would, but there is no doubt in my mind, in anyone's mind, remaining who's going to pick it up. It's going to be Escalade and Prokhorovka. Round number 1 in between Bears and Escalade is going to get split.
it's gonna get split. But for the Bears, I think that's just a really annoying round to go through. You don't ever have an opportunity to do your attack the way you want it to do, because Escalate brings this defensive round. As a very aggressive one. Muscles this time around not being able to escape at all. But overall, I mean, this was a great opening from the boys from Escalade.
Yeah, and December, they're in the IS7, not really having a say about how the match went either, just getting completely overpeaked, just getting completely dunked upon with those 60 TPs that honestly had a very, very good time in that middle of the map, and you can see the damage spread. Yes, Store didn't really do a whole lot in that IS7, then again, he got pushed upon, so didn't really matter, but those 60 TPs in the middle, man, just working out beautifully.
Yeah, the 60Ps, in this case, hitting their shots, connecting, and bringing home the damage. Yeah, for Escalade, that's great. Honestly, it's such a, I mean, won't say a free win, but just tactically, they were so far ahead that it was like over after, again, 45 seconds.
Exactly, and it's kind of concerning that the Bears tactic that they probably had just got demolished by this simple moving down 7 line with one IS7 and simultaneously pushing hill. That looked too easy to be comfortable. Now, however, Prokhorovka being split, we are moving into the map pick of Escalate, and that is Steps. We have seen Steps a few times before here, mostly on the EU server, but it seemed to be like a map where the defender has a lot of options, a lot of opportunities available to them. The attacker, they need to come up with something. Bears defending first here, meaning we are looking at a possible 2-1 scoreline for them, but obviously Escalate picking it means they have something prepared.
I mean, you'd hope they have something prepared, right, Key?
I mean, it was Aubrey doing the pick and ban for Escalate, so I mean, it'll be better.
Aubrey just picks random numbers, bro. It's like, what map shall we play today? Steps. Why not?
Nah, you mean he goes into random picker and just throws the map pool into there, and then like, oh, I guess so.
Yes,
you know,
truly,
Jesus has decided.
Truly random. Unlike my games in World of Tanks, Kihan, I know you're pressing the funny button when I'm not looking.
The funny button only is available when you're playing E50M or 430U in Onslaught, you know.
That's a different kind of funny button.
You mean the big red one that I have under my table?
Yes.
It has the name Dakilzor on it.
Yes, the button.
I'm gonna confess.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm not surprised.
All right. Steps, though. Are we expecting faster gameplay than we had in round number 1 on Prokhorovka is the question.
No.
Simple question, simple answer.
Simple question, simple answer. I mean, no, I don't think so. Like I said before, I think if one of the two teams will do something aggressive, it is Escalate. Like on the defense, I think they're the more likely team to come out swinging on a round.
Do you think that's also down to basically Chase FCing for the Bears and maybe not being as...
I think it's down to the fact that they have Aubrey in the team.
Okay.
He has RuneScape to get to, bro. Like, quicker than...
Well, we will see if Aubrey picking Steps means he is going to be fully in control of that one, or if the Bears are able to dig themselves in on their Steps defense here. I believe we won't have long to wait until at least the lineups are going to be revealed to us here. Yeah, Steps. I mean, it is a very slow map most of the time. Let's see. Bears coming into this one. Double I7, Triple S Conk, one bad shot, and the Mino.
And the Mino versus the STRV, the Bacha 25T, the Quad I7, and the singular 60 TP for the side of Escalate.
So an STRV on the attack.
Yeah, it kind of says you're going 9-0 line, bro. At some point.
Well, the thing is that, the SJV could also be used on the one cap to like camo cap. But the thing is the S-Kongs could just be spamming HE there. The IS-7s don't even need to intuition because they're going to overmatch most of it. The Mino, same thing. Bad shot. Like it's 1 out of 7 tanks in the Bears lineup that doesn't have easy pens on the SJV.
Yeah, sure, but you'll never spot him anymore. When he goes to that zero line position, he knocks over like a few trees, and then afterwards he's very much chilling and is able to just sit there and farm, to be honest.
Yep. Now, Muscles here probably waiting for some timing. That one didn't happen, though, and we see him full damage dealing setup there, bringing stabs, vents, and the Copium IAU.
Can I tell you, I told you so? About line zero line?
Yep.
I told you
I
so.
guess. I guess the intentions of Escalate being telegraphed, and Aubrey playing Monsters Bush here, this time with the Batchat, though, does get the spots on towards wall hacks. So a little bit of information gained for Escalate. Meanwhile, the Bears can't be sure from where he's actually being spotted. And Chase there in the Mino waiting for a push currently. That's not looking like it's about to happen.
No, and it seems like everybody from Escalate is indeed doing the more obvious play, which is going towards 9-0 line, as they will probably pressure with the I-7s on the cab and then have the SCRV covering from behind.
Escalate here actually taking a bit of inspiration from what I believe... Was it Opur or was it Hit and Run yesterday? That basically didn't go the through 9 and 0 line, but instead going through outside. Now, though, the IS-7 getting spotted out, choosing not to commit to the cap. But that is a lot of information for the team of Bears that should or are probably going to react to this.
Yeah, they probably... most of the time when we see something like this, the team gets ready to just full dump on towards wall axis position. Stord and Anakin are now going. There's a lot of cover there, though, from the back. Wall axis actually running away. Gonna be there with a good shot as well. And that's going on towards Stord. Wall axis actually bailing from the position. This does mean that the cap has been established, has been started for the side of Escalate. It does cost them HP, but can they make it work? They have double cap pressure. They have the SCRV from behind. Already makes a shot. They have a 60p covering as well. This could be something for Escalate. It's a classic cap attempt. And now it depends on Dusan. Can he get the connections, man?
Can he get the connections is the question, as Kenway there against those IS-7 turrets not really having a good time. Anakin overpeaking does not get the connection either. December now moving a bit further in this IS-7. He's going to be the one that has to deliver the emergency resets, probably as soon as Kenway starts getting low on HP. On the other side, though, the Batchat starting a very, very long rotation. So Escalate not really putting all of their eggs into one basket here, as Aubrey with those long-range shots. With the APCR, actually, one connecting, the second one, two connecting.
Unbelievable, dude.
Going on the reload is Aubrey.
Actually connecting 2 shells from that distance with a Batchat, never seen before. He will be a nuisance in the side, though. They are kind of missing the 5-6 line spot, which they don't really seem to have when Chase and Bollax are flanking. Aubrey is normally the one that has to spot this, but they are not right now. However, Dusan should still be able to find connections on towards them, though. That's already that STRV coming in and immediately hitting the shot. He does get spotted, though. Dusan not properly covered. Ooh, Muscles, they're not connecting on the first. The second one does, though. Dusan, luckily enough for him, getting despotted and surviving. But honestly, Key, gotta say, though, should have been in complete coverage.
Yeah, the STRV not dying there is actually a pretty big issue for the team of Escalate. Also, what's important to mention is that Aubrey was on the reload. Now he is, once again, the one with the upper hand in this, 1v1 that's going on in between those Batchets. Also important to note, Aubrey actually has the HP set up, while, not Dusan, while Muscles does not. So Aubrey should be able to one-clip, but... yeah, we do see now the Batchat coming in with the first shot. The Ram coming in, but he's... Ooh, is he going to be able to one-clip is the question.
Yes,
the third shot connecting. Now that Ram coming in clutch. The fourth shot connecting. A lot of shots going into Muscles, but Aubrey doesn't want to deal with this one. Going on the side. There is no unflip mechanic in the training room, my dude.
Aubrey and the Bachelor getting caught by muscles they're not respecting. Dusan spotted again, actually, in the SRV. That is just a disaster. Not sure what's happening there. Wally is the one to pick it up. I don't know if Dusan didn't knock over the trees or what, but normally you shouldn't get spotted that easily in the SRV. So that's a disaster for Escalade, who are now trying to pull out of this surrounded position by pushing forward. But what are they pushing into? Getaway. Ooh, December! Armor-racking Anakin, sending him back into the pond where he should go swim. And the remainder of the Escalade tanks trying to do something here, but it's all over at this point in time.
It is all over, and you can't help but wonder what happens if Aubrey plays that 1v1 more careful, respecting that there might be a Batchat coming close towards him, also taking one more shot by someone else.
Doesn't look like the sun knocked over any trees, by the way, unless I'm blind.
That would indeed be very, very...
But look, you can see them on the
careful.
top side of your screen. Does any of them look knocked over?
So I just spent the last seconds of the training room checking, and there was exactly 2 trees felled out of all of those that are there.
Don't know. Normally you knock quite a bunch of them to get some coverage. They need the SRV to be alive, and they need Aubrey to control the Batchat of muscle, so you can't spot the SRV. Like, sure, Aubrey is farming towards the heavies, but he also needs to watch the middle. He needs to watch for the Batchat of muscles, because if muscles...
He needs to be respectful of the potential threat, and basically the Batchat there, he is going to time his approach. Like, he's going to wait until Aubrey shoots at least one, and then he's going to ask his own heavy tanks that are getting shot at to like pre-aim where the Batchat will be spotted, so he will be able to kill him in one clip. But like that, it ended up completely falling apart for the team of Escalade, who didn't even manage to take out a single tank. 7-0 the scoreline.
7-0 the scoreline indeed. I mean, it all falls apart when the SRV and the Bat don't have the necessary game impact. Muscles, I think, was initially spotting the SRV. That's why you always need to watch the middle, so he can indeed just sit there and farm. He wasn't able to do that.
Actually, it was just the Mino seeing it by himself. You see, there is no real assistance.
Then the Sun was really not playing the position well, to be honest.
Yeah.
Either not knocking over enough trees or not playing it well, one of the two.
Exactly. So round number 1 of steps. That is Escalade's pick, going the Bears way. And, well, we have to say that lacking preparation, I think, on the side of Escalade, paired with over-aggressive / uncareful gameplay by their players, I think is probably going to be the diagnosis here after round number 3.
Diagnosis skill issue.
That would be the short version, yes.
You gotta be honest as a doctor, Kian.
You mean delivering the bad news directly, like no talking around it.
Yeah, Kian, you have 10 left.
10 what?
9.
Yeah.
7, 6. Bye, Kian. There's a reason why you were so white yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
So, you took a quick self-tanning session before you came to the office this morning.
Those self-tanning products can actually be very, very helpful, I would recommend them. I mean, the thing you would probably recommend is other self-care products. I heard you have some sponsorships going there. The sponsorship we have going, though, is the one by MillionPugs. Once again, thank you very much, guys, for making all of this partly possible, actually. And, what the possibility is now is actually going to be that Bears are going to be putting themselves on towards a match point with this round number 4.
Possibly, Kian. Let's not say these kind of things before they've actually happened. But yeah, the Bears are in a prime position to take match point on the attack. Unless Escalade does something crazy again,
I mean, Steps defense being, I think, a very, very comfortable thing to play for most teams here. It's very rare that we actually see a team play Steps attack, and it puts the pressure immediately on towards the defending team. That being said, though, the Bears bringing a Leopard 1 to the table, together with a CS, an E5, an S-Conk, double IS-7, and the 60 TP.
versus Escalade's Batchad. Eskunk, Mouse, double I7, double 60 TP. Maybe Aubrey this time around has no Batchad against him, so he'll be fine.
Yeah, well, talking about the Leopard one, we saw it, I believe, yesterday being brought by W. Or the day before, not sure actually. It was Ali playing it, and it didn't have a good time.
They won that game.
They won that game, but I'm not a fan, regardless.
You're just a hater.
Well, call me a hater. You're probably correct about that one when it comes to Leopard 1s.
The Leo is a beautiful tank, Jan.
I do agree, especially with the Murney skin. It's one of the best looking tanks in the game.
It's just like some sales pitch. Find your own Murney skin on the Leo 1 in the premium shop right now for just $4.99. Enter the bonus code KEYHAND 20% off to get 20% off.
Exactly, as we do see here, Aubrey with the Batchat and the low noise exhaust. So he'll be able to probably outspot anyone, maybe with the exception of the Leopard 1. Octo and Wallhacks, they're very far pushed up though in the S-Conk and the IS-7 respectively, but Silent doesn't know that there might be more lurking. Actually, the CS getting spotted out, but Muscle's not taking a shot here, and I think Bears are about to spring into action here in this western part of the map because they think they have an overmatch, but I'm not sure they actually do.
No, right now it's a 4v4 at this moment in time. Melly on the move, connecting on towards Silent. Silent in return not retaliating, and this little IS-7 move is one that I like though. Wally and Melly actually singling out that singular 60 TP of Silent, who has been silenced in this round as he's forced to run away. But look at the rotations in H2, you find an E5 and a 60 TP who are now coming closer. Kenway December pushing up as well. So what was a 4v4 is essentially going to be a 7v4, v5, as even the Leo is starting to make its way over. And I think that's, for the Bears, is great because there is a mouse at E6.
Yeah, the mouse at E6 currently, what experts would call completely out of the game. A non-factor here.
What do you call a mouse in a field? A mouse.
Not sure. Mouse?
Yeah, correct, Jan. Good job. It wasn't such a hard question.
I was suspecting some kind of trap here. And, you know, Escalate kind of falling into their own trap as now the repush starts coming through. Anakin, the one to get collapsed upon. The repush kind of, you know, a little bit...
They gave Escalate time to set up, though. Like, the positions now are much better. Silent was able to pull back to a safety position. Wally coming around the corner. The Battering Ram, as he's been called before, takes a lot of damage immediately. Now on towards Anakin. They need to keep Wally alive, but they are not able to do that whatsoever. Attila immediately with the shutdown. And the Bears had an overmatch, Gian. But the time that they needed to rotate allowed Escalate to set up in better positions, fall back across the rails, and you can see the result of that.
Yeah, exactly. Wally there, the first one to fall, probably screaming for help, but no STB available to help him. And now the overpush coming in towards the B1 position, but Octobear once again very, very low. Attila is trying to pick it up here against 3 tanks that are literally pounding him from every single direction, but able to pick up Octobear and the HP. They do spell the story of the game. Finally, Aubrey there with the, from the backlines is going to be able to have a field day in that Batchat as well. 3k of the HP though out of the game still on that mouse, but with Aubrey finally able to open fire here, this one should be one in the bag.
Is it though? It's 5v3 right now, and I think Dusan just bounced. No, actually, he does find the kill on December, but Aubrey's on reload, and Citizen has all of the HP on the team here. If they can find Dusan, Kihan, I wouldn't say victory that quickly. Melly should be able to pick it off. Now Melly needs to go tank the mouse to the face, surround him, kind of like we saw yesterday as well from, I think, Smile. Just use the higher health tanks to run over the tanks, and I honestly don't think this is looking good for the Bears.
No. For the Bears, for Escalate actually, as Citizen, the next one to get focused out in his mouse. Aubrey, completely a non-factor currently, probably reloading in that Batchat as the mouse drops down to 983, as Melly there able to put another good connection. Aubrey there though from the sidelines able to pick it up as Citizen falls. The second shot by Aubrey connecting into the ISM, the third one does not, however. It went into the tracks, the fourth one connecting, but Aubrey about to go on cooldown is, as you would call it, Cadet. takes another shot here, and Chase with the Leopard 1 probably even has a HE loaded, not even sure, but he's going to be able to chase after that bad shot, as Chase indeed does his name proud, and it's going to be Melly to secure the match point for the Bears.
That looked a bit iffy there for a while. I mean, the fact that the mouse and the bat were out of the fight for a long time is really the difference maker here, because Escalade did fall back to really good defensive positions. But then, number of the guns in the game.
Number of the guns in the game, and if you're Escalade, you're gonna be kind of kicking yourself for having that mouse, like basically on the field, not contributing for such a long time. And yeah, it's a brutal round here if you're Escalade on your defense, but honestly, 8-7-3. I'm not sure I'm a big fan here either. But you have to say, like, I mean, maybe it wasn't the best push. It was kind of delayed by the Bears, but at least they did it with conviction. And that, in the end, netted them the game here, because they were able to just have more DPM in the fight that mattered. And you can see here the tanks that stayed alive the longest, 4.2, 4.8, 5.2k. That are humongous numbers.
Say sorry for hating on the Leo.
No, the CS did more damage. I'm not going to say sorry.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? I'm not going to say sorry. I still think the Leopard 1 is not a great pick.
As you can see, you can never argue with a Wargaming play. They always have to be right, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I think it's more me being German. I don't only like being right. I like
It's like double.
correct about
It's like
things.
double bad in that case.
Double trouble here. All right. So after Prokhorovka,
We'll see. I heard your new boss is the real ruler.
You might be correct about that one, as Prokhorovka was split 1-1 steps, going 2-0 the way of the Bears. And now we are in towards Himmelsdorf. What do we think about that one, Ducky?
I think Himmelsdorf is a city map, very interesting, and I think it might end there, actually. I think that last round will break Escalade.
Yeah, that last round, pretty brutal. Especially, for example, Citizen, I think, in that mouse. It's going to be so annoying for you when you hear, like, the communications on TeamSpeak and everything going on, and you're just out of the fight, and there's nothing you can do. You can just, press W and try to be a factor, but it doesn't help. That must be very, very frustrating.
Especially the way you just get shoved and you think you have all the positions to be able to deal with it, and pen rates, probably some positioning that wasn't really good coming into effect, not being able to focus fire out well, all of those things contributing to a loss. For Citizen, that's a very annoying game to play because you're just driving most of the time while your teammates are dying.
Yeah. We'll have to see if this left an impact on the mentality of the players of Escalade or not. For them now, it is do or die, literally, in the tournament. Losing one round would mean them exiting, and to be honest, like, it would be kind of in a bad way, because apart from the one Proco round where they really dominated, the Bears have kind of been dictating of how this match has been going.
Well, they dictate the pace here, though. I mean, Himmels is the map where you can make some crazy plays. That, I think, is a bonus for Escalade, to be honest. But the Bears only need one time to shut it down,
Exactly. So let's open the curtains for what might be the last round in between Escalade and the Bears here. As we do see the lineups, Bears, it's going to be 160 TP, it's going to be 1 E100, double mouse, double E5, and the Mino.
The Mino versus double mouse, an IS-7 and IS-4, an E100, and double 60 TP. Bears are heavy, Escalade is heavier.
Yeah, this match on the NA server with a lot of heavyweights in the tank pick department, at least. as I'm very curious what the actual HP is gonna be. Holy moly. Bears, 20,750. Escalate, 22,200.
22,000, yeah, 200. They're driving quite a few tanks over the hill. Seems to be probably a pincer. I mean, 8 line and 0 line by the looks of things at some point. Can the Bears hold it though? I mean, they're just waiting here. It should be a pincer at some point. But other opportunities they don't really have.
The thing is, obviously here, that both teams have brought such a heavy lineup that, you know, rotations are gonna take their sweet time. So as soon as the shootout happens somewhere, you, as a team, better hope that you have... Why did he just shoot there? You, as a team... Anyway, you as a team
Smoke
better
coverage.
hope that...
You
yeah,
shoot the rubble piles, so there's some smoke coming off of it, Kihan, so you can use it as cover. It's didn't you read the patch notes? It's World of Tanks 2.0, you know?
Aha. No, I must have missed those, actually.
Yeah, you must have been busy with other projects.
Interesting rotations, though, happening currently by the Bears, pulling back from that 1-2 line. And I think the most important thing for them moving forward is going to be being able to involve those double E5s into the fight with their DPM without them losing a lot of HP. Melee now giving up the spotting line on towards the 60 TPs, but it was actually another mouse holding it here. So the Bears starting to get some information. Attila gets a shot of damage, though.
Here comes the pincer that we talked about, though. Aubrey, Citizen, and Silent moving their way into the 8 line. Muscles getting spotted out. December getting spotted out as well. They are not spotted yet on this 8 line, though. They could find December here for relatively free. Muscles now spots out Aubrey. And I think December kind of realizes that he's in a bit of trouble. Muscles gets a good connection there, though, on towards that mouse. But the 60p of December, and even the 100 from Muscles, currently in a lot of trouble. December, you can see him run, but for Muscles, there's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide for the E100 of Muscles that gets dropped down towards 1500 HP. Make that 1000 as Aubrey with the body block is going to ensure Muscles does not run away down towards 52 HP, but the E5s actually from the back lines starting to have an impact as Muscles falls to the grave. And the Bears, they do see that they can't really repush here, so that is one unanswered kill. 7 versus 6, HP advantage still for Escalate.
Yeah, but the mouse is very committed of Kenway as well, though. Look at his position in this. He's very far forward. This is an aggressive stance from that mouse player, and it does provide a target to go onto if they want to for Escalate at some point.
The Minotauro of Chase here, meanwhile, side scraping against double 60 TP, having a pretty good time, and Kenway there also with the trade on towards the 60 TP, or actually the IS-7 of Anakin. And Octobear, the lingering threat here with that E5, hovering like a butterfly, stinging like a bee currently, must be careful not to come too close towards those super heavies while they are still heavy. Heavy with HP.
Yeah, no, Melly is in a bit of trouble there as well, because Attila will start the cap now. I mean, sure, we'll need to go side scrape against it. The Mino is still covering, though. If Attila goes for the speak, it's going to hurt. Yeah, there we go. That's actually not good from Attila. I thought he would just hold and force the mouse to come towards him so he can open the 60 TPs up. That shouldn't really take damage for that.
Yeah, and now Melee here with the HP advantage and also the alpha advantage. If Melee manages to trade, like shot for shot with the IS-4, he's going to win that engagement. Doesn't know if there's tanks behind him though. And now the double 60 TP being moved up. Good trade here by Attila though onto Melee, who doesn't manage to penetrate. And now the double 60 TP here moving in that 7 line. This is Escalate seeking the decision.
Escalate seeking the decision, but somehow they have traded so negative everywhere across the map that they're now in a lot of trouble. Attila here wants to face off against a mouse and a Minotauro. Not sure how that's going to go. Stored falling as well in the 60p. And the Bears, Crossfire seems to have worked in their favor. Also, I think the 60 DPs of Escalate have bounced quite a few shots so far. Attila falling there on the A-line, and the rest of his team seems to be fallen and can't get up.
Exactly. they are currently just being chewed alive and being spit out by the Bears here, who are 4,000 HP up at this point in time. One gun as well. December with the shutdown onto Aubrey. Does get killed himself, but it's not going to take away anything from the team of the Bears that have firmly set their sights on towards the grand finals. Escalate here, just getting schooled in 4 rounds after Escalate managed to get one on Proco, but that's going to be all she wrote. Bears are going to be the ones that are going to be facing Smile in the finals.
Yeah, Nocturne not even able to get Anna there, sadly, for the Bears, but the rest of his team, I mean, Wally and Trace are basically full HP versus the 2 left center from Escalade, and they lost at 7v6, man, with HP advantage.
Yep. I mean, the initial kill on towards Muscles in the E100, I really thought that Escalade was going to be able to get something going here, but the Bears just deeply entrenching with their positions, just having Octobear continuously from the sidelines be a nuisance, probably also getting Wally into the fight, providing a lot of DPM, a lot of cover fire was indeed extremely good for them. Chase now about to come off the long reload in his Minotauro, but it's going to be Kenway who's proving that he's just better. Taking Anakin out of the fight, and now Silent driving away. 1.5 minutes is the maximum that he has left in the WoT7.
Rolling away. He'll make it out one day. Oh, holding the angle. Cheeky angle. I mean,
cheeky angle. What about the Pika's advantage, though?
Starts off by killing Peeker's advantage. That only works with the... Actually, there is a Peeker's advantage in World of Tanks, and that's with buildings.
Yeah, and now here, Silent holding the angle. Very good kill shot, but is it going to be more moving forward is the question. As Wallhacks peeks, good shot by Silent into the E5, trying to angle, trying to wiggle. Both of those tanks staring at him, and it's going to be Chase who is staring him down as the Bears lock in the 4th point. They are going to lock in the victory. They're going to lock in the spot in the grand finals. And for Escalade, it's going to be back to the drawing board. That was Europe. Not back to Europe even. Yeah, they're going to be sent packing.
They have like 3 weeks to think about the decisions they've made.
Exactly. So let's take a look at the damage numbers, because with that amount of HP actually in the game, it's going to be a lot. And indeed, Kenway here, 5.8k. And on the other side, well, 60 TPs completely not working out. Together, not even being able to take out a singular tank on the enemy team. And yeah, on the other side, I mean, Muscles, he did get found, but even he was able to put 333, putting in 1700. I think probably some high rolls in there as well. Not that it would have mattered, but yeah, Kenway really stepping up.
Kenway is stepping up, and he was that very far forward mouse, that aggro mouse that I wasn't too sure how it was going to work out, but it then ended up working, and they did a good recovery to be 7v6 and still playing pretty up front, holding the angles, and really out-trading the boys from Escalade.
Yeah, out-trading on an individual level, and I also think that Octobear from the sidelines there with that E100, he was continuously putting in shots, and he was not only generating like more HP advantage for his team, he was also locking down a lot of the avenues of rotation that normally you would want to have as the team of Escalade. But that is going to be all she wrote for not only Escalade, but the two of us for the time being. Let's see what the analysts have to say before the 2 grand finals actually do happen. Insane, toxic. Let's see it.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Most of us expect Bears to take it, and we were actually correct because that was a convincing victory from their side, 4-1, and they're going to be meeting in the grand finals now. The team of Smile, we have to say goodbye to Escalate as it was the losers bracket, and now we have both finals that are set for EU and NA, the NA one being Smile against Bears. What do you think about that one?
It's a tough one, right? Because Bears looked really strong versus Escalate here. They had some mishaps here and there. The match probably should not have been a 4-1, but a 4-2, if we were to go by how strong the teams were. But on the other hand, Smile yesterday looked so convincing that I'm going to say if Smile shows up like they did yesterday, then Bears are going to have a really tough time.
I think that Smile was looking very solid yesterday, but it was also due to the fact that Escalate was definitely not on point. And Bears can probably give them a tough fight for the grand finals. They have a slight advantage. I want to remind that the teams coming from the winners brackets get the chance to pick a map straight and ban one straight, which is not the case from Bears. But we probably should now take a look at the replays to see what happened between Escalate and Bears. And well, we were starting on a Prokhorovka, and you could see that Bears was taking a lot of map control on their defense, and Anakin tried to go for some rotation with the Bacha to get the damage done, but he got spotted, and it actually gave Bears the edge on that round.
Gave them the edge. What I think also gave Bears the edge is we will see here, I think, the IS-7 from Escalate does seem to have a disconnect, which is very unfortunate. It's 2000 HPs down the drain. It would have been really hard to still pull this off due to the time limitations that they were facing anyways, but losing that IS-7 is definitely what sealed the deal and allowed Bears to go 1-0 up in this match.
I mean, it was 2 minutes left. They were on the attack. Bears, they were wanting up, so I don't think it would have mattered much, but still not the greatest to have happening, especially in the first round between those two teams. But next up we had Escalate on the defense, and they went for something very aggressive over the hill, and they actually caught Bears off guard. You could see Muscles try to reinforce the hill, but the timing was just wrong, and as he was trying to run, he got caught by Hobbery, Hanakin, and stalled. The triple tanks here from Escalate actually managing to get good damage on him, but also on the Ori. And then at that point, HP wise, position wise, this was pretty much over.
I think it's a bit funny that you can actually see the EU sentiment in the team of Escalate. You won't really ever see NA teams do an initiative push like this right at the start of the match. But it worked out great for Escalate. They caught Bears off guard, especially because that's not the meta you will usually face on an A. So great stuff from them, coming with an aggressive strat and actually coming back from that 1-0 and kind of showing that they have signs of life left in them and they do want to take some rounds here.
Yeah, you probably have a slower meta on NA with much more passive control-ish tactics. Good stuff from Escalate to go aggressive on that one. Sadly, it was the only one that they managed to win, the only round that they managed to win on that match. But next up on step, we had Escalate on the attack, Bears on the defense, and you could see that a few mistakes were made. The STRV getting spotted, and Aubrey not paying attention about the fact that Muscles would come up to 1v1 him and loading his clip into the I7. And well, Muscles gets a pretty good time then. Unloading is one to get the kill on Hobbery. Overall, Bears all the time in control on that defense, even a little jump at the ends. But yeah, good defense from the Bears.
Yeah, I mean, huge mistake from Aubrey there. Not only not to notice that the bad shot is coming, but also letting him ram him so he can one-clip him. And then also flipping. That's quite the series of events there from Aubrey, the Belgian superstar. Not quite able to deliver what we are used to them, which led to the loss of Escalate probably. I feel like they could have maybe won this if Aubrey was able to escape there with his life. However, that's not what happened, and Bears went on to go to their attack and play this kind of unorthodox 1-2 bush that we haven't seen in quite a while.
And first of all, Escalate is going aggressive for this base one, and then Bears is just regrouping to make that push up. And honestly, after those first shots exchange between those two teams, we had the feeling that Escalate was having it on their defense. They were up on HPs, they were not doing that bad position-wise. Even Hamakin managed to stay alive after all of those things going over him. So it was looking good, but you will see that those things from Escalate are too split at the end of the day, and the mouse is just too slow to reach the action there.
I mean, I feel like this is a whole throw still from Escalate. Yes, they did have the mouse out of the game, but also you could have slowed the match a bit down. I feel like you don't need to stay in the aggressive positions, especially since you know that you have the mouse out of the game. So not really well played here from Escalate, and it's a throw in the end. Bears deserves to get that round. So great stuff from them, going up 3-1, actually winning both rounds on this map. And then going on to a Himmelsdorf attack where it once again looked dire at the start for them, because Escalate being able to push this 8 line very much unspotted, very late spot from Muscles, and they basically have them cornered in and can do this pincer maneuver from the 8 line and the A line.
Yeah, I mean, Muscles didn't get the spot on time, and he's gonna go down in the courtyard, but afterwards, those things from Escalate, they were still in the banana, pretty locked, and they froze instead of moving in, and you could see that Bears managed to reposition to punish them, Hoppery dropping to a one-shot the E5 from Bears, actually having his 1v1 against the E100 of Escalate. So it was going great overall from Bears. You could see they have another match at the north against Attila. They have the E5 that has a good 1v1 against the E100, and well, around the D line it's also working in their favor because they are defending and they just take the damage on those Escalate tanks pushing. Just look at the HPs, 4k 5k HP up at that point. That was really well handled by Bears, even though they didn't have the greatest start.
Yeah, we have to give Bears huge credit actually. I mean, they dropped down to the lower bracket, I think in their first round instantly, versus who knows, they lost 4-2, and no, the team name is Who Knows. Just to clarify, I do actually know the team name. It's Who Knows, that is the team name. And then they managed to do this miracle run through the lower bracket and are now going to be facing Smile in the upper bracket final. However, before we go to that match, we have another match on the European server to introduce, which is going to be the grand final between the two Polish giants, being Opor and Hit and Run.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one we are waiting for. Opor against Hit and Run, and the community predictions going Opor's way. Not very surprising according to what we have seen from Opor so far. Very dominant in that WoT7, winning all of their winners bracket matches in a very good fashion. You can see this lineup with Ketsai, the leader. They know each other very well because they tend to play together in the 15v15 format, but that's definitely going to be an interesting one. We have Hit and Run. They have the momentum. They have been playing few rounds in a row, winning few rounds in a row. And Opor, they have been waiting in the winner's bracket for that match. So what's your take on it?
I mean, they have the momentum, but what Opor really has is the record to show in this tournament, right?
Yeah.
Opor played in total 9 games this tournament, in the playoff stage, that is, and they won 8 out of them. Whilst Hit and Run, they dropped a couple rounds here and there. They dropped 1 round versus Cashback. They dropped 4 rounds in their match 4 versus W. They dropped another 2 rounds versus Hit and Run. I think they even dropped a round versus Tango. So, I mean, that seems a bit shaky. And if you want to take on Opor, that supposedly is the best team currently, also according to the community predictions, you can't allow any mistakes, and if we see them not playing to their fullest potential, it's going to be definitely hard to beat Opor.
Well, that's the Polish Derby, our grand finals for that EU WoT7, MillionPugs WoT7 number 13. We're going to find out shortly who's going to take the victory. But just before that, to introduce that final match of the EU brackets, we're going to go back to the casters test to have the insight of our casters, the pick and bans, all the info you may want to hear. Please, guys, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back with both Ducky and I for the culmination of the EU WoT7 here. It's going to be Polish festivities in this final, but who is actually going to celebrate remains unanswered so far. Is it going to be Opur, that so far in this tournament have looked basically unbeatable? Or is it going to be Hit and Run? Both of those teams have won WoT7s in the past. Which one is it going to be this time? I think it's safe to say we have the two best teams currently on the EU server in the final.
Yeah, the two teams that also qualified for China, right? They did make it to the finals. They've had the longest preparation time so far out of all the teams. So it's a bit logical that they would be on the run up to their peak performances. But maps, Ghost Town actually being picked immediately as the very, very first map.
Yeah, Ghost Town, a map that we've seen so far once, and now Opur in the grand final. Basically, the reason why they are able to pick and ban a map here, just to quickly say that, is that they have gone through the upper bracket. They have so far not dropped a match, but they will also not have the possibility to drop a match. This is why they are being awarded or rewarded, however you want to look at, with first pick, first ban. It's going to be Ghost Town and a Prokhorovka removed. Then for the side of Hit and Run, they also get a pick and a ban here. It's going to be Cliff that's going to be played and Mines that's going to be avoided for Hit and Run. Then Himmelsdorf as a map number 3. I'm liking this map pool a lot already. Sand River, possible map number 4. Steps and Muravanka taken out, and then Tundra as the possible decider. Although in between both of those, not sure we're gonna get to Tundra because Opur just has looked so good, man.
They have indeed looked very solid, and I want to see if they can keep up this trend against Hit and Run. I believe in them. I think most of the predictions believe in them as well. We'll see that at a later point. I don't think we're getting to a tiebreaker between these two.
No, I don't think so either. I think it's gonna be the same story as the lower bracket final, is that as soon as one of those two teams gets the train going, they're gonna take it all the way. I predicted, I believe, 5-3 for Opur, but honestly, I think both of those teams have it in them.
Yeah, I could see either of these teams really take it home between Opur and Hit and Run. I still went with Opur though. I think they're just gonna come and swing in. I believe in them as a team. I believe in them as their performance. But, you know, picking that first map, it's an advantage, but also they got to make it work on Ghost Town.
Yeah, we've seen before that teams that are coming into the finals from the upper bracket, and they're picking some map that they thought they would have an absolute advantage on, and then they get completely slaughtered 2-0 there. And then the big problem is, what does that do with you mentally? Opur and Hit and Run, I think it's also safe to say that they have trained with or against each other, depending on how you want to say that. And obviously, this is then where the mind games start, right? Because you know each other in and out. You know how you trained, what you trained. You know the style of gameplay that the opposing team wants to play. And you have shown your tactics, most importantly, to the other team, which is then where you need to come up with something different. Otherwise, you know, you're just going to get red.
Let's see, though, what we're going to get. We shouldn't be too far away from the starting of this match. What did you predict?
I went with a 5-3 for Opur. But honestly, I think anything can happen here. I didn't know what to put, so I tried to put something that seemed reasonable, but I'm not sure if it actually is. This is the most unsure I've been about any like pick'ems that I've done so far.
I think I went with 5-2 for Opur.
Mm-hmm.
Toxic, knowing Toxic, I probably went with 5-0 for one of the two teams.
Yeah, and I think for Insane, it's probably also going to be like a safe 5-2, 5-3, something that seems reasonable. We're going to find out soon. I believe less than 2 minutes until the match will actually get started. And then we'll be finding out who is going to be the champion of the WoT7 tournament here. as map video introducing what might be a cracker of a game. And actually, the four of us, all very sensible picks in my opinion. Insane and I 5-3, you and Toxic 5-2.
Yeah, so Toxic is on the same train as I am, believing in Opor. I mean, everybody believes in Opor. I think that's valid as well, but it all depends on how for both these teams, I think momentum is a big thing. How they start a match kind of dictates how they feel as well and how they play. So whoever gets the better start, I think, is the more likely one to take it away. But we did see Hit and Run come back from a 2-0 deficit against W to bring it home 4 consecutive rounds. So they do have the mental fortitude to recover from a potential 2-0.
Exactly. And now the map here at Ghost Town, we haven't seen it a whole lot in this event. This means that also the teams haven't really shown us a whole lot of how they prepared for this map. But obviously Opor picking it first, meaning they definitely do 100% want to play it. And Hit and Run on the other side coming in with the double 113, 60 TP, triple mouse, and CS63.
Man, CS63 to round it off against Opor's CS63 as well. Triple mouse, double, actually make it triple IS7 as well. So both these teams having that triple mouse available on Ghost Town is going to be an interesting one. They do have that triple IS7 in the CS for Opor. That could be very quick.
Yeah, exactly. As the feed seem to have stabilized once again. We see Monster going towards the northern part of the map. Piotr in that 113 getting sent towards the south. But more importantly, we do have Opor here in the south going towards the K-line with a lot of tanks. Triple IS7 getting diverted towards it, and Triple Mouse going towards the city. The Triple Mouse obviously something that you don't really want to push on at the start of the game if you're Hit and Run. And yeah, now, however, our question is, how do they actually want to play it? Very, very aggressive spotting run by Monster in the north.
Very aggressive spotting run. Piotrix does get the information. He's going to be running away from that again. They're going to be establishing Kubash at A3, and they have the 113 at K1. But T-Sec, Rexar, Panzer Fury here, all being spotted by Miku in that 60 TP. Miku needs to be a little bit careful, though. They could find some shots on him. He'll be forced forward into a different lane. One shot connecting already on towards him. Ketsa coming as well. The second one not. The third one does. So 2 out of 3 of the boys connecting. Ketsa does not. But now Mineros and Conrad actually starting to pressure against Orchek there. But he has DJ in support, and Hit and Run here just trying to be very quick about the moves they make. And you got to remember that 113 at K1, he could take K3, K4 at some point and put these boys into a situation they may not want to be. But so far, Opor doing some good trades. And Mineros and Conrad kind of a no man's land.
Yeah, Mineros and Conrad kind of in no man's land, with Orzek now coming in from the sidelines, hitting Conrad with 439. Quick slap by that mouse here. And now the IS-7 trying to cross over, trying to create crossfire. Panzer Fury takes one for his troubles, but now Marcel all of a sudden out of position. Piotrix going to peek here with his CS, possibly even, as Marcel does get slapped by Panzer Fury, who receives one back, but now the CS able to cross over, put a shot in. Good stuff by Piotrix.
Yeah, man, in the meantime, you have that 113 pressuring back onto that K3, K4 position. That's the threat I talked about, and I'm not sure which IS-7 is left there. It's Panzer Fury and Tisek here, so at least Rexar in that 1v1 against that 113 there, and I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to win that at all. So that might force Opor to make a move that they don't want to make, and Hit and Run here with that aggressive city positioning has put the boys from Opor in a position where they will be forced to make a move.
Indeed, forced to make a move, and now Monster and Kubash coming on towards that CS by Opor. Meanwhile, though, Marcel there taking a lot of damage, but he is able to set DJ in that mouse on fire, who's taking more damage from the sidelines, actually, as Panzer Fury, the one to kill Marcel, but Mineros in turn picking up Rexar. This is a free-for-all everywhere, but Opor, so far, they do have more HP.
They do have more HP, and now they have T-Sec and Piotrix joining against Monster, who dropped in HP, so they're now probably going to be able to take down the 113. A good flick from Kubash on towards that CS63. He gets tracked, he gets held, though. Piotrix trying to get safe Oh, the ram from T-Sec there, making sure Kubash doesn't connect. That's damage missed out on. And we can, in the meantime, look as well. Opor starting to get ahead, and not just a good block there as well from T-Sec. I think a gun block even against Kubash. And this is just a disaster for Hit and Run. Yeah, they won K3, K4, but they're losing the city, and they're losing it by quite a lot.
Yeah, losing it by quite a lot, and you can see T-Sec there with an absolutely fantastic game in that IS-7, just gun blocking, and then even Kubash getting unlucky with the shot on towards the upper plate of the IS-7. But this first round here, man, Opor, they've looked stellar the entire tournament, and they're not looking to stop.
Yeah, they were in a bit of trouble there because Piotr was winning the 1v1 at K3, K4. I think Hitterman did a good move there, pushing up that 113 to win it. But in the city, man, they did not have the angles to cover one another properly enough. Especially Monster and Kubash, they're a bit isolated against T-Sec and Piotrix, which was good from Opor to readjust. They had to make a move, because if they don't, they will lose the game slowly.
Exactly. And, well, two very, very good, two very, very aggressive teams fighting it out here, but realistically, Opor just finding the better engagements, and it all comes down in between teams like this to also little things that the players do. Like, for example, T-Sec realizing that the 113 is not going to go for the damage onto him, but instead gonna go for the damage on towards that CS63. You can just see the team cohesion, how they're playing for each other, right? First the ram on the 113, then the double gun block in towards the gun of the 113. It was just beautiful to see, and some like lesser teams wouldn't be doing that. Opor, just beautiful.
Beautiful stuff, and then there's the cohesion there on the Ghost Town. And that's what they need, though. They pick this map to 100% play. They come out strong. Oof, Miku with a big 0 on that 60 TP.
Yeah, that's not gonna be what he was looking for in this round here. As, yeah, I mean, I get 60 TP gun, not the best of guns, but doing 0 damage always looks a bit
Looks a bit sus.
Yeah. As he certainly was part of the imposted crew here. And on the other side, just beautiful gameplay by the side of the Opor player is here. I mean, Piotrix, yeah, 874, but in the end, like, getting those crucial surrounds as well, getting those crossfires. It was just very nice to see how also, you know, Pan's Fury with that cross against the double mouse, forcing the double mouse back, just, you know, taking angle after angle and position after position from the enemy. It was, you know, kind of, I don't know, like sprinting like infantrymen from cover to cover, and meanwhile trying to give cover fire for each other as well. You could just see the communication was on point for Opor, and if you're a hit and run, you're like, well, how do we actually stop this?
Well, it's too late for them to think about what they could have done to stop it in round 1. They already lost it. Now they get to attack, though, which means they control the pace of the game. On Ghost Town, you don't really, as a defender, have opportunities to go really aggressive in the beginning. But Opor on Ghost Town, they bring it 2-0 into this. It's just such a good start for them in the beginning of this match. 2-0 here, pick up 1 on Cliff. It's an easy road to a convincing win.
Yeah, meanwhile for hit and run, they just need to, you know, get back into this here. I mean, they had a pretty convincing lower bracket final where they were able to, you know, not really break out too much of a sweat. I mean, yeah, they lost Himmelsdorf 2-0, but then they went on to comfortably, I mean, even stomp, you could say that, to comfortably win against W. But hey, you know, it might sound like a very obvious thing to say, but Opor is not W.
Wow. He has thrown a lot of shade this last 3 days.
I'm just saying what I see. I'm just
saying it's very hostile, Kian. Huh?
The truth hurts sometimes.
Does it? You know what it also
anyway,
hurts when Frugo is going to slap you.
Oof. Well, Frugo is not going to China, so will have little opportunities to slap me. Hit and Run, though, looking to slap Opur back here with that triple mouse, double 277, and double CS.
Opor, on the other hand, triple mouse, double E5, and double CS. So these lineups so similar to one another, almost like they trained against each other or something. Because the only real difference is that double 277 for that double E5.
Yeah, so a bit of mobility and hull-down potential being traded for a bit of DPM and also gun handling. With the trollish frontal armor that the E5 does also bring. We'll have to see, though. Double 277 getting boosted by the double CS for the side of Hit and Run. We'll see soon if they're able to, with that, I guess, surprise tactic to kind of control the pace of the game better. This is looking very much like a one-cap commit, and honestly, Opur not really in position for that.
Opur not really in position for that at all. No buildings destroyed yet either, Kihan. I mean, they do have Rexer in that position. He might find an HG shell on one of those buildings, but he's getting pressured immediately by Piotr. And I think right now they're in a bit of a pickle, and they realize, can Rexer find it? Yeah, he did find a decap. I mean, it did cost HP, but he did find a decap. Might provide his team with enough time to get back in. 18 seconds left now. Piotr is just going to go for it, but he can't really win this 1v1 against Rexer, I would say, if Rexer is able to DPM him down. Piotr is here just to body block. One of the mouses is going to drive to cap. He has to get the reset here. 5 seconds left. Hit and Run trying to steal the round, but there is a reset coming out back to 15 seconds. But I don't think Rexer is going to win it. He missed the shot. It's so annoying, those body blocks by those heavy tanks. And Orchek in return getting blown up for the reset. He's down and out. His CS63 also to the grave, and now Opur trying to scramble to better position to try and hold on. They have Piotrix coming to kill off Piotr then. In the
Yeah, there is a lot of positions available now for Opur, but the problem is that Ketsa is actually caught out in the open, and Hit and Run, they seem to have every single tank here in the game now, starting what looks to be like a victory march in round number 2 on Ghost Town on Opur. They looked so good. They looked impeccable in this round number 1, starting to fall apart a bit here in round number 2 as DJ getting sandwiched. And in the back, we do have Kubash as well on the flank with his CS63 respectively. They do need to pick up the kills, though. They do need to kill T-Sec as one more shot into Pan's Fury forces him to use the rep kit. 5k against 4k HP actually, but the superior amount of guns and the fact that essentially Hit and Run is not able to secure the kill shots is problematic for them. 4k HP actually now ahead for Hit and Run, only one tag remaining for Opur.
Kind of stealing this win with a very aggressive gap play coming out from Hit and Run, forcing the overcommitment. And Rexar, not being able to kill Piotr, forcing Piotrix to come clean up the pieces. After, if he would win that 1v1, he'd be able to just farm and farm and farm, and so would be Piotrix. He wouldn't have to go up to kill Piotr. Could have made a difference, but Hit and Run just coming straight back into it.
Yeah, Hit and Run just coming out swinging in this round number 2. Quick cap play to essentially secure their victory here. And both of those teams now starting to trade blow for blow. And honestly, in the grand finals, that's just what you want, what you like, what you love to see. You don't want to see a clean sweep. You want to see teams trading it out. And that is exactly what they're doing currently. Opur there, not with the correct or not with the good answers on towards this quick cap play. You could see a lot of their tanks were actually getting sent towards the southern part of the map. They were expecting something completely different. So, yeah, those mind games coming into effect, I think.
Yeah, and nobody really to destroy the buildings either.
Yeah, I mean, the CS63 didn't even, start shooting HE at them or anything. He tried to get a reset in the end, but, Monster there, sorry, no, it wasn't Monster, it was Piotr there with that 277, I believe. Just doing a good job of being a nuisance against the CS that could have... Yeah. All right, so Ghost Town, the map that Opur definitely wanted to play, being split 1-1. And if you're Hit and Run, you count that sort of as a win for yourself, I think. Now, Hit and Run, they were able to pick Cliff after Prokhorovka was denied to them. Cliff, we've seen it earlier by them. One of the rounds they won because penetration issues on the side of W. The other one they won because they were just better.
And yeah, I mean, it's really great for Hit and Run to come back like this. It's such a risky play though to try for this, but they did seem to have a really good clue about what do they need to do to stop them from coming in. And then, you know, Orchek got committed onto the cap, and Orchek dies on the cap.
Yep. Now though, I mean, we haven't seen Opor a lot in this tournament. I mean, yes, we've seen two matches by them because they went top of their group, so they didn't have to play the first round of upper bracket, and then they played upper bracket final, and they won both convincingly. So we haven't really seen a lot of rounds by them yet. Meaning we haven't seen a lot of tactics by them yet, but also we haven't really seen what happens when a team is there to actually stand up against what they're doing and to actually throw it back into their faces. So Hit and Run with the possibility here to go ahead on their map pick now and put it 3-1, 2-1 first, of course, would be the first step to that one. I am excited.
Cliff, between these two should be a very, very, very interesting one. Both these teams capable of playing hyper aggressive with good rotations and reactions, which is going to really come to show here in this match. Although Opor sometimes does slow it down more on Cliff.
Yeah, sometimes. You can slow it down. You can take it slow if you have the positions, if you have the angles to work with. And we both agree, I think, that both of those teams are utterly and completely aware of those positions that they need to play. Hit and Run coming into this one, trying to secure the lead in this best of 9. They're doing so with double BZ, double IS7, triple CS63.
Triple CS63 versus Opor's triple CS63 as well, double BZ and double 277. These lineups are so similar to one another.
Yeah, basically this time, a bit of speed getting traded for a bit of, DPM, and, well, it is essentially the same lineup. Let's be real here. Obviously, with the opportunity, though, for Opor to take all of their tanks towards the top, the IS7s are really going to struggle with that. If they don't get boosted by the BZs, as I think is the case currently. Now, though, T-Sec here in his CS63 driving across towards the donut, towards the crossfire position. Monster gonna get spotted out by Rexar here, who will want to make a shot, but I think he's still in speedy mode. Sees the other tanks, decides to bail. Yeah.
No, I think that wasn't intentional. I think he just dropped off from the position by accident. And now there is this middle fight starting to erupt. Kubash taking the worst of it so far. Marcel does have the top ramp. Conrad and Miko are actually going to go for it. They're going to push into Ketsai, into Orchek, as Never is pushing T-Sec off the cliff in the meantime in his CS63. You can see that the IS-7 taking him out of the game, forcing him down, but T-Sec still staying on that small ledge there, trying to stay in position. Might make himself more useful that way if he can even get back up. And Opor now starting to bully back this round. Panzer Fury takes a beating though in that 277. He's forced back. Miku on a mere 40 HP will need somebody to finish him off. That's a big BZ Alpha wasted on that. Rex are falling against Monster. Ketsai down towards a one-shot as well now. Boosting in towards Conrad, who Monster has in support to finish him off. And it's still anybody's game in this moment in time. T-Sec now coming back from the north side, but Never joining as well. And I think ever so slightly, Hit and Run getting ahead of this game here in Opors.
Yeah, Hit and Run getting ahead of this because T-Sec in the CS63 was out of the game for a long time. Orzek now being on a one-shot, and DJ getting set on fire is probably going to seal the fate of this round as Never and Marcel start turning around because Piotrix has taken a crossfire position. But what is there to support him? Well, surprise, not a lot there anymore. One big shot by Orzek, but he's Amorak, so he's going to be out of the game for like 28 seconds or something like that as the IS-7 of Never arrives at Piotrix's position, and Marcel is not even going to get picked up by Piotrix with the damaged gun. Never trying to push off Piotrix, succeeding. We'll have to see if the tank actually crashes for this. No, he doesn't. But little is it going to remedy the fact that Hit and Run, after going down 1 0 in round number 1 are now going to make it 2-1 for themselves.
Just again, hit and run with a lot of really good moves there, pushing Tisek off that really annoying crossfire position, and then bullying the ramp, having that crossfire come out. The tank from 1-2, which was Piotrix, took a long time to get really into this fight, and then didn't contribute his HP either. Well, most of the hit and run tanks were able to focus fire on towards the middle tanks, as you could see. And sure, I mean, Opor is defending, but Never is just so healthy in this IS-7 that he can really just do whatever he wants to. I mean, Monster gives one, Conrad picks it up, because Zorchek is forced forward, and hit and run for the first time this match are gonna put themselves up.
I mean, hit and run for the first time this match, I believe for the first time in this tournament even, are going to be very, very much on the back foot here. This is, I believe, the first time they have lost 2 rounds in a single match. So hit and run definitely proving why they are the ones to challenge the ones that have been looking very, very much undefeatable. Piotrix now, obviously, with a long rotation here in the south, is going to try and draw it out a little more. Time ticking for Opor, but I don't really see it.
Don't really see it either. They're just playing it slow and steady. I mean, Never is, again, just... in this kind of situation, he's just a god. He can do whatever he wants to. The CSs can't stop him. They need so many shots to take him out.
Exactly. Never here being the god amongst mere mortals that are called Piotrix and Tisek. And both of those, have scattered to the winds, although Piotrix has now been found. His position, known but not yet compromised, as Marcel there trying to get an angle with his IS-7, but obviously has to be careful. Piotrix now even getting unspotted, using every little last spot of cover that the map has to offer. Definitely watch the map guide about Cliff, I think. And now starting to drive around, starting with a sneaky attempt at a reset.
Sneaky attempt at a reset, but it's so unlikely. Monster spots him out, should give him a shot as well. Beautiful shooting there from Monster. Doesn't even get spotted for it. He might even find Piotrix altogether. He does. Good stuff there from Monster. Tisek will find Marcel, but still though, I mean, look, Never is going for the record of distance traveled in this matchup as he's just driving around. It's like, guys, don't worry. I have this. Just wait for me. I'm going to drive my i7 at this CS63.
Exactly. Never there with the purple turbo and the possibility, the opportunity to just roam around everywhere. Conrad also starting to pad the distance traveled a bit as Tisek driving around the hill. I mean, he's probably going to try some sort of reset attempt, but now Never finally finding the last tank here. Does take one by him. Tisek might even peek to give another one. Doesn't know where Monster is, obviously, so doesn't really want to attempt it here. Never peeks, picks it up. It's going to be 2 for hit and run. It's going to be 1 for Opor.
Yeah, good stuff there from hit and run. Again, really good tactical awareness to make all the necessary plays. Basically having 7 tanks in the fight the whole time versus 5 from Opor. I mean, Tisek forced off the cliff. Piotrix in 1-2, doing this damage from the back mainly. Hit and run's game.
Hit and run's game, hit and run's round, but we'll see if it's hit and run's match actually, because a lot of it still remains to be played. First of all, damage numbers though, quite unsurprisingly, the tanks that stay alive the longest do the most damage. We gotta wonder what happened to Kubash though.
I mean, bad things happen to Kubash.
Very bad things, it seems. But, you know, the rest of his team just able to put Kubash on their back and carry him a little bit, you know. Everyone needs a little carrying sometimes. This time it's been done for Kubash. And now hit and run looking very, very good. And Opor looking like they can be hurt on an individual level.
But as quick as this went, as quick as Opor could just be 2-2. If you go into 2-2, it's just best of 5 after.
Yeah, exactly.
I would say that they're pretty even so far. Opor having the better in round 1, now Hit and Run having twice the better strategic awareness in their rounds. But Cliff is one of those maps where that can happen. And it could be that Opor just does his back right now towards them and brings it 2-2, and then everything before that point is kind of forgotten and just continue on into the last 2 maps.
Exactly. Both of those teams, I would say, so far what we've seen as tactical victories more than anything else. Like, yes, obviously on an individual level, it was well played by, well, everyone involved except maybe Kubash last round, throwing a little more shade there. But in the end, we saw tactical victories more than anything else. We haven't seen standout performances, even though there was stellar gameplay. So right now, those teams trading it in the tactical department more than anything else.
I mean, even though Kubash did 0, Gihan, I've spectated some of your Onslaught games, and I still think he was more useful than you.
Well, you know, I go in my Onslaught games, I basically go by everyone's useful for something, and you know, if I have to be the bad example, then so be it. But you know, if you win the rounds by doing 0 damage, maybe you were just doing high impact gameplay.
High impact gaming. Plus 14 is always nice, right?
Of course. Round number 4, in between, well, the 2 inbuilt teams here, in between Opor and Hit and Run. Hit and Run here looking to extend the lead, looking to put themselves onto the 3-1, which in this grand final here would not be the match point. And on the other hand, Opor looking to put themselves to the 2-2 to make it even again after 2 maps. We'll see if they're able to do that. We'll have to wait and find out.
We'll indeed have to wait and find out the lineups. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 3 CSs, 2 PCs, and then 2 more heavies.
I mean, judging by what we saw last time, that is a very distinct possibility for both teams, actually. And for Hit and Run, they're going to deviate from that. 150B, double BZ, however, 1i7, 1277, double CS.
Double CS versus triple CS for Opor, double 277, and double BZ. Shocker.
Big shocker here. For Opor bringing that lineup. But, I mean, it's going to be interesting how impactful that 50B of Minairos is actually going to be, because he's going to be playing from north. Usually you see that 50B more being picked from south. So that is going to be possibly even a deciding factor. I mean, T-Sec getting split off here by Opor, a singular tank in towards the 1-2 line. We'll see if he does continue or not. And on the other side, we see Hit and Run committing a lot of tanks towards the top monster here in his CS63, boosting Conrad. We see Piotrix driving over. No shots on him connecting, however. And the double BZ from the lower side coming in as well. They do get spotted, so they do know 1 CS is on the lower side because Never just took a shot.
Yeah, and Piotrix still deciding to cross over. He's going to have double BZ almost pressure him instantly, I think. And now they're trying to get Conrad and Monster actually on the hill here for the side of Hit and Run. We're aiming to get Piotrix out of the game. Never taken so much damage on that crossing, but Piotrix is caught, needs to drop, needs to go down. Piotrix deciding to stay, not sure why he would go for this one. He has to drop down at this point to try and survive in this matchup. He does that now, needs to be careful not to get stuck. He's going to be fine. He actually survives for that. And now Opor realizing the hill is under contestant. They need to go up themselves, and they have done just that. I mean, it's really fancy getting a CS and a 277 up, but what does that really do against double BZ and CS63? Or check Amorak again. He's going to be absolutely fuming from that one, because it's the second time in 2 games. Piotrix does fall, and I think his comrade on the lower side is about to fall as well. And DJ getting rammed by Mineros in that 277. Mineros still on reload though, now comes off of it. He's going to be taking DJ out of this game. The hill is won though. T-Sec dying on the lower side. I mean, for Opor, it's another disaster.
Yeah, exactly. For Opur, it's a big disaster because while the hill might be won, that is the singular thing remaining for them in this game as Tsek picks up Marcel, but Piotr in turn kills Tsek, and now I think Katsai just bounced one on towards Conrad here, who does start styling on towards that BC-75 in his 277 from the upper side there. We see another BZ of Orzek, but he's the one that's Amorak, and the 277 there with the ram on towards Katsai, the low pen of the BZ really starting to hurt here, to hurt Opur that is, and Hit and Run starting the Cinderella story here of coming from the lower bracket and insult to injury. The turret just clean blown off that one.
Yeah, Katsai there having not a good time. I think there's some severe issues for Opur actually on these clip games. I mean, Piotrik's not dropping immediately. He's already won, I think. I don't think it's worth to try and kill the BZ, just drop off and survive. His friend Tisa came to join him then, and they both died on that corner. The hill is won. I mean, they had the double 277, I think, crossover of DJ and Fury towards like F3, which didn't really do much for them either. I mean, the name of the game should be punish the F2 crossing and win the middle, no?
Yeah, but they ended up not doing that. They put too much emphasis on towards winning the hill while everyone else was essentially getting slaughtered from their team. We ended up also having that double CS like on the lower side that wasn't really able to push the singular IS-7 that Hit and Run had stationed there. And yeah, I mean, all of this obviously looking fancy, but the problems for Opur started much earlier.
They put the finish off Rexer now. The slide down the hill and ended up working out in the end. 3-1 for Hit and Run, and they're kind of running away with this one now.
And Opur seemingly taking a lot of hits there to continue the wordplay. But yeah, Hit and Run currently on a roll. Opur, I mean, you know, they went into the game and they had their map pick of Ghost Town where they really looked good during the first game. And it was like, oh my god, Opur unstoppable. Unstoppable, you know, force. But it seems like they've met their immovable object.
So far, yes. So far. I think Opur had this round though. They just tried to do too much at the same time. Sometimes you gotta focus on one thing and just do that, you know?
And I mean, Marcel there, I think he was the IS-7 on the lower side. And he ended up going down against the double, CS63. But he was keeping them so busy for so long to enable just all the other tanks on his lineup, like in his team, to, you know, win the game. And sometimes that's just all you got to do as the heavy tank. Connect the shots that you get to do and just wait for your team to win the game.
True. Hit and Run, so far, really good performance. Having a lot of good openings against what Opur wants to do. Could say a little bit of counterplay even. Coming out from them against Opur just seems to know really what Opur wants to do, the way they want to play, and they're forcing them to make mistakes.
Yeah, and now Hit and Run with that next upcoming map, Himmelsdorf, they do have the possibility to finish it here. Although, personally, I have to admit, I would like to see Sand River being played, because earlier today we saw Hit and Run with pretty cool stuff on Sand River. So I wouldn't mind Himmelsdorf going Opur's way, just so we see this match go on for longer. But it is obviously not within our hands. It is in the hands of both of the teams that are fighting it out here currently.
As a tournament
so far,
admin, Keyhand, you could always award Opur 2 rounds for Himmelsdorf and move the match over to Sand River.
Yeah, no, but I also want to see Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, bro, you can't have everything, man.
Yeah,
I guess you haven't been told no enough when you were a kid. You were a single kid, right?
I still am, I think. At least I have no contradicting information.
Yeah, so that explains a lot. I mean, it's hard for another kid to be the favorite if you only have one, you know?
That is indeed true, though. Yeah. How did we get here? Where we are going to go next, though, is going to be Himmelsdorf. And honestly, between Opur and Hit and Run, apart from, you know, me wanting to see Hit and Run on Sand River, I don't think there is maps I would like to see more than Cliff, we just saw, and Himmelsdorf. The OG maps, and all of those players are going to be so familiar with every single angle. It's going to come down once again towards the tactics, and I want to see what Hit and Run does here, because against W, that was kind of bad.
It was, and hopefully they have learned from that. I mean, they were 4-0. They were 0-4 against W and Himmel, so that's a lot of practice rounds.
Yeah, I mean, when you're getting schooled like that, you just have to learn from it that you can't stay like this. Have they, though? That's going to be the question. I think if there is an opening into the match again for Opur, it's going to be those Himmelsdorf rounds moving forward, because obviously if they don't manage to get them, well, it's over. But yeah, I think moving forward, Himmelsdorf is going to be a good map for Opur. That's going to be my gut feeling, though. Maybe Hit and Run has something different to say about it.
Maybe they do have something different to say about it, but it's going to be a long road for them now. Hit and Run on top of the world, have 2 rounds to go to take it home. They want to close it on Himmels.
They will want to close it on Himmels. Are they going to be able, though, is the question, as they haven't looked good on it. They had a lot of practice, is I think the very positive way how to say it. Let's see if we see any kind of shenanigans again, like WZTD, who is not the 0% win rate tank anymore. The 268, who is still the 0% win rate tank. It remains to be seen. I believe the lineups are about to be revealed to us, and Hit and Run, looking to go to match point, are doing so with double 60 TP, 1 E100, 1 IS4, 1 IS7, 1 mouse, and an E5.
Opur, on the other hand, double 60, 1 E100, an IS4, double mouse, and a CS63. So they're bringing that medium back.
They're indeed bringing that medium back, obviously sacrificing a lot of armor, a lot of HP with that as well. I expect for them to maybe even drop below 20,000. Then again, they do have a very meaty lineup otherwise. So it's going to be 20,870 HP compared to Opur's 21,660. So almost 1k HP more actually on the lineup that has a medium, just because they bring that double mouse. They bring that E100. They bring those double 60 TPs.
Yeah. So far, though, that CS just taken hill control immediately, and 2 tanks following up, 60 TPs. Just a slow start from both of these teams, but for Hit and Run, kind of like they played it before, right? Some courtyard control, taking the 1-2 lines and slowly coming closer.
Slow and steady wins the race. At least that's what Hit and Run are thinking, while Opur, their little hit squad over the hill is actually starting to, cascade down already again. Double 60 TP being sent, and that 60 TP in the 8 line by Hit and Run just took a beating. But the fact that the the Opur tanks are actually not starting to counter push should signal to Hit and Run that there is more than just the CS presence on the hill, and Hit and Run now starting to converge onto the tanks that Opur has stationed here. Piotr finding the opponent of Piotrix, but no connection.
No connection so far indeed, and these 60 DPs are now starting to come closer. They're going to make their way in towards the 8 line, T-Sec and Panzer Fury. They want to move on towards Kubash, who already took a fair amount of damage, and so far Opur are taking nothing. They've done a really good job at the guns, just being able to dish out and not receiving. Panzer Fury is the first one, Katsai the second. But here's the pincer on the 8 line though, Kihad. And what does Hit and Run do about this?
It's going to be difficult for Hit and Run to do anything regarding this, although T-Sec and Panzer are getting crossfired now. Still HP advantage for the team in yellow, for Opur, who need this next point to avoid the match point by Hit and Run. Piotrix now getting found though in his IS4, and the double mouse of Orzek and Katsai trying to go back. Maybe they'll be able to put some shots into Marcel as the 8 line gets evacuated by the team of Opur. So much damage being dealt, but no kills as of yet This is going to be crucial moving forward. Who's going to be able to just take the guns out of the game? Monster there with a gigantic peak takes 1k, but Piotrik's the first one to fall.
Yeah, Monster there trying to help his teammates out. T-Sec and Fury now turning around against Conrad. It's been a nuisance this whole game. T-Sec is just going to go for the side of that mouse. Doesn't actually make it. Cat's Eye falling against Monster in that E100. And the bigger issue here for OOPOR is that sure, they're up a decent amount of HP, but Rexar in that CS63 carries a lot of it. Bit of a mistake there from Monster, exposing the high roll from Orchak, shuts him down. In the meantime, Mineros on the run from another E100 of OOPOR. Piotr there takes a big one from Panzer Fury, and a face-hugging 60 TP is no joke. Konrad and Kubash though will probably find T-Sec, but not before T-Sec does at least a very large shot against that mouse. Kubash not struggling to penetrate it in return. Konrad to pick it up. Piotr and Fury. Piotr takes it away. Good stuff there. 6 tanks left standing for hit and run on 3000 HP versus 3 tanks from OOPOR, who still have more HP, but they're outnumbered in the gun department so much. And Marcel in that little window still being annoying. Finally, Rexar comes from the hill to join his remaining teammates.
Yeah, and now the CS63 here with the pickup on the IS-4 is going to make it a 5 versus 3 situation. OOPOR still have left to do it, although Piotr with a very, very ambitious cross actually through the courtyard does get found here. The question remains, is he going to take damage? The answer so far, no, as DJ starts driving forward, hoping to find Minairos here, who sees that though, who is able to drive back. Piotr here with the peak, does not commit towards the shot though, and a good shot by Minairos, and now we can see that problem of the superior amount of guns coming in for the team of OOPOR. Another shot into the back of this E100 here by the IS-7 of Piotr, who is hurriedly coming back here. Minairos unable to get the pickup onto the E100, and obviously, even without the high roll, the E5 would have been there to secure the kill. It's now 5 versus 2. Konrad has taken another shot of damage in the mouse, seemingly able to retaliate though. Ozek down towards one shot for the 60 TP of Never, who all but locks it in here, with the CS63 being the only tank remaining for OOPOR in this round. Hit and run on a roll.
Yeah, and for them, the name of the game was gun in the game. I mean, OOPOR had the HP advantage, but they were losing on the gun department quite severely. But there was only 3 left, and then Piotr with the scorcher play, it looked ambitious, but it was very good. It kept Mineros in a position where they could double team DJ, one from the front, one from the back. It's not much he can do about it. Turns one way, Mineros speaks, he tries to go forward, Mineros is holding the angle. So it's all just really, really good from hit and run and match point, man, in a very, very quick fashion. Feels like this match has just started and hit and run has almost won it.
Yeah, feels like it has just started, but it is almost over here. As, Rexar obviously doesn't want to give up here. Doesn't want to give up his tank, doesn't want to give up the round like this, but against tanks that are advancing like this, against Minairos, against Piotr, yes, he does get the kill onto Minairos, but now Piotr is there with the IS-7, looking to go for the ram kill, but Rexar able to avoid that one for now, down towards 7 HP, gets another good shot into the upper plate of the IS-7, but Piotr reloading is going to seal the deal of round number 5, is going to seal it. 4-1 match point for the team that is coming from the lower bracket, mind you.
Yeah, and hit and run comes in very, very, very strong in this match, and just running away with it.
Indeed.
Beautiful
running
stuff though.
Away with it currently, and honestly, like the thing is that yes, they did lose Monster, for example, but Monster, that was a calculated peak by Monster. Monster was on like 553 or something, and he did get super high rolled by the mouse on towards that kill shot. So in theory, they should have even had one more gun in the game to finish this one off. But even with the amount of guns that they
would have
had
had
left
7
after
versus 3
Monster
then.
died,
They would have had 7
Yeah.
guns versus 3 with like half the HP almost.
Yep. So OOPOR, I would say, with the uncharacteristic problems of being unable to focus out the guns, right? The IS-4 stayed alive for so long, Marcel that is. He was continuously a nuisance, and like even if you don't peek and give like damage with a tank like that, the fact that you are there is a fact that the opposing team has to respect. And so, you know, even if you're just staying alive, not contributing DPM, it can be something very, very worthwhile for you.
Yeah, beautiful stuff for Hit and Run. Opor has a rather large remontada to do if they want to get back into this. I don't really see it happening, personally, between you and me. 5-1, 5-2, 5-3 at best, maybe.
I have to agree with you. I'm currently not one of those that you would call a believer. Instead, I think that Hit and Run, they are going to take this match. But we have seen crazier things. I think the only thing we haven't seen in WoT7 so far is basically a 4-0 getting remontada. I think we've seen a 4-1 getting remontada, but not against Hit and Run.
No. It would be a shocker if Opor came back and if Hit and Run gave away this advantage that they built for themselves.
And now it seems like all the training rounds, all the schooling that Hit and Run received on Himmelsdorf is now coming in to help them out here. The map that has not been theirs for the entirety of the tournament. When it actually matters in the grand finals, they are able to show up and they are able to shut down the opposing team. Let's see if they can do it for good for this tournament in the upcoming round or not, because match point just one more.
Just one more. Just one more. And it's so easy to lose one round. It's so easy. You have to win 3, then win tiebreaker. On Sunday evening, you know, you could be having... I don't know, you could be playing some more Onslaught before it ends because the time period is shrinking.
I mean, you could also just, you know, watch NA afterwards. And you could be watching yourself winning while the delay is running out. You know, I think that is currently the biggest goal for the guys of Hit and Run. I think it's very unusual for teams coming from the lower bracket to win, although not unheard of. I think 2 WoT7s ago that actually did happen, but we'll see if it happens now. Match point, Hit and Run, what might be the last round of the EU part of the event. Kubash bringing the 60 TP, we have 150B, double IS7, or actually triple A5 for Hit and Run.
Opor on the other hand, E100, double IS4, double IS7, a mouse and an E5.
Now, HP-wise, Hit and Run actually very, very light. Below 19,000. Below 18.5k even. Meanwhile, Opor 20,750. No medium being played this time. Opor realizing that the little experiment they did was just that, an experiment. It ended up not working out. And I think in the shootout at the end, like if they have just 7 heavies instead of 6, that's going to be better. But first of all, hold that thought. Double I7 plus 50B pushing through the court. Yeah, while dual-pronged attack, 3-line push as well happening. We'll have to see how much the mouse and the E100 are actually going to be able to do in this match, as that triple hit squad here trying to find T-Sec only finds 1 shot of damage, and now their 50B already kind of low.
And Mineros is going to take 1 more from Piotrix. Actually, that doesn't connect, so 2 misses so far on towards that 50B. They're just going to keep rolling as a major hit squad. Mineros there. Honestly, the worst tank for this, the 50B is so large. I don't know if he's even going to be able to get a clip out at this rate in that 50B. Piotr and Marcel abandoning him. They do find DJ, they do find Rexar though, a little bit out in the open. Mineros there just falling to pieces. I mean, let's be real, a 50B, it's not the tank that you want to see in that situation.
Yeah, I'm not sure what prompted Hit and Run to do this, but the HP are actually kind of even, and the amount of guns in the game for Hit and Run, I think, is actually bigger, but major skill issues. Striking there from Monster, unable to connect his shot in towards the side of the IS-4, as Marcel has to repair his fuel, or Amarek rather. Piotr also getting Amarek, 3 HP remaining. Marcel unable to get it with the ram kill here, has to... Piotr double Amarek, that one's gonna hurt. Hit and Run trying to keep it close, but seemingly unable to do so. The gun's still in their favor though.
Yeah, and Rexar looking to finish off Conrad in the E5 is able to do it. Still, however, it's not over just yet. Monster now pushing over towards Rexar in that I7 is gonna hit it, but the low roll to Century, 315. That makes him from a 2-shot to a 3-shot. Almost guaranteed. You can see there, he does nail the second one. Monster's probably not too happy about that. but it is what it is. Piotrix is going to be pressuring him back in return, and they don't really have anybody else able to pressure that E100 of Ketsai, who is an obstacle for the boys of Hit and Run right now.
I would say Ketsai is more than an obstacle. He looks like a roadblock here currently, never stopping just before him. And yeah, Piotr, he just has the problem. He did get one more shot in, I believe, or was that the E5? Never trying to body block the shot of Ketsai, is able to do that. Piotr's rep kit still not there as Rexar kills Marcel off screen. Actually, this one isn't over yet. They are trying to get Ketsai out of the game, but Monster falling is probably going to seal the deal. Piotr here rolling in and rolling out onto Ketsai, who does fall 3 versus 4, 1.7 against 2.2 KHP. Kubash, the one that is very healthy on the team of Hit and Run.
Yeah, and he tried to find T-Sec, but wasn't able to connect the shell. Now, though, Hit and Run seems to be in a little bit of problem, of a little bit of an issue. They have Rexar coming as well, and Rexar might just peek for Never. Peek it slowly to take him out of the game. There comes Rexar, finds the kill. It's a calculated peek. He knows that he has his side. Horchek then comes in, finishes off Piotr, and it's just Kubash against 4. And yeah, that 50B, man, it's just not a good tank for this, is it?
Nah, and honestly, if Hit and Run pick a different tank, like IS-7 or 277, something like that, I think they have the possibility to win it. Because, like, as weird as it looked, and as fancy as it may have looked, and as YOLO as it may have looked, it actually was a viable thing to do, in my opinion. Hit and Run trying something out here. It's not working. It did not work out, but it looked pretty cool, and I think it was well thought through as well. With this dual prong push, where essentially if they get guns earlier out of the game, if the Opur tanks are positioned differently and aren't able to engage so early and effectively, then Hit and Run just takes this round, and we're congratulating them for their tactical masterpiece.
Yeah, this had potential. This actually had a lot of potential. They were able to get those 2 tanks that he won that had nowhere to go anymore. But yeah, that 50B was just not the right tank for this. You know, I don't know if he did his clip, and even if he did, probably not a full clip. He was even lucky to survive that long. When he crossed the 5 line, one of the 2 missed. So let's say 500 should be added. So he should be 900 then. And then the IS-4 missed him too. So he should be below 500. And then he would have died on the crossing. So the fact he even got 3 shells out is a miracle.
Indeed. And yeah, this means that now Opur able to stabilize, I would say, in the match. Able to not lose it 5-1. I mean, they went up 1-0 and then all of a sudden 4 rounds directly into the face by Hit and Run. Well, that must be tough, but it speaks for the mental fortitude of the team of Opur, that they're even able to, you know, come back from this. Obviously, Hit and Run with that 50B weird strat making it kind of easy on them. Then again, I stay with my statement that if the Opur tanks are positioned differently, then they can get super caught off guard, and then it's just Hit and Run winning this one 5-1.
But that didn't happen. That means we're moving into Sand River. You wanted to see it, we're going to get it.
Indeed, I wanted to see it. We are going to get at least 1 round, and it's going to be very interesting because Opur is going to start on the defending side, and I am, I mean, curious is not the right word. I am more than curious. I am literally the pause champion mode currently. Just waiting to see if Hit and Run tries to do the same thing again with pushing the quadruple IS-7 on towards the dune and double CS together with 277 towards the eastern part of the map, because I think it looked really, really fancy, and I thought it has a lot of potential, but I also think it has the potential to really fall apart against the tactic that has a lot of 60 TPs waiting behind the dune who are immediately able to punish the IS-7s while they're coming.
But that all says that they play the same thing though, which is not too likely.
Yeah, it's going to depend on either lineup. Because I think that strategy there that we saw, it only happened because Hit and Run realized against W that W doesn't really have anything that can punish those IS-7s on the cross heavily. And after that can really start winning the trades against the IS-7s on the dunes as soon as the crossfire positions by one IS-7 going back into CS rotating around could be established. But then again, this is where essentially it comes into play as well, where one setup of tanks can do multiple things at once, because a huge part of why we do see the tanks getting picked that we do see on a map like Sand River is that maybe an IS-7 or a 277 isn't the best thing for the kind of job that they are going to try to achieve with a tank like this, but it is the best tank that can do other jobs as well. So this is why we are seeing so many generalist picks.
Can Opor do it? 2 rounds, tiebreaker, bring it home. They won 1, 2 to go.
I'm gonna hit you with the quick no.
Huh? No, you.
I don't think they're gonna do. I mean, there is obviously always a possibility, but Hit and Run are just such a good team. We'll have to wait and see. Hit and Run, bringing the setup I was talking about. Quadruple I7, 1277, double CS.
Opor, 60p, quad I7 themselves, a CS and an STRV being played for them. So Piotrix is going to be the one to do the damage from the back, usually.
Yeah, the thing is, if Hit and Run actually pushes the tanks into those positions that we saw them before, then the SRB, I'm struggling to imagine where it would actually be playing, because the IS-7s close to that ridgeline would mean the SRV position would get compromised, and there is a lot of tanks on the Hit and Run lineup, 5 out of 7, that can simply overmatch that SRV, and we are seeing the same opening once again. T-Sec here, pushing Ketzai towards the dune. We'll have to wait and see what this is actually meant to achieve, but I think it is a good counter to what Hit and Run is doing, because it opens up immediate crossfire capabilities towards the IS-7s, but we already see a divergence, a reaction from the team of Hit and Run, not going towards the middle dune, instead going a bit more to the west, establishing ever more crossfire angles.
Yeah, but look at Rexer and DJ, currently unspotted, unseen in that double IS-7, closing the distance as well. Opor wants to make the push here, wants to make the overmatch happen. Piotrix getting spotted out, so needs to be careful. Ketzai there, looking towards Mineros. Marcel taking a lot of damage to fire as well. I mean, that's his own fault. He's peeking sideways. That's what happens. And now, though, these quad IS-7s 4 Hit and Run kind of surrounded. Piotr in a bad position himself. Conrad dropping low already. Mineros, Marcel, they're all retreating. They're trying to get that coverage from those guys in the back, actually. That CS, the 277, and the secondary CS. And so far, it does seem like they're able to do that. But they don't really have a position where they can push from. They're actually going to try it on towards DJ from that corner. The first ricochet on DJ, the second one connecting with Marcel and Mineros. They're bleeding for this. Piotrix in the SRV has to be careful, though. Down towards 800, he's going to be forced to drop off in that SRV. He's actually contributing his HP to the fight, which is crazy for an SRV player.
Yeah, Piotrix, they're seeing that his team is currently on the losing foot when it comes to the HP department, trying to bring his HP into the fight. Is it going to help, though, is the question, because Hit and Run, they do still have those crucial assets of Monster and Kubash. Those CS63s, currently both of them unspotted. They are just threatening all the time. Oh, Ozek with that push, with that peek, completely getting annihilated. Minairos in turn, though, falling the first one to the grave. But Hit and Run still with the HP advantage, with the positional advantage, as Pansfury peaks here, trying to get the pickup, to get the high roll onto Piotr, but Piotr from the sidelines, from T-Sec, getting another shot of damage as well. But I think Ducky, Hit and Run, they're holding on, they're holding strong with that quadruple IS-7.
Yeah, those IS-7s from Hit and Run, taking a lot of ricochets as well, non-connections, and now you can see they're never starting to close the distance in that 277. That is a very healthy 277 as well, trying to join. Monster still in the middle, locking down this Opor team. Opor wanted to make that overcommitment, but they bled so much for it. Never getting spotted out, though. Non-connection there from Piotrix, a swing and a miss. He has to be careful from the looming threat that is called Monster. He could come from any direction. He does not know where he is, but we can see Monster is still just in the middle. But Kubash could be rotating as well and putting these SCRV players and CS players in a lot of trouble. Now Never closing the gap towards the dunes. Gets a good shot there against Orchek. Takes one back, but that's ideal, though. Lowers him to a one-shot. Now, Marcel seems to want to do something at least in that IS-7. Piotr there, let's go a shot, does not connect. The Fury now relocating as well. And Opor, it is currently holding on for dear life. They make any mistake at all, never will find the connection. He gets one onto the back of DJ. This one unpunished though. T-Stick peeking out from the A-line, tries to retaliate, tries to bring it closer. He does not find it, finds it on the second one though. Good shot there from T-Stick, pushes never back. Still though, half the HP available for the side of Opor, and T-Stick even taking one from Kubash. Rexar and Panzer Fury actually pushing forward against Never, leaving Marcel and his friends to do whatever they want to almost at this point. Panzer Fury gets a good connection against Never there, drops it towards the one-shot. Rexar fancies the kill here. Can he find it? Nice peek. But here comes Conrad. Is he back behind the June on time? I don't think so. Conrad with the peek. Conrad with the kill. And that's another one in the grave for Opor, who are still trailing in HP. Monster have closed the distance as well. Panzer Fury goes down against Piotr. 4 tanks left standing for Opor, trying to hold on for dear life, but I don't think it's going to happen for them.
Every single tank on every single team in this round currently spotted, so all the information is given by either team. It's just about the angles that both teams need to control now, and the angles, they do favor hit and run. 5 guns against the remaining 4 of Opor, and 3 of those are actually a one-shot, with the only tank having HP actually being that STRV. But as soon as Monster has done the rotation to basically provide crossfire on towards the STRV, that one becomes a non-factor because it cannot peek anymore. And I think Piotr and Marcel, they probably want to even start, with the HE trades against DJ, just, get him low here, as Conrad there, constant threat from the sidelines with that IS-7. It's just about hit and run, not wanting to do the mistake that could lose them the round. They are wanting to close this one out in regular time. They want to win this one right now on Sand River.
Not much happening in the meantime. It says some rotations. Piotr spotting out Monster in that STRV, but still wants to cover his teammates. Kubas on the long flank across the H lines. But T-Sec, in the meantime, also actually going for that rotation. Now, Piotrix dropped off that hill, though. Not currently in the greatest position to cover Orchek and DJ. Hiddenman might capitalize upon that, knowing that the STRV is no longer there. But he will probably go siege up at, I would say, A7, A8 to continue the coverage. But I think the bigger issue is that, look at Monster. Monster realizes this. He's taken the 7 line himself, and I don't know if he can find a kill from there, but he might just be able to get an angle on either the I7 or the 60TP in his own CS63. And there he goes, actually. Monster picks up DJ. The SRV leaving the position allows Monster to find an angle. And he find Orchek before Orchek finds somebody else. Orchek actually playing in a bush. He's completely unspotted. Not sure if he realizes this, but he's currently a camo 60TP Lewandowski hidden in plain sight. He does get spotted now though. I don't know. Kubash? No, Piotr actually finds it. Piotrix in return though finds the kill. Tisek is gonna fall against Conrad, and just Piotrix left standing in a 1v4 where it seems impossible for him to be able to do anything. He peeks against Kubash, but Kubash knows. And he knows that all he has to do at this moment in time is play safe, not make any mistakes, not make any bad peeks. Piotrix there with a good shot against Conrad, though. Conrad not getting it. He's going to try and get the kill here. He does find it. Now needs to turn back towards the left. The CSs is coming from the side. That is Monster, actually. Piotrix with a little bit of a hero play here, trying to get the connection. He does it. Monster does neither, but he does take one from Kubash. Marcel, though, with the healthy IS-7, comes around the corner. No connection from Kubash. Can Piotrix get the reload on Marcel on time? Potentially Marcel not connecting. Now it's on towards Monster to find the connection. Can he actually do it? Monster not hitting it either. Piotrix in a 1v4, making a 1v2 now. On towards Monster, who's speaking to try and get the kill. He does, but it's all on Kubash now in the CS63 to pick up the pieces from what is a throw of a century here from Hit and Run. 25 seconds left for Kubash to try and find the kill. Can he do it? No, it's all Piotrix that wins the 4v1. Not the one that everybody needs, but the one that everybody wants, actually, as Opor extend their life in this tournament with Piotrix bringing it home.
Piotrix there, the hero that Opor did not deserve, but the one that Opor definitely needed. What a standout performance by the STRV player here, keeping his team alive.
If you're hit and run, you should be ashamed that you managed to lose against STRV at that point, dude.
Yeah, that was like just throwing it away. Holy moly! Like as well, like how does the IS-7 not kill him? I mean, yeah, Piotrix. I mean, well played to you, sir. Hats off.
Imagine
Actually,
they lose the whole match off of this, dude.
Is that the nerves for hit and run?
I think that's.
Is it really that after
I
all
don't
this
think so.
time?
I think it's just they thought they won, bro. Conrad already with the exotic peak. He missed the shot, which is unlucky. But that was an exotic peak already. Then we had them going one by one, you know. Kuba, who was it then? It was Mineros, I think, leading the charge, or Marcel? I don't remember. One of the I7s remaining, driving at the STRV, and neither Monster or Kubash taking the opportunity to either go behind him in speedy mode, or for Monster to go in speedy mode next to the STRV to make sure he dies.
Yeah, a throw by hit and run on their match point in the grand finals is going to keep Opur in this tournament for now, though. It's the second match point that they have. It's the second match point they are unable to convert. They have two more possibilities. I mean, I wanted to see Sandriver. I got to see Sandriver. Now I know why I wanted to see it.
I feel like Piotrix wins the MVP vote no matter what happens.
Yeah, yes. Straight up. Like, there is at least one, possibly two more rounds to be played on the EU server here, but doing something like that in the grand finals, GG. And he's probably going to say easy. Speechless, yeah.
This is so funny, dude. I think it's like, GG's. Bro, I didn't see the endgame chat. I bet there were already some people that typed GG.
I didn't see any, but honestly, I was on like the different screen that has all the overlays. If there were any GGs already called, then, you know, unlucky, we'll get him next time. Sandriver round number 2 coming up now, and we are going to see hit and run on their defense. We have now seen that hit and run can be battered, can be bruised, can become overzealous with what they are doing, and in the end, I mean, if they win the next round, all of this won't matter, right?
Yeah, but if they lose the match, dude.
At least, you know, they can say it was a team effort of throwing. It wasn't a single player. It was like 4 of them, 5 of them throwing together. And because they had it. We had it already, is what they're going to say. They were peaking so lots of HP for nothing.
Yeah. And then they lost. And that's the way it goes. Piotrix is just him. He's just that good. Have you ever heard of the Legend 27? Yeah, well, that's Piotrix.
Yeah. Except Piotrix is the Legend 2023. Next round, though, upcoming. An unexpected one, but a welcome one, to be fair. Yeah, just when you thought you had seen it all, right, in WoT7s, then around the corner come Hit and Run and Opur and provide us with a professional content extension. Lineup-wise, though, I am interested what we are going to see. Hit and Run coming in with the double 60 TP on their defense. We see one singular I7, triple 277, and the CS.
Opur, on the other hand, triple I7, a 277, an S-Conk, and double CS 63. Hit and Run. For their sakes, I hope they win this round.
Yeah. We'll see. It's a brutal one to be losing. But then again, they've got no one but themselves to blame. Hit and run coming into this one. And they do have a bit more HP, not that it really matters. Opor with an entirely different take on how to play this map. And I think Piotrix there, he did get spotted. That's why he's taking sort of the safe route here. Ooh, Tsek there tries himself, fancies a shot at hit and run. As I hope we get the feeds back soon. And there we go. Back we are. Now hit and run with a, I would say, pretty passive opening, although they are committing a lot of forces towards the south. That 277, one of them being spotted there now, but the 277 on the K line not getting spotted. But who and what are they driving into? It's Katsai with the IS-7, and then there's 3 more heavy tanks behind them. Conrad, the first one to take a shot.
Yeah, but Kubash now joining as well, though, in the 60p, Monster joining in the CS63, Orcha getting spotted out, the rest of the Opor tanks also getting spotted out. They're bringing everybody to this fight. They're leaving just DJ in the middle. The CSs are coming as well now. They really want to just kill the boys from hit and run in this hold-on position. Kubash is starting to pressure up, trying to cover. Monster is sitting there as well in the CS. You see the Loner's exhaust working out in his favor because he is able to be unspotted until he shoots. The overpeak's coming out though on towards Marcel and Piotr, and this is hit and run trying to hold on, and this is Opor trying to make the difference. Marcel and Piotr, they're actually going to go for Katsai. Can Marcel connect his shot? No, he cannot, and I think that discourages Piotr from even trying anymore. He's just going to sit there and tank it out like a champion, or trying to be a champion, which he is not just yet. A big shot from the 60p coming out. Now Katsai coming back into the fray as well with a peek. Panzer Fury dropping low, but it's going to be 2 guns down here for the side of hit and run, with Opor having all 7 available to them, and I don't think this is working out too well for hit and run so far, Kian.
No, hit and run here, caught on the back foot. Down 2 guns, down HP. They've got it all to do as the 60 TP finally joins the fray in the middle of the map. Minairos now trying to come down here, delivers a big one onto DJ, but in turn, Tsek is the one to fall in that CS63. They need to get those guns out of the game, but the problem for them is that Opor, they also are so healthy in the HP department, as Conrad, the next one to fall. Never the next one on the chopping block, and just like this, Opor make it look easy in round number 2 on Sand River. They make it look easy in round number 8 of this best of 9, and Ducky, we are gonna get a tiebreaker.
Unbelievable enough, we are indeed headed towards the tiebreaker. But remind me of the tiebreaker map?
I think it was Tundra. So now it's going to be down to who had the fastest attack. It's going to be down to who is going to be able to pick what's most likely going to be attack and hit and run. They must be kicking themselves. The hairline, the only thing with an upwards trend currently for them here, as they have been hit. And now you see Monster, the team captain, running away, running towards the hills. And Opor, they must be more than happy with how Sand River went.
Yeah, and do we know who's picking the side yet? Does this round matter for who picks the side?
I am not entirely sure, and we can see here Monster. That is, I believe, the Monster, the second time that I see Monster in such a position. The first time when I saw him look defeated like this was actually in a 15v15 event against Fame, when it was up for the tickets for the WCI. He was the last remaining tank of his team in the last round that they played on Himmelsdorf on the hill. This time, once again, for some reason, it's always him making, like, he's the only one able for me to make a tank look sad.
But you want to know who's not sad?
The team in yellow, the team called Opor. I mean, going up 1-0, going down 1-4, then going 4-4. I think the question whose side the momentum is on, especially after Sand River 1, we don't even need to ask that one. It is so far in favor of Opor right now. Yeah. an interesting one to witness for sure. But honestly, after how this match has gone, I really like having the tiebreaker, and either ending now is going to be one for the record books. Like, will Opur actually come with the full-on, like almost full-on remontada, or does Hit and Run crush the dreams of Opur after, giving them every possibility back into the match, and then in the finals, in the grand finals, in the tiebreaker, they just say, "Oh no, let's just win it now."
Bro, Opur better win on Tundra now. That's all I'm gonna say, dude. If they did all of this to lose on Tundra, bro,
that would be crushing as well mentally. But like, imagine how crushing it is right now for Hit and Run. Like, the stakes are so high, and
yeah, and the Ghost on Attack of Hit and Run was the fastest one, by the way. So they get to pick the side on Tundra. It was 253. Nothing else was close.
Yeah. I mean, Opur should be picking Tundra Attack. But, sorry, Hit and Run should be picking Tundra Attack. But instead, we actually have the confirmation. Hit and Run are choosing defense.
On Tundra. Oh.
On Tundra.
Very brave, very brave. Plus minus how long before we get into game?
So it was 3 minutes, but that was a minute ago. So like 2 minutes, I think, until we get the game.
Yeah, 3.
Obviously, like, we need to give a bit of time to the players to prepare. We need to give them time to, select the choice of the map. But either of those teams, like, it's going to be a crushing defeat if you lose. So yeah, 2 minutes now.
Did I will never make Monster forget what happened on Sad River. What happened on Sad River the day that Opur came back all the way. Humiliation.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's not one of those matches where teams were trading blow for blow. No, it has been one of those matches where it was just sweep, 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 and then Opur getting a victory they shouldn't have on Sand River, but we are not there yet. And either way, it's going to be crushing. Like, imagine, we are talking about Monster looking sad now, but imagine you're Piotrix, you've clutched the round 1v4, and then you lose in the tiebreaker. Like, that's not better, is it? It's gonna feel a steal for the team that wins it, and it's gonna feel like a crushing defeat for the team that loses. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, I just will never let Monster live it down. I'm so ready. I really hope they lose now, dude. I'm so ready.
Okay,
I really hope they lose. Bro, I'm like all aboard the Opur train at this point. Please win. Please win. Make Piotrix sacrifice not be for nothing.
What do you mean sacrifice?
He sacrificed all of his future RNG to win that 4v1.
Well, it's not going to be long until we find out who is going to definitely, after this round, finally be the winner of the EU MillionPugs WoT7 number 13. It is the tiebreaker. The stakes are high. The money for the winner is going to double in this last round. All eyes on Opur against Hit and Run. 1 round to rule them all.
1 round to rule them all. The decision maker in this WoT7 EU segment of the stream. Is it going to be Opur or is it going to be Hit and Run, who were up 4-1 at some point not too long ago?
Feels like ages.
Well,
Hit and Run trying to close it out. What realistically they should have been doing 2 rounds ago. Triple 60 TP, Minaros once again M454, double mouse, and the Minotauro.
And the Minotauro versus an Opur lineup that is rocking at 277, an IS7, and 5 60 TP Lewandowskis.
Opur. Brutal alpha, brutal HP, and very little finesse. but they have been trying to shove their way into this final here with brutal power, with brutal willpower. So that now reflects the Polish Tier 10 heavy tank for that Polish team in yellow that is trying to make the comeback story happen. Hit and run here in the tiebreaker, choosing defense. So they need to show us why they actually think that they have to play this one now. Monster driving with that low noise exhaust on the Minotauro, so they definitely want to make this a nasty little surprise for the team of Opur in the south, but as we can see, Opur on their attack, they're not really fancying themselves the south.
No, but it's again hit and run, very 1-2 centered though in the beginning. We saw Burger, I think, was it Burger or Cashback? Cashback, yeah?
One of the two.
Yeah, win this round immediately by just pushing the north, but so far, Piotr peeking in the mouse, trying to get some info. Is this what Piotrix and DJ were waiting for? Are they going to shoot? No, they decide not to.
Now, Monster in the Mino here doesn't get any information either, and it seems to me that Opur, they are waiting for something, waiting for anything by hit and run, but like it is them attacking, so it's them who have to make a move now. The IS-7 of Rexar getting spotted out by Conrad. That is going to give some information to either team, actually. The mouse there by Conrad sees like, oh, there's only an IS-7 and it's that far back. So currently, guys, it's not a south play, which would signal to hit and run that they probably should be reinforcing that northern side currently.
Yeah, Urchak is starting to take the lower side now, or wanted to take the lower side. He's not going to do it. But the rotation coming out from Opur, actually, they're starting to move back towards the south. With everything.
Exactly. They have seen that mouse, and they're probably suspecting now that hit and run are doing something very similar to what they did previously on their Tundra defense as DJ and Piotrix. Two very slow tanks, so this is probably even going to be the last rotation that we're going to see in the EU WoT7 here. The last rotation of the round as well. Every single tank, bar one, getting committed to the southern side of Tundra here, where Monster is probably eagerly waiting with that hold down Minotauro.
Hold down Minotauro, but not that much support behind it though. If they could overrun him quickly, then it will depend on the damage taken before that.
I've never taken such a close look at the excavating stuff that is there, but yeah, Ketzai now getting spotted here in that 60 TP. That is another tank revealed for the side of Opur, who have not shown anything in the north, who have not shown interest in the north, at least when it comes towards Opur, finally deciding to reveal Ozek. So that is 3 tanks with rough whereabouts known for the side of hit and run. Are they springing into action yet? It doesn't seem to be like it currently, and the fact remains that if Opur actually decides to pull off a complete south commit, which I think they're starting now, then Piotr in that mouse is completely going to be out of the game. He's going to be a non-factor, actually.
Yeah, he will be a non-factor. The real question is how much damage is taken here initially on the crossing. 1 on Tisek, 1 on Ketzai so far. That is the 60TP and AMX coming in. Conrad giving 1 as well. Not taking anything back in return. They have to go kill the Mino though, and that's the bigger issue here for the boys of Opur. They will have to make this crossing. They'll have to make it work. Tisek taking a lot of damage. Conrad is in a little bit of a bad position himself though. Getting flanked even by Ketzai in the 60TP. Too many angles for him to handle. They need to find that Mino though. But already the 60TP from hit and run. Miku crossing over. Can they find Monster on time? I'm not too sure, Kian.
I am not too sure either, as the punishment by hit and run on towards the crossing tanks by Opur is actually brutal. You can see Ketzai down towards 1200. Yes, Conrad is caught in a bit of a predicament, but still able to focus out the low HP tanks, namely Ketzai here. Tisek also very, very low. Can't really do a lot anymore. Ketzai there down towards a one-shot as Conrad, the first one to fall. DJ there with a non-connection in towards the Minotauro. Marcel immediately answering there, 1-1 in the kill department, but hit and run up 6k HP. Make that only 4.5 as some shots connect.
Yeah, and Orchak and Piotrix are trying to just dodge Kubas and Piotr by driving forward, trying to get all the HP in the game. Monster actually falling in the Minotauro is pretty big, but Rex are not having too good of a time himself in return. Piotrix now coming in with his 60 TP. Miku getting blown up, and it's still possible for Opor here if they can find the connections. Mineros now in that AMX M4, a great tank still, but not that good. If it's isolated in the angles that he currently has, he's trying to run away. He will not escape. He will not even do one more shot as Piotrix shuts him down. Marcel now trying to get Tisek with another 60 P of Kubash coming in this side. Tisek, is he safe though from the other one? It does seem to be that way. Marcel now getting pushed on, and it's 3 tanks left standing for hit and run. Piotrix down towards a one shot though in his 60 TP, trying to escape, trying to bring out the distance between him and Piotr. Now Orchik and Panzer Fury find Kubash, who's isolated as well. Piotr with the mouse, the team captain, the team FC, if you want to call it that way, because Monster's the captain, but he's already dead. They find Marcel, and it's just going to be Piotr left standing in a second with all of the HP of his team. They have more on hit and run, but they don't have the guns anymore, as Opor from a 4-1 scoreline currently look to bring it all home. It's not over just yet. Panther Fury needs to pick up Kubash. Not sure if he can, because Orchak is very ammo-racked at this moment in time. Kubash is actually the one to shut it down. Piotr still has an opportunity here. Let's not speak too soon, but Piotr just explodes like snow in the sun. It just disappears, Kihan.
Exactly, Ozek there trying to find the shot onto Kubash. Kubash there unable to find the penetration, and this is going to lock it in. Opor, after going down 1-4, they find the comeback opportunities with a huge carry by Piotrix there on Sand River 1. They are going to complete the comeback here. Hit and run, battered, bruised, beaten down in the dust.
Yeah, that is going to hunt hit and run for a while, I would say.
I wonder if Monster is ever going to come to your chat again, Ducky. Probably not.
I mean, probably he will at some point.
Not today.
Yeah. Right.
Today is not this day. Today is the day where Opor takes a victory in the WoT7 number 13, sponsored by MillionPugs. And honestly, congratulations for once again taking that crown, taking the sweet spoils of victory, and placing themselves on the throne as reigning WoT7 champions for Europe.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Hit and Run only has themselves to blame.
Exactly. They realistically should have been the ones to close it out earlier, but you don't give something like this to Opor and then expect to win the match. It is brutal for Hit and Run. Then again, you know, the only thing that you could give as an advice to them is just play better, as brutal as it sounds. But I think, Ducky, 9 games in a row that we just spectated, that is a lot for 2 other very beautiful people to talk about. Insane Toxic, both of you were probably ready to talk about this a few games ago, but let's see what you make of it now. Take it away, guys.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, what a match it has been toxic between those two teams. We had the feeling that Hit and Run got it on that Sand River. We even prepared for our analyst segment, but Opor with the clutch with Piotrix. What a game. And then at the end, even on 2-draw on that tiebreaker, we felt like Hit and Run had it, but Opor is going to take the victory. They're going to be the winners of that MillionPugs WoT7 number 13. What do you think about that, honestly?
It's honestly, I'm sorry. It's kind of hard to stop laughing. What a interesting match that we witnessed.
Yeah.
I feel like Hit and Run didn't just have the title in their hands, they already had it in their backpack. Were all the way home, and then, you know, they didn't have the keys for the apartment. Had to go back and play another couple rounds, and Opor just snatched that trophy. The funny part is, I actually wrote in the TeamSpeak chat here after they won their second round, so the score was 4-2. I literally wrote like, okay, the script now is we go to tiebreaker and Oppo will win 5-4. And I mean, it did actually happen, so good job by them. Congratulations for winning this tournament once again and showing Hit and Run where they belong.
Well, Hit and Run is probably going to be very upset about that one, but on the other hand, Oppo is going to be very happy with this result as they're getting double the prizes money-wise. Well deserved at the end of the day. Hit and Run with the big throw, I have to admit, on that Sand River, and he had a crazy Oppo team to punish them in return. So well deserved. Let's take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened between those two teams. As we were starting a Toxic on Ghost Town, a map that we didn't see much this tournament, and it was very close between those two teams on that one.
I mean, Oppo picked this map. They seemed pretty confident, I would say, by the way that they were playing, and deservedly so. They won the first game. They went up 1-0 and kind of started to try and get that momentum. Sadly for them, that was stopped in the next game by Hit and Run, but this one actually seemed like two even teams, which the score reflects in the end. So great stuff from both teams, you know, putting off a very good show on a map that we haven't seen a lot for this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was one of the maps that Hit and Run wanted to avoid the most by perma-banning, so choice for Oppo coming up from the winner's bracket to actually pick it up straight. But well, even though they had a great start on their attack with 6 tanks left alive, I have to admit that this attack next from Hit and Run was pretty good and surprised, caught off guard what Oppo proposed, going straight aggressive for the base one with a triple cap. That was pretty interesting.
It's a strat that we have seen before. It's played very rarely, and I would say it's usually played when you don't really know what to play. This is kind of your go-to. But I mean, it's good enough to catch Oppo off guard and actually take home the round, because the over-rotation from Oppo that they are forced into just gets punished so heavily by Hit and Run that it pays off and they end up winning the round.
Look, it actually gives me some whole WGL flashbacks about that map. So the map is much bigger, much different, but this was one of the way to play on that one. Just go for the triple cap, one tank over A6 to control some mice on the side to actually delay and even take all the damage. And then when the team is coming up close on the defense, you just push off. Some great memories there, and a very clean victory for Hit and Run, actually having 5 tanks alive at the end. Next up on Cliff, we had a brawl happening on the middle. Both of those teams going for that engagement, and it looked very close at that moment of time.
You know, since we start being old men and reminiscing about old times, you have T-Shack also dropping off here, you know, giving off some Apple Wow vibes. I mean, interesting opening by both the teams, kind of just going for that straight aggression. That's what we do expect from them. It's just that Hit and Run just ever so slightly got out ahead in the shootout.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important to mention that they got to win the trades on the ramp, and afterwards they managed to find a Piotrek that is missing the crucial kill on Marcel there. He's gonna drop, he's gonna stay alive, but the positions are just much better for the side of Hit and Run, even though they are on the attack. They're just gonna manage to go around the hill, start the pressure on the base too, and then it was only T-Shack left alive in a 1v3 situation. So good stuff for Hit and Run. They were 1-0 down and they managed to take the lead after the first run on Cliff.
And they didn't stop just there, you know, they continued on playing another round of Cliff. And this one actually it looked a bit dire at times, because you will see that not only does Hit and Run manage to get some tanks up there, but Oppo does so as well. So them getting out Piotrix here, not quite what happened. Piotrix is actually able to drop and get out and buy some more time, so it was a decent start for Oppo actually.
Decent start for Oppo, but a great counterplay for the set of Hit and Run to go with the double BZs across with that truck to force him out. You can see that then there is a pretty much forced reaction for the set of Oppo to go join the donut, but it was probably a mistake, because as they were winning the hill, they lost completely that part of the map, and they were only left with 2-3 tanks, and it was enough for Hit and Run to take a good lead. Next up on emails, we had Hit and Run on the defense going for a very aggressive opening and actually catching some tanks over the donut.
Yeah, great stuff here, isolating the tanks. Opur had the issue of having a lot of HP in the end, stuck on the CS up on the hill. And though the CS is really fast, it still doesn't quite have the teleportation ability that you were able to use in the Waffenträger event. So that's kind of where it went wrong for Opur, and they just had the chance to come back on the side of Hit and Run due to the available guns in the shootout. And you can see here, in the end, it's this cool situation where Piotr actually does a really good play in crossing there. It was risky, but it paid off hugely because they are actually able to pick off DJ here. He does get lucky and high rolls him, but Mineros would have gotten him anyway. So great stuff here in the late game from Hit and Run.
I want to also highlight the fact that Hit and Run has a great management on their HPs. They always manage to keep those tanks alive, and that's also what's allowing them to win those rounds. It was 4-1 and already match points for them, and they went for that very aggressive approach on their attack. But I have to say that this time Opur was pretty well set for it, and they managed to get great damage out of it to completely surround those things from Hit and Run afterwards. So good stuff from Opur in their defense to stop that streak that Hit and Run had in this match.
And that's really hard to do, to actually stop a momentum like this, where a team wins 4 rounds in a row and is, well, on match point, not just for this game, but for the upcoming 4 games. So putting a stop to that with the confidence that Opur presented in this match, just going in there and actually fully stopping whatever Hit and Run had planned, is really cool to see, and something that you will only see from the top of the teams. And I mean, that's the 2 teams that we saw fighting here.
Oh, here comes the interesting round, Toxic. The round where Hit and Run had the full control the entire time, pretty much. Opur trying to go for some aggressive defense, trying to take the trade, but it was not working well in their favor, because you can see it on the minimap. Hit and Run has 3 tanks covering that, double CS and the 277, and the trades were going their way. They were slowly but surely taking the full map control. It was looking good for the side of Hit and Run, but then something happened.
I mean, we can give credit to Hit and Run. This match was really, really well played.
Yeah.
Up until the 2-minute mark, where, I don't know, maybe they opened their first beers already, maybe some hard liquor as well, and just started really throwing everything they had onto Piotrix. And, I mean, it's an STRV. That tank tends to have rather decent DPM, and driving at it one by one will do one thing and one thing only, and that is give Piotrix some more DPGs. You know, though he doesn't mark his tank in this game out, he will surely be happy about the score that he was able to achieve. And you can see here, first he picks the IS-7, then Monster struggles to pen him, obviously, gets a little bit of a low roll, so not even a safe HE pickup for Kubash. And I mean, you peek into an STRV, that STRV will hit you.
Oh well. Well, Hit and Run had to be fuming after that one, and Piotrix the Clutch Master actually managing to take the victory with more than 5k damage in a 1v4 situation, a bit helped by Hit and Run going 1 by 1. And next up, Opur, they got the momentum back, they went for that push on their attack, and they caught Marcel and Piotr in the 277s, and it was a great play, because this overmatch worked well in their favor. You could see Ketsai was the one that took most of the damage by picking first, but then he backed off, and this is how you manage to share the HP, the damage taken in your team. This is some great plays from the side of Opur on this attack.
You really just notice that Opur after that round has full confidence back, and Hit and Run just seems very defeated already almost, and they don't really stand a chance at what Opur is throwing at them. I'm sorry, I'm still a bit at a loss of words. You don't witness something like this all that often in your lifetime. But great stuff from Opur, you know, coming back with the momentum and actually, you know, pushing back Hit and Run and really making them unsure of what they should play.
And then we are the tiebreaker between these 2 teams, and I have to say that this opening for the side of Hit and Run was looking good, because they had most of their team ready for this initial engagement and push from Opur. You could see also the damage was looking good, the HPs were looking good on their side. Conrad is there with the mouse, he has 3.5, 3.6 almost HPs. He's gonna drop, but it's normal, it's part of the tactic. You could see 6k HP up at that point, but Opur is actually managing to make it work with a great team play, great focus fire, and also utilizing the fact that Kubash and Piotr are completely out of the fight at that moment.
I mean, this is just a repetition of what happened in like 2 games before that. You have the win on your hands. You're up 6,000 HP, but you all of a sudden stop playing. They stop rotating. Well, they don't stop, but they rotate like 3 minutes too late in an 8-minute match. And I mean, you have 2 guns left. You have the HPs, but the enemy has 5 guns left. Kubash bounces his shot onto Orzek, and this point at latest, the match is over, and you just have to realize that you threw 2 wins, you threw the entire series, you threw away half of the prize money that was available to you, and I don't know. I really don't. I'm sorry.
I mean, that had to be very frustrating for the side of H1, but that had to be fantastic for the side of Opor to manage to make the comeback and take it in that grand finals. Congratulations to them to take the victory. But Toxic, this is not over. We now have the NA brackets to cover the finals. Smile, that has been waiting all day to be facing at the end of the day Bears. What do you think about that match?
I'm going to keep it real here. The showing that Smile had compared to the showing that Bears had was immaculate, and I don't think we will see as close of a match as we just witnessed. So
yeah,
I'm seeing a quick 5-1, 5-2, something like that from Smile here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, definitely could be the case, especially after how they have been playing in this tournament. But even though Bears was not playing that well against My Little Pony yesterday, today the performance against Escalate was a bit better. So I have hopes that they could take at least a few rounds against Smile. That is probably the dominant team for that NA tournament. But 60% for Smile, 40% for Bears. And well, Toxic, I guess that's enough for us, for the analyst desk, because now we're going to be jumping to the Castles one to hear what Kian and Daki have to say about that one for the last time of the day and for the tournament. Guys, please take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to what is going to be the last match of the day. And I don't want to take anything away from it, but I think it'll have a hard time topping the one that we just saw in terms of outrageousness. Smile, the team that has been very, very comfortable so far in the NA bracket, is going to take on the Bears. And they're doing so under their captain external. They have OP, Fluky, Fly, and a whole bunch of others to back it up. And the Bears that we saw already earlier today under Chase, who did manage to win in the lower bracket finals to make their way to the grand final. And they are going to do so on the following maps. Cliff being picked by the Smile team, with Bears picking defense. Prokhorovka, the next one. Then we're headed into Ghost Town, with Mines being the Bears ban. Muravanka then being picked up, followed by possibly Himmelsdorf and possibly Steps.
Yeah, well, join the analysts in what they said. I don't believe too much in the Bears here. Maybe that's like not giving them enough credit. But when we saw Smile play, they looked like an extremely good team.
Yeah, Smile indeed. Looking extremely solid in everything that we saw from them so far, which I believe was 1 match. But yeah, they do have the reputation on the NA server of being just all around solid, very, very good players. The same can be said for the Bears. Smile just, more so.
Yeah, I'm just going to believe in Smile here. Cliff could be a very, very fast-paced map between these two.
Yeah, possibly. Obviously, we had the thing where basically, an A team's Toxic keeps expanding on that, tend to play a bit slower than the EU teams, which it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's just a difference in preference, a difference in just how the meta is shaped on that server. Obviously, in show matches, we are going to say which of the metas is actually gonna prevail. But first of all, grand finals of the NA WoT7 at hand. Who do you think is gonna take it, and by how many?
I think I voted 5-1 for Smile.
5-1. Ooh, brutal. Are you changing your nickname to Toxic, or what's happening there?
No. I just think that Smile is a team that could compete in playoffs on EU and do really well. And I don't think that the current version of the Bears would have such a good time if that was to be the case. Personally, I don't think Smile is too far behind the teams that we saw play, Hit and Run, Opor, W, etc. They're pretty close to them. I wouldn't say they're quite there. Maybe that's a bit of EU bias, but they are very, very, very good at this mode. They're also the champions coming into this. They're also the representative for NA to go to China. I mean, I think it's just giving credit to the capabilities of Smile.
Yeah, exactly. Smile. There is a reason why they made it comfortably through the any part of the bracket so far. They've not really shown a lot of slip-ups. They've not really shown a lot of weaknesses. They have just been all around very, very solid team. Now, going into this one, first of all, I think we have to mention that the Bears team, they did show some weaknesses. Actually, they were on the brink of tournament elimination earlier in the bracket. Not earlier today, but earlier in the tournament. So for them to be here, it must feel already like quite the accomplishment. But, you know, as soon as you come into the finals, you're like, well, we came all the way. Might as well try it now.
Might as well try it now. Remind me of what's the first map again? Cliff, right? So
Cliff, exactly.
Yeah, reminded myself. I think for Bears, it's looking for a strong start on Cliff. If Smile starts running away with it, momentum, we talked about it. We saw it in the last match, actually, either way. Initial momentum to Hit and Run, which then turned around at some point by Piotrix becoming a magician. He made the enemy things disappear.
Yeah, I think that is a good way to put it. And I think he's going to have a very, very nice evening for himself. Now, though, the NA players looking to replicate that here. Best of 9, this means first to 5. A lot of rounds to be played, and Cliff, honestly, kind of curious, personally. Like, if you're coming in this and you pick Cliff as your map, you must think as Smile that you're actually just better in every aspect, because if you think that the teams are even closely matched together, like remotely close, then this would in turn mean that, you know, Cliff can be dicey.
Can be dicey, yeah. But it's, I don't know. Well, I'm really curious. How long are we out from start?
Around half a minute, I would say.
Yeah. Now, it was an easy one to answer, huh?
Yeah, exactly. So both Toxic and you going with the 5-1 scoreline. Insane saying it'll be 5-2. I am giving a bit more credit to the Bears, which we saw earlier today win their lower bracket finals. Is it going to be a 5-1 wash or not? We're going to find out shortly. How many BZs is, I think, the biggest question that we have to ask here on Cliff, first of all. Simply because, you know, a lot of BZs is what I expect on Cliff as a map. The package of the alpha damage together with the mobility is just too good to pass up. You're able to push a lot of HP into important positions very, very early on. But maybe, I mean, we have seen NA and EU meta differ in the past, so maybe the teams have a different take on how to play it. But I think it is time to kick it off. I think it is time to see the lineups of Smile and the Bears in the finals of the NA WoT7. We do see the Bears coming in with quadruple BZ, double CS, and the Hori.
Against Smile's BZ, double IS7, and the CS63. Hori on Cliff is an interesting one.
Hori is not something you would normally expect on Cliff, so I will be very, very interested where they will send Chase in that Japanese tank destroyer. Otherwise, I think we'll have to look for the splits. Everyone getting sent middle towards for the Bears, except for Chase, who's going to set up in A4. Quite curious.
Yeah, he might have some shots on towards the ramp from there, potentially. I'm not too sure. There's always a reason why people go to where they are. Yeah, he does have a shot on the ramp from there. bigger question is he going to hit it?
Indeed, we do see that the shot he has is quite minuscule, and he's instead going to opt for the second cross. Needs to be careful to not hit his buddy of Octobear. Octobear probably aware that the Hori is aiming there, but we'll still have to see. The Bears now committing all the tanks that they have in towards the middle, but they'll be in crossfire because Loop there in the IS-7 and Fluky from the sidelines. We know that they will have the peaks here. Not Melee does not take a hit from Loop. The shot going wide.
Now from 1-2, they're trying to get some angles on towards Octo, who cannot stay on this ramp.
No, Fluky and Lop in that BZ, forcing the CS63 off the angle as Loop with another shot, with another attempt. It does connect. Wallhack's not full HP anymore, and Kenway also taking a bad trade.
Yeah, the Hori niche pick, I mean, sure, 360 pen and all, but so far their team is getting hammered in the middle of the map. They're losing the hill at some point. They'll get flanked around the hill at some point as well. And for me, this is not looking that good for Bears to start off this match.
No, the fact also that Octobear has taken a shot of damage in his CS is like kind of bad, because that means he cannot really go in towards the DPM 1v1 against Vova, who might, you know, just get taken away from the ramp to flank around at any point in time. And this is why we see him default back a little towards different positions. The thing is that the way the Bears are playing this currently, they are kind of making the hill a non-factor, because no effective ways of playing could be done from the hill currently. So at least they got that going for them. But I think as soon as Smile realized that the Hori is on the lower side of the map, they might even try to just overcommit everyone on towards the middle, because realistically the shots that would be coming on towards tanks coming from Donut, that would mean that the tanks in the middle would be on reload for the Bears, which would enable the Smile tanks to completely collapse with 7 upon 3. Instead, they're opting to send Loop through the lower side, through the one line. Loop getting spotted. This is going to enable Muscles in that CS and possibly even Chase in that Hori to get a shot of damage there. Loop taking a swing at December, not going to connect though.
Yeah, and they're taking it slow and steady. I mean, like they should, right? Just starting to slowly surround the map. Vova knows that if he goes on the hill, he's going to take some shots, so he's not going to do it at all. He's just waiting for Lip to generate some map control, some info. They might even be able to, between the two of them, put December into crossfire, which looks to be what they might go for. I mean, look at December's position. If Loop is able to take B2 at some point, he will find the back of that BZ together with his teammates from the middle. It's not really somewhere you can sit fully safe. You'll have to drop.
And Loop now, unspotted, is able to make the cross in towards the A1, A2 position. That, on the other hand, though, if you think about it, would enable the Hori to give a huge shot. Now, finally, they're going to know where the Hori is, as Sebastian, starting to boost over, has to stop here, though, is blocking Fly, who is also on the boost currently. Sebastian does not want to continue through here, and Fly is going to take one, is going to take another from that Hori, who already starts having an impact.
Yeah, that block there costing them a lot of HP. I mean, Sebastian didn't want to go up because it was too risky. They do spot on Muscles, though, in that CS63. Not sure how this guy, it's actually Lip that actually spotted him in the IS-7, who is even going to find the Hori behind that rock at some point. I mean, he should know he spots out Chase now. He does take an immediate big hit from that Hori, who has the rock to play with. I think Lip now realizes that, guys, I'm in a bit of trouble. I'm in a pickle. What do? He does give one shot to the Hori, but he takes another one immediately. He's just going to kind of die for this. I mean, December is watching that as well. Not too sure why Loop is deciding to stay out of all decisions.
I mean, Loop there, even not connecting that one, getting set on fire, meaning that the DPM advantage is now going to be on the Hori. Loop is just going to get cooked, literally, by that Hori, trying to get away. Does make it for now, but December from the other side is going to have a word about this. And this means now that Smile all of a sudden trailing in HP by over 1k external there, taking another big hit. Not sure by whom. Might be the Hori, might be the BZ. A lot of tanks by the Bears here currently with good opportunities. Vova now dropping off. Maybe he will have a kill shot onto Kenway. We'll have to see. Vova indeed picks it up. First kill of the game, but bleeds for it.
Yeah, he does bleed through, but Lip is somehow alive and outplaying December, which I think is the biggest question. Is he using the row of fences there to shield him?
Oh, he is.
I think Chase should go kill him.
I mean,
December
there.
he's trying with AP now, but he's shooting down on towards the I7, so the upper hull is not a pen. The lower plate is tricky at that angle.
And now, I mean, good plays by Loop here, who, after one piece of fence got destroyed, he just went to the next one during the reload, apparently, of December, and we'll have to see. The Hori currently is not getting pulled into the fight against Loop, though, which I think is probably down to the fact that they want to keep this looming threat of the Hori punishing on towards the middle alive. External, Lop and a few others are starting to make a move, though, in the middle of the map, as External has pushed up in his BZ, controlling Octobear, and now the tanks in the middle by the Bears are in a predicament.
I'm not sure why External's not going further to try and create crossfire onto Wallax. I mean, if Octo pushes him, he still has the BZ on the hill to support him. They do find Melly very, very quickly, though, in that BZ. And now, time is ticking, Okian. 1 minute and 20 seconds left here for Smile to bring it all home. That Hori just sitting there staring at the ramp is not going to do too much for them. He also carries a lot of the HP for his team.
Yeah, External there taking a shot now. That's going to be problematic moving forward because he's only on a 2-shot. Dick does a good number, though, onto Octobear, who seems to be unable to commit directly onto External. This is going to be very, very problematic as External, another shot into wall hacks, but only 50 seconds remaining as wall hacks to fall to the grave. And now, all of a sudden, it's only 4 tanks left here for the side of Bears, with Octobear's whereabouts known, December's whereabouts known. The other
So
CS
Hori is the
muscles
biggest
there.
issue right now.
The Hori, yes, the Hori is the biggest issue. They need to have the DPM available to kill him once they find him. External there, good pickup onto Octo, but Muscles has to be found. The Hori has to be found, and December has to be killed.
And the Hori already gives Vova a shot. Fluky will... Ooh, but December comes in with a kill, actually. December came in with the kill on towards that CS63 that was pushing the Hori. Chases a one-shot, though. Lop probably should be able to get an angle on towards him in that BZ if he's quick enough about it. 6 seconds left now. Okay, so the Hori does his shot. December falls. Can Lop find the kill? He can! With 1 second left on the clock, it's going to be Smile to bring it home.
Never worried. GG. Easy. Is Smile after this first round that does go all the way. I think the last kill actually happened at like 7:59. We're going to have to find that out here. As Octo there, only 2 shots of damage. The Hori having a big impact into this game here. And I mean, Smile picked Cliff and Smile won, Cliff won, but I mean, if there are more attacking victories in this matchup, this is probably
not
going to be the fastest.
True.
All right, a round number 1. We said it before, right? The NA teams, they like playing slow. If nothing else, then I think this round proved us right.
You think so?
It doesn't get longer than 8 minutes in WoT7 format.
It doesn't get longer than 8 minutes with Keanu either.
I see we are after...
Map guides.
Yeah. Map guides, of course. Now, sides are going to be switched. Smile is going to be defending on Cliff. Not that it really matters a lot if you don't bring a Hori. And that one does almost like 6k damage, 5.3. That is a huge impact, but then again, you're sort of locking yourself out of a lot of options, in my opinion. Because I do think Smile could have done a better job of playing this round, coming to think about it now. Because, well, you see that Hori, and you know that they're not going to be pushing somewhere immediately, simply because for picking that TD. So you could be taking a lot of map control very, very early on. I think Smile was actually kind of slow to do that.
Yeah, they were slow and steady and very slow. And Lip there, I mean, he knew where the Hori was normally. Like his teammates told him. Maybe he thought he was in A5. because they were probably not 100% sure, but still he kind of knew where the Hori was, and then he was sitting there like, do I sit here? I'm a one-shot. Maybe I should drop down. And then continue to stay alive for the whole game.
Yeah, exactly. He was kind of trying to stay safe and seek the DPM 1v1 against the Hori as an IS-7. Yeah, little known fact, the IS-7 doesn't actually have the best DPM in the game. It kind of reloads for a lot of time for 490 Alpha. Maybe he knows now.
Saying it was a lesson.
Hopefully it was. I mean, you live and you learn. Round number 2 off cliff, though, coming up here. And Smile is looking to extend their lead in the finals. They're looking to make it to the nothing. Instead, on the other side, the Bears, they don't want this to happen. They want to make it 1-1. They want to equalize the scoreline. And they almost would have been the ones to take the first round in this grand final here, but 1 second of time stood between them and that point. Now the Bears coming into this one with quadruple BZ, 1VZ, and double CS63.
And then Smile on the other hand, 50B, quad BZ, and double CS63. Yeah, I mean the VZ picked for a purpose. Trace just wants to play a lot of different tanks. He has to double them.
Yeah, getting double chevrons, I guess, is his goal for the day. I think all the field mods have already been grinded out on those tanks here. As we do take a look at the splits, those do not seem to be too intricate here for the team of Smile. They're sending triple BZ and double CS towards the top side, and they are sending a 50B and a BZ towards the bottom side. Meanwhile, VZ towards the bottom for the Bears, and everyone else middle.
So split-wise, I'd say that Smile has the upper hand right now. Because if Fly commits around that corner, he will be able to take 1-2 for free. They'll have enough tanks to hold the middle. I'd say it's a good start for them.
Yeah, it's a good start here as Muscles on the approach sees a lot of VZs and doesn't actually get punished by External or Vova, who I think both were trying to aim for him. Fly committing in now, takes 2 by the VZ. This in turn enables the 50B to cross for free though. And he does even use one of his 4 shots. Not sure if that was the best idea, but then again, he should be able to reload easily. Octobear with a good crossfire position though.
Yeah, Octobear with a good crossfire position from that Cubby. But still though, Smile has access to the hill, easy access to the hill. Sebastian and Lip, were they spotted going up?
No, they're actually completely and utterly unspotted, which should be sounding the alarm bells for Muscles, who sees a third BZ boosting up that hill. That is a very, very big commitment.
They're going to cross the 1-2
by the side of Smile. And yes, exactly. They're saying, well, you got the hill with 3 BZs. See you guys. See you next time. We're going to collapse. Donut.
Yeah, that's a really, really good call from the Bears. The question is, how much damage should they take? And can Smile disengage on the defense? If they can get out of these positions, run away with the 50B, get the CS and the BZ to cross back to the middle, for example, then this crossing was for nothing. And they're doing exactly that. Really, really good reactions from both teams here, coming out from both Smile and the Bears. I mean, 1-2 repush is correct. This 50B of Lop is now going to be running quite far away. I mean, he's getting pressured by 2 tanks, though. So, Smile, having the 3 tanks on the hill is not all that great in the grand scheme of things. And Lop now getting found by Wally as well in his BZ. He's trying to find that VZ before, though. It's not going to happen. He will fall in this matchup. He does his entire clip. Wally missing a shot there, though. Lop going a little bit safer. Still taking some damage as well. And they're missing the crucial base position at this moment in time. Wallax will find the kill. They're also missing that C5 corner to really support the CS getting pressured.
They are missing that indeed, and now Vova getting sent towards the A5 position. I think that is to crossfire that VZ and that BZ both that are looking to shoot on towards External here in the nice little cubby of that CS63. And now actually Smile once again deciding it is time, boys. It's time for a repush because 2 tanks by Bears. Yes, they did pick up that 50B, but now they're completely out of the game. Octobear's crossfire position not really mattering either. A good shot into chase by the CS63 from the A5 position, but now Sebastian taking huge punishment actually for this cross here. Are they going to get the pickups they need is the question.
Yeah, Fly is going to have to peek the corner and take the initial damage, and then one of them will have to cross over to deal with Melly. External even arriving as well. They're just trying to trade off the corner. Now is the moment though for Lip probably to go kill off Melly, but they're actually backing off. They have said, no, we don't actually want to make this push. Muscle's now arriving in the middle though. He will put the rest of this team in crossfire. They're all kind of stuck on this corner, and even WoT7 in the CS is in a little bit of no man's land. Muscles though, playmaker from behind, and WoT7, playmaker from behind as well for both these teams.
Yeah, exactly. The crucial question now being how much HP does that BZ in E2 have? Muscles coming in here with his CS63. Has it all cut out for him. Has it all to do. He does make it over. He does make the cross. And now WoT7 here finds Wallhacks here, who is down to 60 HP. WoT7 gonna peek here, gonna get the pickup. This spells big trouble for the Bears, though. HP are very even.
HP are indeed very even, and Muscles doesn't really want to peek against all these guns. WoT7 is now putting a little bit of crossfire, and Muscles actually going to peek wide. They'll still have to repush 1-2 though, Kihan, because look, Muscles will now find a new angle on towards them, just able to put a shot into Lip already, and now they're going to push around that corner as expected. Good focus fire there from Muscles on towards the CS. Lip is taking all the damage. WoT7's coming from behind though. December joined into that hold down. I'm not sure if that was the right decision from that BZ, because look, a quick 1-2 combination picks up that combination of tanks that were on the lower side, and now Kenway running away. Good tracking shot there from WoT7. That could be so important for his team. Also, the shot misses on him. That opens up Octo. Actually, Fly needs to be careful there not to die in his BZ. Watches towards Octo. And now though, 5v3 for the side of Smile.
5v3 for the side of Smile, but I think WoT7 is doing a very, very good, a very smart move here, actually. He's, with this outside move, he's not only going to perma-spot Octobear, who is in the crossfire position, he will also be able to control the peaks on towards that CS. He will be able to farm him if he actually gets into position to do so. I think he needs to go wider than that even, but Kenway now, with a pickup onto external, is going to make it 3v4.
Yeah, and WoT7 carries all the HP, so he's going to come closer again into 1-2. They're just staring at Octo. I don't think he can peek unspotted even if he wanted to. Fluky's on reload right now. WoT7 is actually just going to push him by the looks of things, because he knows the other two are behind. Kenway actually finds Sebastian. WoT7 does connect his shell though. Should win the 1v1 because of that. Octo retaliating. WoT7 normally a player that does not miss in these situations, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen here either. That's a good ram from Octo though, but still a good shot from WoT7. Octo is kind of pushing him off though, but this new this area of the map has been adjusted, Ihan, as you may know as well, so you can still sit there. And 3v2 now for the Smile.
3v2 now, but the tank that could actually still take a hit possibly by the CS63. WoT7 here currently not in a position to do so. He is out there on that ledge, and the thing is, as soon as he actually starts pushing the wreck, they will know. But good pickup by Fluky here to make it the 1 versus many situation. 1 versus 3 for the CS63 player here, who is on the attack, who needs to make the moves, who doesn't get the connection though onto Fly, and Fly bounces him as well. But that is 2 guns trained at the corner, not only 1, and it's going to be WoT7, the playmaker, to secure it, to make it 2-0.
2 extremely close rounds, but Smile just edging themselves ahead twice in this one. And again, just good stuff by them. Could have gone either way. Could be 1-1, could be 2-0 for the Bears, but it is not. It's 2-0 for Smile.
It is 2-0 for Smile indeed, and WoT7 just with a cracker of a round, just making the plays left, right, and center. That is exactly what you want to see by your medium players that are able to roam the map, that are able to generate the kills. That is, yeah, a lot of elo that he just got in his Onslaught game.
Yeah, WoT7 5 kills, 5.3. Beautiful game.
2018, yeah. just good stuff.
2018, yeah, I don't know. Like he's not really the kind of guy that's gonna miss these kind of shots, Imo. Very solid player as well. You expect him to do the damage. Yeah, it's just that slight difference in, I feel, player skill almost that made the largest difference there. And External also surviving from that cubby for quite a while.
Yeah. The Bears are going to be unhappy with how, especially the last parts of these rounds here went. I feel like they had a way into either round. Like both were extremely close, especially the first one. Imagine losing with 1 second left on the clock. But this means that the pick by the team of Smile, that was Cliff, this pick was completely converted to nothing. So in the end, I guess they got what they wanted from it, even though the way there was kind of a bumpy road. And for the Bears now, they have their work cut out for them. Picking Ghost Town as the second map, this actually means that, you know, they've got to do it here. I mean, even if they lose Ghost Town 0-2, there would still be Morovanka at least one more round, but they picked it for a reason, I'm sure.
They picked it for a reason, surely. 2-0, though, the Bears, I don't know if they're going to be like a little bit demotivated. I think the way the games went, they probably are a little sad that they are down 2-0 right now.
I mean, whenever you lose 2 close rounds like that in a row, you're going to be maybe not demotivated, but angry. Angry at the enemy team, angry at the game, and angry at yourself, angry at just about anything that angry at me, yeah, who knows? Like, maybe. Angry at anything that presents itself. The difference in between good players and great players there is that the great players actually start looking for the ways to self-improve. So they are not going to be blaming anything but themselves for rounds that went less than desirable.
That was very inspirational. I feel so inspired now.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait to put this knowledge to use in my future games.
You know, you can just put it into an Instagram post with some really, really nice background.
Yeah,
and then...
one with about 3 likes.
I guess so.
You, your mom, and your dog.
All right, Bears now coming into the grand finals round number 3, looking to make it 2-1 actually against Smile, Triple Mouse, Double 277, 1T57, and the CS63.
Smile on the other hand, 113, 60p, Double Mouse, a 277, an E5, and a CS63 of their own.
T57, we don't see the pick that often, but there is a solid reasoning behind it. 1, the intra clip is shorter than the 50B, which means the exposure time is shorter. 2, 340 heat pen is nothing to scoff at. 3, some shots actually do bounce off of it. And 4, the reload of the entire clip is also shorter. It does have significantly a better DPM than the 50B.
True. And it's a lot better in non-slot as well. But in traditional trend between these two teams, nobody really doing anything too aggressive immediately. Taking it slow, taking it steady. Slow moves coming out. Double 277 going to take A4. CS spot in the north for the Bears. Yeah, I think we're looking at a 6-minute round.
Possibly, as the march of the Mouses of Melly and Kenway does get halted for the time being. Them choosing not to advance much further. The Bears on their attack here, waiting for the double 277 in the south to find some kind of position to play from. They're not really going to find any kind of angle in towards the middle. There is simply no tanks that they could be, firing upon, spotting even. The 277 in K1 is probably going to come as kind of a nasty surprise, but actually the mouse on the outside does get found. External gets spotted, but probably knows from where. Does take a swing by one of the 277s. Good shot, does take a second one. 1000 HP lost on him, and this is bringing the Bears into action at the 2 Cup.
Yeah, but who's going to spot these guys right now? I don't think anybody will. It will have to be the CS63 at G1 that gets the first piece of information on them. Chase now pushing across, though. He'll start taking some damage even from the E5, and Lip is in a trap there. So Chase may reach the position that he wants to, but is going to run away.
Chase is like a hobbit on a journey. He's just running through the map. Not sure what exactly he's supposed to achieve. The push that he was going to do towards HP for info. Yeah, I guess so. He did get a lot of info. He knows where Vova is. He knows even that Vova has spent quite a few of his shells. If he can repeat that like 50 more times, then Vova is going to be out of ammunition. But, yeah. Some heat shell nets now starting non-connections on the mouses, and they sprinted left towards, some crossfire position. Now they see that they can't really achieve a whole lot from there, and now they're starting to drive in towards the base. And while the mouses do take some damage, the punishment on towards Fly is actually pretty good, because that T-57 there is providing good crossfire, and the mouses, they don't even need to stop on this cap. They could just keep pressing their advantage here against the Fly that is very low HP.
Yeah, very low HP. He made that overpeak there. It didn't work out for him whatsoever. And yeah, they have the cap started though. But in the meantime, look at the K line though. Kihan being pressured out by Smile, the 277 CS combination, pressuring away, I think, Wallhacks, who is the singular 277 there. He's pushing towards Vova though. So Wally on a hero play towards that CS63. I mean, Lip will give a shot, but it will not be enough to win the 1v. Never mind that, as a lot of damage comes out immediately. There will have to be a decap though, coming out from the boys from Smile, and Lip there takes a tremendous amount of damage for this play. He's even gonna fall. Vova will kill Wally, but that is a beautiful pickup for the Bears.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the Bears, they are starting to turn the tide of battle around, as December now with that mouse is going to be the third tank on the cap. But as Octobear is probably going to come off reload rather soon, that T57 DPM that we spoke about coming into effect. External is now feeling the heat. 1337 lead HP for now. But the HP overall not looking so good for the players. A Smile 3k behind. The T57 once again clipping out, not finding the last connections. Actually, the T57 with penetration issues on towards the 60 TP. It's Melee to save the day, and it is the rest of the Bears, all 7, still alive to get their first round in the grand finals.
Yeah, surely they will not give this away anymore. There goes down, attack slow, steady, and successful, coming out in this way. Really just good, getting that cap pressure, and yeah, Wally, the distraction there. He actually traded 2 for 1. He killed Vova, and he made it so Lip died as well. So, good stuff.
Yeah, and Fluky now demonstrating that, anything side-hugging a mouse is very, very effective, but the bodies of December not letting the 113 have its way with the mouse. Instead, it's going to be 7-0 regarding tanks, and it's going to be 2-1. Smile still ahead, but the Bears showing up on their map pick of Ghost Town on their attack here. So it's not going to be a clean sweep. Far from it. The Bears looking very good.
Very good on that Ghost Town. Good for them. They really deserved at least 1 round so far, to be honest. So that they finally were able to pick it up is good.
Yeah, and on the other side, we see Lip here with that 277. Really getting caught off guard by what Wally was doing. And maybe it wasn't even planned that way, but it ended up being pretty genius. Now, obviously, the mouses in the city there against other super heavies are not going to have the best of pen rates, but all of that doesn't matter when you have a player like Octobear in that T57 able to give more than 1, more than 2, even more than 3 clips.
Yeah, all around just a solid round from them on their attack. Now transitioning to the defense. Smile hasn't looked that amazing so far.
Nah, and we mentioned it on Cliff, like both of those rounds, yes, they took them home, and yes, it was probably frustrating for the Bears, but sometimes, poking the bear just makes it angry. And that was what we saw here in round number 3. Finally, the team under their captain Chase able to show what they're made of, able to put one on the board to make it 2-1, and they're going to look to make it 2-2. They want that equality to essentially reduce that best of 9 down towards a best of 5, and to not look at a 3-1 scoreline. That's not a match point yet, but being down 3-1, I mean, we saw earlier today, I mean, what am I talking about? We saw a 4-1 that got turned into a 4-5, but any round you can pick up helps, obviously. Helps contribute, helps towards your victory.
If the Bears win, is their logo going to turn their frown upside down, Kihant, or you didn't prepare for that?
I am afraid we did not know.
Opportunity missed out on.
You know, we just counted on Smile winning, so we didn't need to change their logo, is what went through our heads. Surely. That being said, though, I think
I haven't believed anything you said since the Cliff Map Guide videos, so we'll just put that on the list of lies.
Considering how often we have casted together, that must be a pretty long list by now. Anyway, around half a minute more until we do get some more answers as towards this match, as round number 4 is not far off here. Smile against the Bears. They are looking like, individually the better team. Smile, that is, especially when it comes towards those clutch situations. But the Bears have shown that as a unit, they are still very capable.
Let's see if they're capable of holding on the defense. Because that's a different ball game than the attack altogether. The attack is kind of straightforward in a way, still. If you take it slow and steady, it's like a step program, you know? Clear the angles, do this, do that, get onto the cap. That is important. However, on the defense, you need to have a really good initial setup to punish everything.
As we do see the lineup, the Bears on their defense, coming in with a 60 TP triple mouse once again, 1277, S-Conk, and the CS63.
The CS63 for Smile available as well, double 277, double mouse, and double BZ. That looks like a cap play.
Indeed, looks like a cap play. Never underestimate the mobility of those BZs when it comes to taking those early positions. And now we do see what Smile wants to do. It's actually seemingly not an immediate cap play, sending WoT7 towards that K line together with Loop in the 277. WoT7 is going to make it across. He's not going to get spotted for it, I don't think, because Muscles is playing a very defensive game of World of Tanks here. Chase in a pretty pushed up aggressive position. Muscles instead sending his 277 buddy towards the K1 position that we saw a 277 in by Smile in the past round.
Yeah, Wally getting spotted out in the 277. If he keeps going, he might take a double BZ to the face. One shot connecting on him already. Is there any more following up? It doesn't look like it, actually. And yeah, they didn't actually go for the scar play. WoT7 now getting spotted out, though. Takes a shot from Muscles. Might take one from Wallhax as well. Yeah, he does. That's not a good trade from him.
Indeed. Yeah, that is not a good trade indeed, especially since he knew that the 277 was on its way. So him going down towards 1400 is already not a good start for the team of Smile, because especially those medium tanks, you want them to stay alive and to stay healthy for as long as possible. Unforced loss of HP is very, very bad thing for WoT7 here. He loses a lot of the basically threat ability that he has to be able to roam the map and just bring HP, bring DPM where needed. Well, if he doesn't have the HP anymore, then the DPM might not be long lasting where he's going to go. All of that being said and done, though, I think so far for the Bears, solid defense. Smile, they seem a bit taken aback by what's happening.
Did they destroy any of the buildings on the cap, though?
I can check for you, actually. No, the buildings on the on the one cap are mostly intact, actually. So they destroyed some of them, but not all, by far.
Okay. I mean, some is already more than Opur had.
Mm.
They will try to pressure A-line with double 277.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a one-cap play, I think. Sending Loop there as well. That's going to be double 277 A-line. At the same time, we see some activity like south of the one cap with those Moses there, who are going to start forming maybe not a roadblock, but just a crossfire in towards tanks that would be trying to come to reset. Then again, though, this super conk by Octobear, he's in a prime position to be the MVP for his team this round. As we've seen time and time again, this S-Conk can be instrumental, can be pivotal. Its importance cannot be overstated.
Yeah, and the fact they got the spot off, though, on that 277 of Lip also kind of... They also spotted Fluky. Lip's already going, though, kind of by himself, pushing up. Fluky following in really close fashion. December there is actually going to be the focus for the boys of Smile. They bring even the BZs around the corner. Lip will have to continue pushing, though, against this Octobear. S-Conk, it's so much damage being taken already. Like, sure, they're finding December, but they will have to find this S-Conk as well, though, to make this actually work.
Yeah, exactly. December here trying to do what he can against External and Fly. External actually getting picked up here. Sebastian with the mouse to get the counter kill onto December, but I think the damage might even have been done as Lup takes another one from the back lines from the CS that is peeking from there. Octobear trying to do what he can against the CS, and we can see the 277s actually in crossfire here. I think that shot by Warlax actually flying into Fluke's gun, saving him for the time being, but Octobear still alive, still kicking. Is a one-shot, yes, but still has DPM available on towards Fly. I think that shot went to the ground, unfortunately for him, but the Bears now in full counter-push mode, in full pressure mode in the city. Kenway and Melly, as well as Chase, all driving towards Lop, who is down towards one-shot. Octobear, in the meantime, picking up Fly. This is the Bears coming back into this match, round after round on Ghost Town.
Round after round on Ghost Town, that BZ push there not really working out for the boys from NA. Lop there in his mouse, not having a good one either. Chase not connecting that shot, though. Already at 60 TP, losing out some alpha there. Vova in the meantime just trying to farm what he can as long as he can. Sebastian looking for the kill on that 60 TP. He does find it. Now the crossfire slowly starting to grind the Bears down, but they're up 4,000 HP, so they better hope that they get a lot of good connections.
Exactly, Vova there with another good shot into the mouse, but once again the HP that he lost at the start of the round is starting to hurt him, because this is preventing him from making a lot of plays. Though the Bears, they do still have him spotted, they do still know what he is doing, and the trump card for the Bears actually being Muscles in that CS, still very healthy, 1800 HP, 5000 damage apparently to his name, as Cap, the next option for the attackers, does get started. Loop and Sebastian, both of them being committed in. This is shaping up to be quite the short time that the Bears still have to react. Muscles here taking one by Fluky on the cross, and that is two tanks that are on the cap that could possibly even be shooting him for it. Instead, it's going to be Wally peeking onto Vova, reducing him towards a two-shot.
Yeah, and Vova realizes that there's not much he can do. He will even drive into another mouse. Wally's coming in with the 277 for the slam dunk. The drive on top of him and take him out of the game that way. Not quite. The shot will do the trick, though, making sure he bends that, and the Bears are right back into it, making it 2-2.
2-2 gonna be the scoreline in between Smile and the Bears that do start trading blows on their map picks respectively. Picking up their own map 2-0 are Smile and the Bears, and now we are left with a best of 5. After the first map, it looked like the Bears, losing 2 unlucky rounds, maybe getting angry, maybe getting frustrated. Not the case at all. Storming back into this match, equalizing the scoreline. Good job.
Good job to them. Yeah. That push there. Honestly, I would have rather just see them drive straight onto the cap than this. I mean, the idea on paper has some potential, but the execution... It's not even the execution, it's just the amount of damage you take to make this push. It's just so large. The PCs, they take a while to kill the mouse, and all this time Octo is just shooting and shooting.
Yeah, Octobear with that S-Conk actually doing less damage than I expected him to, but nonetheless he was a crucial factor because he needed to be eliminated for the team of Smile. That didn't look like they had a lot of ideas as to how to break this defense. Yes, Sebastian able to do a lot of damage with that mouse, but in the end, a very uninspired offense, I think, by the team of Smile, who seemed to have that one single idea of throwing basically double BZ against the mouse, but they completely ignored the fact that there was an S-Conk also farming them, so there were actually 3 guns aimed at the 2 that were pushing, and those BZs just failed to have an impact because of it. That is 2 out of 5 tanks out of your setup. So now, after Cliff and Ghost Town, we do find ourselves on the lush greens of Morovanka.
Yeah, the lush greens of Morovanka, a map that should traditionally be played a bit quicker, but if the NA teams have shown us anything, it's that we need to lower the time by about a minute to make them go a little faster. They're really taking their time in all of these rounds.
They are indeed taking their sweet time in all of those rounds, but if it wins them the rounds, then who are we to blame them? Who are we to judge them? Morovanka, now we have seen played both ways on both servers before. We have seen very, very quick attacking rounds, basically very fast plays towards both caps now, reminding you of the cap round by Opur, I think it was, where I think it was the team of W who failed to basically get the resets, and yeah, it was the team of W because I spoke to Ali, and not only did they make out the same kind of issues that we made out with basically the mouse not staying on top, resetting the IS-7s, but there actually was a different tank who also still stayed on top, and he bounced 2 HEs on towards the turrets of the IS-7. So a bit unlucky there. I don't think we'll see a quick 2-cap though. That one kind of happened, born out of the situation, kind of a desperate play that ended up working for some reason, even though it never should have. But yeah, the question remains, is it going to be the fast 1-cap play, or is it going to be the slower play around the other cap, or is it even going to be a slow 1-cap play? Those are also possible.
Please just strive to the 1-cap. I don't know why nobody does it anymore. I have yet not understood the reasons to why it doesn't happen anymore. I don't like the change. I don't think it's a super necessary change because they always end up driving it towards it again anyways. Well, one point or the other. May as well do it in the beginning.
The Bears now coming into the first round of Morovanka. It's going to be triple IS-7, a mouse, double S-Conk, and a CS63.
Versus Smiles, double 60 TP, an IS-7, a mouse, double S-Conk, and a bat to round it off.
Exactly. So now the only thing that remains to be seen is who is going to take this first round of Morovanka, with Smile being on the defense here. That means the Bears are going to attack with that triple IS-7 that can be pushed up very, very offensively, and we see Smile immediately respecting this possibility, splitting off only Loop towards the eastern part of the map. The mouse sending him towards the middle is, like, yeah, very, very standard. But other than that, everyone going towards 1-2 line.
Yeah, everyone going towards 1-2 line, and that is just the way forward here for the side of Smile in the beginning. Covering off that 1-2. Again, not quick aggression from either side though. Taking their time, slowly going wide, but Chase getting punished quite heavily in that mouse.
Chase indeed getting punished a lot there, but he's obviously mouse, so he's still going to stay alive for a bit longer. Down to 2k now. Lop taking a shot of damage too in his mouse as well, as the rotation gets started by the team of Smile, and obviously the Batcher being a huge asset, even though it's not a huge tank when compared to some of the others, simply because of that clip potential, that mobility, that camo.
Yeah, that mobility, that camo coming in for the side of Smile. Now the cap getting pressure though. December and Melly getting in it. The IS-7 and CS from the 5-6 line running away further back. And we'll see what does Smile do to react to this.
I mean, the Mouse of Lop being able to do one shot to melee here is going to slightly reset the cap even a little, but 50 seconds is the time to beat for the team of Smile. Fly there with the Ignite onto the S-Conk. That hurts a lot. Kenway is going to be cursing his luck right now as he's down towards a one-shot. That is never supposed to happen. Octo and Floki there in the S-Kongs trading it out as well. But 30 seconds is now the thing they need to beat. Floki trying to cross over. He's going to be pushing down December here at least. 20 seconds remaining. External and Fly, both of them coming closer towards the cap, while Smile also has tanks in the eastern part of the map who will be trying to get shots into melee.
Yeah, who will be trying to get shots into melee. They're actually just pushing up and over very quick from Smile, who have done so much initial damage. Kenway, down towards the one-shot, was already in a bad situation. Vova, you're clipping out against the IS-7, even not getting too many connections, but look at the scoreboard, Kian. How much damage has been dealt by Smile. They might just make another peek here, try and remove melee from the game, but they're actually fine with it. They're like, okay, we did our damage, go back.
Exactly. Counting their W's. Very, very mature gameplay here with one of the S-Kongs even taking out Kenway, and this leaves them in a 6v7 versus situation. The Bears, that is, as continuous resets start raining in like a hailstorm onto Not Melee. Yes, it's only HE, but if it doesn't keep the cap running, then it is going to be all that's needed, as December trying to make a play here with that IS-7 onto Lop in the Mouse, but a moving IS-7 versus a stationary angling Mouse is never going to be a good time for that IS-7, as Vova here starting to clip out once more onto the IS-7. Not sure if he's getting those connections right now, but now once again on the reload as Fly is starting to commit in onto Not Melee. Sebastian from the top as well. They're looking for the quick 1-2 tap, but instead it's going to be December that's getting sent straight towards the garage as Melee is down towards a one-shot with 260 TPs around him. Vova currently running away, but a quick 1-2 kill onto Melee and Chase is going to seal the fate of the Bears in this round. Smile once again edging ahead. It's going to be 3-2.
Yeah, going to be 3-2 for Smile rather quickly here in this matchup. Just really nailing down the defense, doing so much damage to Kenway for him to try and take E1. That it was so hard for them to do anything against this super heavy lineup that they were bringing. Yeah, all in all, really, really good stuff from Smile. Really having that defense nailed down, and as a result, they're getting their third round.
They're getting their third round, and I believe deservedly so. This one, compared to the first two, not even close. A very well-deserved round for the team of Smile that do manage to get the third one on the board against the Bears, who struggled to have an impact and whose game plan was rather nebulous.
Yeah, I mean, they went into the scap. I don't think they just expected to take that much damage on their S-Kong, though. And they're also very split, so this overpeak for Smile with those heavies on the 2-line just worked out for them because there was not enough guns trained onto the position.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some other overpeaks into the cap just going horrendously wrong for the teams that needed to make the resets here, though, like the peak, just, picture perfect. They took out like 1500 HP from one of the IS-7s that had to bail, and then after that, Melee was always going to get resetted from like the eastern part of the map because they only had one mouse at the church, and that was basically it. So, yeah, in the end, the tanks by Smile finding a lot of success simply by having superior positioning, superior answers towards the tactic that the Bears had here on their attack. Didn't really look very, very inspiring. Smile deserved round number 3 for them.
Deserved round number 3, and now in prime position to actually go into match point on the attack of Muravanka.
Exactly. Attack normally being the favored side here on this map, meaning that Smile have put themselves into a very good spot. They need to convert it first. And Muravanka, as they just demonstrated, yes, it might be attack-sided, but that doesn't mean that defending teams can't win on it.
True. We just saw a defensive win.
As Bears, what does that do with you, though? I mean, yes, you win your own map pick of Ghost Town pretty convincingly, but then, Muravanka, kind of a different beast of a map, and they just find out that essentially the team of Smile, they seem to be super, super comfortable on Muro.
All in all, just good stuff from Smile in a really strong position. Coming back well as well after that ghost down that they had a bit of an issue with, right? That goes down, losing 2-0, but doesn't seem to affect them too much.
No, mentally, Smile still in a very good state. I mean, after such a round here where there wasn't even a shadow of a doubt who was going to take it after, you know, it started being played out, that is obviously very good for them. And for the Bears, yeah, once again, their logo sort of telling the story of how this first round on Mura went. Let's hope for them that the second round doesn't do too badly. Otherwise, it would be match point for the team of Smile, who were the favorite team going into this one.
They were indeed the favorite team coming into this one, but so far they haven't really shown that they deserve to win this flat out. I think it's fair to say throughout this match they made a lot of openings for the Bears that could have resulted into them looking against the match point.
So let's hop into round number 6, in between Smile and the Bears in the grand final here. Smile wanting to make it a match point, the Bears looking to equalize the scoreline. The setups for that being for the Bears, double 60 TP, double 277, one S-Conk, one Batchat, and a Mino.
And a Mino actually for the Bears. Smile, then on the other hand, 4 I7s, an S-Conk, and double CS63.
Minotauro on Moravanka?
I wonder where he's going to go.
That is an unusual pick, to say the least, I think. I mean, then again, they're defending. Yeah, I guess he's going to go towards like G1 or something like this, especially since the 1-2 line was reworked. There's a lot of hold downs that tanks like Minotauros will be very, very comfortable with playing. We talked about those quick 1-2 cap plays. I think finally we have one at our hands. Or do we actually?
We do. We'll have a quick round on our hands, but these I7s cutting unders, I don't think they have seen the 60 TPs yet. Are they just going to push on towards the S-Conk? It does look that way. They want to pick the Minotauro even. This is very aggressive from Smile. Finally, they're taking a round in their own hands. They do not find the Mino. He just about gets safe, but they're going to continue towards him while the 3 cap is already started to block off this S-Conk. 26 seconds, Kihan. Who's going to make it back, actually, from the guys here? The Batchat might just be the only one. Chase will definitely fall in that Minotauro, Lip, and Fly. I mean, they're going to make short work of him, actually. Fly actually not connecting. That gives the Mino chance to 2 more shots. But 8 seconds left. Chase is trying to get the reset. 6 seconds left now. This round is going to get stolen right in front of the noses of the Bears, who don't get back into it at all as base capture goes through. A beautiful, aggressive opening, paying dividend. Match point for Smile, and in what a fashion.
Match point for Smile indeed in an extremely short round, making sure that if it comes close here, then this would mean for them as well that, you know, they most likely have the fastest attack. 4-2 the scoreline, actually, not 4-3 as it says above us, I think. But yeah, match point for Smile here, and what a round. We wondered time and time again why the attacker wasn't doing those quick 1-2 cap or 1-2 line plays. We have our answer. They're actually quite effective if executed.
If executed correctly, I mean, great damage numbers on both teams. 1.2 versus 1.1 top damage dealers, massive. No, that was just a beautiful play.
Yeah, beautiful play, and we do see some of the tanks by the Bears not really finding any impact. I mean, Chase getting out 2 shots, connecting none of them. But even if he does collect both or connect both, that would still mean that it is, it's still a capping victory for the side of Smile. So it doesn't even matter, but you hate seeing people missing that stuff.
It's just such a good play from Smile. I think they really had a good clue about what was happening. They wanted to even peek the Mino and kill him immediately, but he was just fast enough. If they had Grousers, they would have made it on time, just saying. But even with that, there was just nobody in position. And even if they get to reset Keyhand, I don't think they win the game anymore. You lose the Mino relatively free. You then immediately would lose the Skunk as well. I mean, the Skunk would get pressured down, be low HP. You have to reset to drive into the cap. I don't think you win the fight after.
Yeah, we'll see. Now, though, this means that Morovanka has been played in a very quick fashion, meaning we are actually going to switch over to the next map. So I think we would love to see the map pick and bans just one more time, reminding us what it's going to be, because most certainly I don't remember currently, I have to admit. Do you know which one's going to be the next map?
Himmels.
Himmelsdorf. All right, there we go. Himmelsdorf.
But the Bears attacking first.
Yeah, Himmelsdorf. I mean, it's not a sided map, really, by any kind of standard. This would mean that, you know, theoretically it could go 1-1, it could go 0-2. But if it goes 1-1 or even 1-0, then Smile would be once again securing their spot as the champions here in the MillionPugs WoT7 number 13 in the NA server. And they might as well in this round. That might be the last one in this grand final here. In this match that so far has seen two teams duking it out and winning it on their respective map picks.
Winning on their respective map picks. Let's see what Himmels has to bring for us today on the NA server between Bears and Smile. I think Smile is looking for the killing blow here, Kian. They would love to close it out in a 5-2 scoreline and forget all about that ghost town.
Exactly, that ghost town. They rather not remember it, and they don't need to if they get this next round on the board here on Himmelsdorf. If they get the final point locked in for themselves. And I think we're just about ready to see the lineups of what might be the final round. It's going to be the Bears trying to stay alive in the tournament in the grand finals here. 60 TP, 50B, double ice for double mouse and an E5.
Versus an E5 and a 277, double mouse, double 50B and a 60 TP, double 50B. We haven't seen that for a while.
Yeah, double 50B, we haven't seen it. The reason being why those autoloaders have fallen out of favor on Himmelsdorf, whereas they used to be playmaker tanks. They used to be very prevalent. Nowadays, not anymore, simply because of hardenings, because of super heavy meta. Tanks like the mouse, for example. If you have two 50Bs clipping out and they don't get a fire onto the mouse, well, then the mouse simply survives those 8 shots.
True. You have to really do good pen ratios for this to work out. And let's see if Smile can actually do it as well. It's pretty standard opening from them, though. Bit 1-2, bit courtyard, bit of everything.
Yeah, a bit of everything here. As opening-wise, we do see the Bears. 2 tanks towards the hill, one of them being the 50B that they have chased. They're exchanging spots with Fluky. And external with that 5-line mouse that we've seen by Opur a lot. A lot of teams starting to recognize that, you know, the fountain in the middle of the map actually not that high anymore, as now Loop driving in towards the line where December is already aimed, though, and December, he does those, he makes those, he hits those. Loop down to 2182.
Yeah, beautiful shot there from December, and a 60 TP gets a connection. External taking some in his mouse as well. And the double 50B and 277 combo is going to pressure the hill. They will need all 3 to win it, though.
They are indeed going to need all 3 to win it. Is it going to be in it for them, though, as Muscle's starting to clip out from the hill, and his 50V is not going to be fully loaded anymore, but the other tank on the hill for him, it is a safety screen. It is a safety net. Octo sitting up there comfortably with that A5. As soon as he's going to spot more than one tank, he's probably going to fall back. Is Smile going to reveal more than one, though, is the question, as Chase and Melly are starting a small little rotation, cheeky one, not spotted, over the K-line.
Yeah, not spotted over the K-line at all. They're going to be pressuring that, but Fluky actually running away with his 277, so they don't want to repush the hill after all. Smile doing a lot of rotations here.
Smile doing a lot of rotations, but not really a lot of damage as of now. All the tanks by the Bears still full HP. Loop doesn't even want to peek into that 8 line anymore, simply because he's afraid that December might be hitting another one of those. And Octo actually starting to drive down. This might not be the best thing for him, actually, as the 50B is peeking there. The mouse external is going to spot him. Is not really out of positions, but now Vova and Loop, both of them starting to peek. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, 4, and down to 1k he goes. Both of the 50Bs not missing a beat, not missing a shot. That's a quick first kill. That's a good trap.
Yeah, Fluky running away there baits them into thinking, okay, it's clear to go. But it was not clear. It was the master bait. Double 50B, and now they're going to start repushing the hill, and that is a good call from whoever did it on the Smile team. The one guy on the hill has fallen. Now the 50B will be forced to run away. And what does this cause for the Bears' overreactions? They'll have to move everywhere and anywhere, because once the Bees take the hill, the game is over.
Yeah, the 50B is now in prime position, but the thing actually being for Smile that the 50B is taking the hill like this means that they're going to be out of the game for this 8-line push that's starting to form up. Muscles now also spotted. This means that the 50Bs on the hill are possibly even going to turn around. Loop not yet running. Not sure I agree with that decision of trying to stay there at the 8 line for long, as he sees December as well. Wallhex with that IS-4. The mouse is probably going to get a shot into him. Loop there. Unnecessary damage taken by him, as Muscles with that 50B trying to come close as well. External probably the next one to get collapsed upon, but the 50Bs should be back soon. One of them already starting to clip out.
Yeah, and the other one pounding Muscles from the hill as well, and it's just a 8-line disaster for the Bears right now, as Ganway is trying to push in, but Wally and December not even that healthy anymore. External holding the line in his mouse, even tries to get a shot against the IS-4. I think he should just back off and start shooting the mouse, but that's another story. Muscles drop towards a 1-shot for the Bears, who see their chances in this match starting to slip between their fingers, as now Chase getting pounded by Vova on top of that hill, taking shot after shot. Vova now on reload though, but Fly fancies himself the repush with the HP advantage that he has. And looking at the current number of guns and the HP available to both these teams, it is just Smile everywhere and anywhere that they are winning. Maybe the 8 line they might lose, but even that is under severe doubt.
Under severe doubt, and External probably is even gonna get one more shot in, as he now has Adrenaline Rush active, as Chase on the outside falls. Indeed, one more shot by External, gonna remove Kenway towards a 1-shot as well. 28 versus 16 HP, HE enough to do the job, but the mouse by External is gonna lock in the kill with Lop driving past in a victory march down that 8 line. Smile, they have done it. They have battered, they have bruised the Bears, and now they have beaten them. They are going to be the reigning NA champions in just about a second, as Melly, the last player surviving, is gonna fall down. And congratulations to Smile that do not go the extra round like Hit and Run did on the EU server. Instead, it's going to be 5-2 in a very, very convincing final.
Good stuff from them outside of Ghost Town. I mean, Cliff was close between the two. Ghost Town was all the Bears, but outside of that, Smile deservedly winning the entire game. Yeah, just solid performance. Quick bait there working out as well. Probably very happy about that.
Yeah, the bait, the thing that actually opened up the match here. Wallhex not having an impact either into this match. 0 damage by him, the player that was swapped in right before the playoffs. And Octo, also not the result that he wanted, but there is nothing he can really do against double 50B in a grand trap. And the scheme by Smile working out completely here. The double 50B, a rare yet welcome sight, working out, securing grand finals, securing tournament victory.
Yeah, good stuff there overall from Smile. By just showing why they are the team that is going to China, deservedly so. Just better overall. Looking forward to see them one in China, then later on in the year in the Winter Invitational. I don't know what's the exact name going to be yet. Something along those lines.
Probably Winter Invitational, something like that, yeah. Anyway, Ducky, thank you for a long but an awesome weekend. I think all of us probably are going to remember those plays by Piotrix. I'm not even going to ask who you think is going to be the EU MVP because we all know who it is, who won it for
For Opor.
For Opur. Yeah, for Opur. As I said, it has been a long weekend. Thank you very much for an awesome cast. We're going to raid you after, my goodness, for all of you who haven't been able to claim your mystery drops yet. That being said, thanks once again a lot. And yeah, as customary, I'll leave the last words to you.
I think Hit and Run will have some talking to do after their demise, and Smile is probably pretty happy, looking forward to his China. I don't have much else to say. Great performance from Smile, great performance from Opor. Looking forward to see them in China and what they can bring. But there's two very intelligent people that have so much more to say about what they saw on NA. Insane and Toxic. Let's hear the analysis.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Thanks a lot, guys. It has been indeed a long weekend, and it comes to an end with a great victory for Smile in the NA Grand Finals against this team of Bears. What do you think about that one? 5-2 as a final scoreline. We pretty much expected that result.
Very deserved. Actually, some really cool matches from Smile, especially the Cliff ones. They were close, but they managed to just come out of them ahead. We had some roller coasters here as well, not as bad as on EU, but yeah, congrats, Smile, deserved victory, and I'm going to be very keen to see them in the Winter Invitational tourney.
Yeah, I think that would be very interesting to see them battle against some EU teams to see what they're made of, because they were definitely dominating on that NA tournament. But we should probably take a look at the replays. Toxic as they're ready, and we're starting on Cliff between those two teams, and we had a very, very slow attack from the side of Smile that managed to take it with, what, 1 second left, if I remember correct?
Yeah, it was literally 1 second. I think the timer even went to 8 minutes, if I remember correctly in the spreadsheet. However, also very unorthodox defense. I have not often seen a Hori in that position yet in a defense. Maybe Kian should put that into his next map guide, actually, because Chase actually managed to get, like, what, 5k damage out of that position, so great job by him. Actually delivering as the team captain in such a match is not always easy. It just quiet wasn't enough. Such a close match, so they will be biting themselves for dropping this one.
Yeah, that's an interesting position, but I think what was missing from the side of Bears was the heal, because from the side of Smile, just had to push on the mid to D5, push around the hill, get the angles on the tank on the mid, and you could see that Bears had many tanks, like the CS in the back, the Hori, that were not capable of helping much. They did some great damage on tanks climbing on the hill, but that was pretty much it. So 1-0 for Smile with a very close victory with almost no times left. And then they were on the defense and Bears on the attack, and they were looking to pick up their first round for that match. Pretty standard opening, teams avoiding each other, but then you could see that Smile started to team up to repush the Donuts. They stopped initially, but after a bit of a time they went for it again, and it worked in their favor.
I mean, great rotations at the start from both these teams. Actually, the correct rotation from Bears to go to the Donut to avoid being farmed from the hill. Smile also the correct rotation out, so great stuff from them. I didn't like this push here in the end that we are just seeing. I feel like, yes, they did have Octo, I think, in his CS, shooting them in the back. But if Vova just stays in like C1, he can deny that, and they don't really have to do anything since they are the defender. I feel like they took quite the risk with pushing in. It did work out just in the end, but way too risky for my liking.
Yeah, honestly, at the end, HP-wise, it was very close. They still had 3 tanks alive, but that could have gone the other way around. Smile taking the lead 2-0 on Cliff. But then on Ghost Town, Bears came up with a pretty interesting attack, going with the double mass the cap pressure, and you could see that they managed to catch some tanks off guard, like Lip that was pretty much out of position. He got completely focused out by a few tanks from Bears, and this cap pressure constantly getting bigger. So good stuff from them, and Smile not actually having an answer to this one.
Yeah, we gotta say, actually, great picks and bans from Bears, because this was their pick, and they had something ready. It worked out great. They were able to confuse Smile and actually, take the 2-0 on their map pick. So great stuff from them. Bears actually, kind of putting Smile into an awkward position where they have to do pushes they don't want to. Same here, fly and external pushing. Yes, they will get some damage here and there, but Octo will be able to farm them the entire time, and Lip and Fluky can't really overpush him either because of the CS and the 277 that we see towards the D1, E1 position.
To some extent, it was good for the side of Bears because Smiley is pushing into that mouse. So they're pushing into that meaty tank that wants to take damage for his team. In the meantime, Bears is establishing some control back towards the city with the mouse pushing, trying to get some overmatch to take down a Lope. So overall, Bears in control on their defense. Also, you mentioned it, a lot of damage made. They traded October for a ton, almost 1.5 tanks in the process. You could see at the end, it was only Sebastian left with the mouse against 4 tanks. So solid defense for the side of Bears.
It's kind of awkward to see, though, that both those teams go to 0 and neither of them is able to actually convert the momentum that they have. Quite the opposite, actually. You have Smile going up to 0, then Bears going up to 2, and then you have Smile going up to the 5-2. So really weird stuff going on here. Actually interesting defense as well. It's kind of similar to what we've seen on EU yesterday, but I feel like the repush was very unorganized. What do you think?
I think the issue is that Bears was not well set for that. They had their tanks pretty much spread all of the map, one on the mids, one over the north. They were trying to maybe catch someone rotating around, but they were not pushed enough to actually do any damage on those Smile tanks. And then they had an easy play of the base 1 to get the decaps, and they were in control of the forest side. So they had control of the base 1, of the forest, even of the mid afterwards. So Bears, they tried something, but this tactic was definitely not on point. And while Toxic this round was pretty impressive from the side of Smile, because this all integration with 4 i7s actually getting all the attention for Bears allowed them to go for a triple cap that worked. This was probably the fastest round we have seen in the entire tournament.
Yeah, it's hard to pick out replays in this round for you guys, the viewers, because in the end it was only 1 minute and 19 seconds long. So not really much to show. Smile just goes into the cap with 3 tanks, does an amazing job in blocking the decaps with their i7s. Also, probably a mistake from Muscles from Bears. He could have gotten a reset if he chose correct pathing.
True.
But Smile just with a quick cap within, 1 minute and 19 seconds. Great job.
Yeah, it was a very cool attack. I've never seen that before, and it was definitely interesting. Then we were on Himmel's match point for Smile, going for a trap that worked very well in their favor. As you can see, Vova and Lop are gonna take down October in the E5 pretty much for free. Only 1 shot taken, so that's the perfect trade for the side of Smile on their defense. And you could see that then they were holding strong on the lower side with all of those meat tanks, Mouse 60 TP, winning back the 1-2-3 lines. So what a convincing victory it has been overall, and what a dominant team we have seen on that NA tournaments. Really looking forward to see them in the Winter Invitational.
Yeah, great stuff from Smile. I think this is, I'm not 100% sure, but I think this is the 3rd consecutive tournament that they win. It's the 2nd at least.
Yeah.
So actually quite some dominance that we have going on from there. And neither of the 2 matches that we saw from them were really close. Was it 2 or 3? I think it was 2 matches that we saw, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we saw 2 matches from them. None of them were close, so great stuff. And as you said, it will be interesting to see them competing versus other regions in the Winter Invitational.
Yeah, definitely. And a 7-0 victory at the end, so really great from them. Toxic, well, that's been a pleasure to be with you once again for this tournament. We also have to give a huge thanks to MillionPugs for sponsoring this event, providing some really great prizes for the winners. It was great. It's the third or fourth time we have them for WoT7 events, so that's really great of them to sponsor those tournaments, especially for the players getting to the top ranks, because that really boosted the prizes we had.
Yeah, it's actually the fourth time they sponsor this, so also from me, thanks a lot to MillionPugs for sponsoring these tournaments. It has been a pleasure to analyze these plays and also the misplays together with you. I wish everyone a good night, and this time I will be leaving the last words to you.
Yeah, well, congratulations also to our casters. And talking about them, we're going to be hosting Daki after that. So if you didn't get the chance to have 4 hours of watching time for the mystery drops, you will get the chance to do it on Dakizo's channel. The first time we get to see you, hopefully, is going to be in a month or so, like 11th and 12th of November, if I'm not mistaken, for the 15v15 clan showdown, exactly those dates. So make sure to tune in a month in November to see some of the 15v15 action. And from the two of us, we wish you an amazing night.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.